party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your man, the number one Chief Rocker. I'm joined by Bed Stuy, Do or Die, the born Brooklyn representative, true to the game,
Mm-hmm.
New York through and through. Boulevard 73, we call him Bully. You know what I'm saying? And if you got some virtual claps out there, if you could give a round of applause for my man, give a round of applause for my man. All right.
No
There
doubt,
we
no
go.
doubt, no
There we
doubt.
go. So,
Well,
so we gotta.
hold on. Wait. I can't just let you do that like that.
What's that?
Smooth DSJ. First of all, give it up to New Jersey's finest from
Jersey's in the building.
JC. Illtown
Jersey's in the building.
JC.
We repping.
Yo, repping hard.
Yeah,
They
man.
had the nice big projects over there back in the day. I
Very
can
big.
remember as a shorty used to go over there. Queen Latifah, Naughty by Nature. Yeah, I mean, Rotten Spoiled Brats. It was not. Oh my God, man. Salute to Apache. Rest in
The
peace,
Gangsta
homeboy. Mickey
Bees.
D. The Gangsta Bees, right? The
Yeah.
Double X Posse. Nah, shorty, I ain't gonna be able to do it.
Not
You know
gonna
what
be
I
able to
mean?
do it.
I ain't gonna be able to
Yeah,
do it.
some Red Man.
Redman, Lords of the
Yeah,
Underground, DJ
man. So
Lloyd, Ashab B, The Form,
yeah, man.
the Artifacts. Rest in peace,
So
Tame One. Oh
yeah, man.
man, rest in peace. El Defano,
Some chill
man.
Rob G. Some
Chill
chill
Rob
Rob
G.
G. The Power
Mark the 45 King.
King, straight out of Newark.
He did the ill remix on Rakim's Think of a Master Plan. This ain't
Yeah,
nothing, man. Oh my, I got soul. He did the ill remix on I Got Soul. Come on, y'all.
yeah,
Y'all better stop
man.
playing, man.
Yeah, man.
Y'all better stop
Let's
playing.
give it up to them Jersey representatives.
Jersey.
Let's
Jersey
give it up to them
represent.
Jersey representatives, man.
Jersey Drive, one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, man. We 11 minutes, just 11. Yo, we 11 minutes from Madison Square Garden, bro.
Bang.
From where I was at, bro, up on the hill.
Bang.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. About
Give it up to
11
Jersey,
minutes, bro.
man.
Yeah, man. Props, man.
I once knew a pretty girl at University High School in Newark, New Jersey, man. Pretty girl, man. I don't know where you at in life, but if I was to ever see you again, anyway.
Hello.
I'm only joking, man. Even Biggie Smalls moved to Jersey, y'all. Everybody moved to Jersey, man.
Everybody
Jersey was
moved
the
to
spot.
Jersey.
Wendy Williams,
Jersey the
man, get
spot,
better,
yeah.
baby girl. Get better, Wendy
Yeah,
Williams. I ain't gonna
Williams.
front on you.
Get yourself
Get
together,
better.
Wendy Williams.
Please get better.
Yeah,
Get
man.
better,
Shout
man.
out to Snyder and Dickinson and Lincoln High and Ferris and Academic and all them schools and Newark, Week Wade, all them schools, man, over there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Hey, well, welcome everybody tonight, man. Thank y'all for coming in. So we're gonna do a conspiracy theory show.
Yeah, let's get at it.
So there are a lot of conspiracy theories out there, right? What I want to talk about, though, what I want to put to the forefront are a few of them. There are a few of them, right, that are out there. I'm gonna answer some questions on the ones that I know about. On the others, I'm just gonna go off general research and things of that sort. The two conspiracy theories, or it's like five of them, right? It's like five conspiracy theories, right? So the main one out here that people are absolutely fascinated with, and they tie a whole bunch of stuff together, is the Illuminati.
Ooh, that's
right.
the big
See,
one.
I don't know nothing about the Illuminati at all, right? So I don't know anything about the Illuminati. People be telling me stuff like, yo, dollar bills and all this stuff, and Freemasons and the Catholic Church and all that stuff, bro. And so while I know a tiny bit about Freemasonry, all that other stuff, the Catholic Church and hiding bones and you know what I'm saying, putting things on dollar bills.
Yes.
I don't even know where you even start with that, bully. I don't know. No, I don't even know where you start with that. Like you ever heard of that thing, the Illuminati? Like if it's real
Of
or
course.
fake?
Of course. Of course.
When we hear it, we be thinking about entertainers, right?
Not only entertainers. First of all, shout out to everybody out there. Shout out to you, Freezy.
Shout out.
I know from I had the best of both worlds. I had the best of growing up in New York, and I had the best of growing up down south in Alabama, Florida. I always say Florida, Alabama, and Georgia, and stuff like that. And you will see Freemasonry at its total abundance.
Right.
I know my family, half of them, well, the family members that I'm talking about, they passed away and they gone there, they into the other life, they transitioned into the other life. But a lot of them was Eastern Stars, and my grandmom's an Eastern Star. Okay,
Right.
I ain't gonna front. The lady that you met, the 84-year-old grandma, she's an Eastern Star. My
Get out of
father was a
here.
Mason. Yeah, she's an Eastern Star.
Get out of here.
No, I'm serious.
When you see next time you talk to her, tell her I said I love.
Oh, she
her
love you to death, man.
with
She
all
love
my.
you to death. She love you to. She love you and Corey to death, boy.
She sees something in me. She sees something
Yes, you do.
in me.
Mm-hmm,
That's why because otherwise she wouldn't waste no time with me. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's
So yeah,
for
when
real.
you see her, tell her I love her with all my heart. You
My
know what I'm
grandma,
saying?
she just turned 84 in July 7th and
She be
whatnot. I mean 17th, excuse me, 17th.
and moving around like she's
And she still
16
do
years
double
old.
dutch. Yep, and she do her double dutch every day. She 84 years old and still do double dutch. Like really?
Right.
I love her. But she love y'all. She love you and Corey Lee on some real stuff, man. I ain't gonna lie. And whatnot, man. She always talk about y'all, man. She think you a fuzzy teddy bear. Not fuzzy like Harry fuzzy bear. She think you a cute teddy bear.
Yeah, man. I get that a lot. I get that a lot. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I get that a lot, man.
My grandma's is an Eastern Star, and my grandfather was a Mason, and my father was a Mason, and my stepfather was a Mason. So I know all about that 33rd degree. It wasn't, you know what I mean, I'm not particularly a Mason. I'm a 5%er. I mean, I take up for 5%ers and whatnot. I own that and stuff like that. But the conspiracy theory.
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that too.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
The nation of gods and earths. We're gonna get there, bro.
Yeah,
in this show,
the best thing that ever happened to me.
We're gonna get there.
It's the best thing that ever happened to me in my life, man. I ain't gonna front on y'all. But my grandmoms and stuff, she deal with that. Well, she don't deal too much with it as of now because of a lot of the stigma that came behind it, a lot of the glory because of how they put us in a bad light on TV.
Right.
So some of that stuff been taken out, but on the low, she deals with it with the proper perspective, and she's a grown woman, and that's the thing that she chooses to do. That's her business, right? Facts.
Yeah.
That's her business and stuff like that. And I know some masonry and stuff like that. I know a little bit, but Illuminati. Do I think that's in effect? I think the Illuminati is definitely in effect. I really do, because it's certain things that people out here doing to disclaim certain folks, such i.e. us and stuff like that. And we are the original people. And if people don't open up their eyes and don't see that we are the original people and we are the most copied folks on the planet, everybody want our swag, man. And everybody want to be on that culture vulture. And if we don't take back our culture, look, they got breakdancing as an Olympic category.
Right.
And we created it.
Right.
But you don't see none of us in it. Breakdancing is an Olympic category right now. Spinning on your back, the thing that I used to do in the train station as a shorty to get nickels and dimes and dollars. That's that's a worldwide phenomenon to be spinning on your back as an Olympic gold. You're going to get a gold medal for being the best breakdancer, and we created it.
That's wild, right? That's wild, right?
When is our problem?
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. In terms of the Illuminati thing, man, I don't know, boss.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I say I don't know is because I think powerful people tend to attract other powerful people. Right? Like I think the vibrations that you send out attract other vibrations that come back. Like when you if you notice, like when you throw water on a pond and you see all them circles that be going out, right? And then you see, you know, if the pond is small enough, you see like pond, you know, them things like coming up against the bank and bouncing and then going back. Oh boy, you done spoke them up. You done spoke them up. I can't bring them in without the intro. Let me find the intro because this conversation about to get crazy. Let me see.
Oh, I think I know you. I think I know who you come. I think
Yo.
My homeboy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he coming. He ain't even ready. Lee ain't ready. He must be preparing a book or something. I'm gonna put Lee backstage until he get ready.
Both of y'all my homeboy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But I was gonna say about the Illuminati thing, bro. I don't know if there is a clandestine organization out there that's that big and that powerful and can reach everything, that come together and is able to control the masses and keep it all a secret. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, I know it's groups out there large enough to control the masses that don't keep it. For instance, a large, and I know it's going to sound crazy when I say this, but just hear me out on it. A large organization. Let me see. Lee, you ready? Lee. Okay.
Slice.
Yeah, he probably getting adjusted.
Okay.
But an organization that's big out there that controls a lot of stuff and is right there in your face, and you gotta use them, and you don't have no control of them. It's two of them: Walmart and McDonald's.
You know what?
Right.
Breezy,
Walmart is so big, bro.
I love
that they come to your town. You can't even stop them. You know what I'm saying? If you try to stop them from coming to your town, they'll take you to court, bro. If they want to be there, they'll take you to court and fight you until your city just give up.
Guess what? Right? They're not in Brooklyn though. They're not in the city. They're not in the 5 boroughs. They outside of the city. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because for one thing, New York City is powerful.
Yes, it is.
And two, New York City got money. Right. But think about if you Troy, New York, if you Florence, South Carolina, you might wind up having 2 Walmarts.
About 3 of them.
Yeah, three of them. Hey, Lee disappeared, man. I guess Lee gonna come back when he get ready. And you know what they do? They don't just come to your town, right? They buy land. Because think about the Walmart, the land that Walmart is on, they probably own it. It's probably tax free. They don't pay no taxes on nothing.
Yeah.
They don't pay no electricity. Think about your light bill, right? And then go in Walmart and think about what their light bill should be.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna get all the breaks and all that stuff. And you know what they're gonna tell people in your community? Well, we ain't gonna pay for all of that because we give people in your community jobs.
We giving people
it's like
just like Amazon with the factories.
Yeah. like McDonald's, people talk about McDonald's, right? They be like, Man, McDonald's slack, man. McDonald's shake machine always be down.
All the time, though.
But you know what? But you know what though? McDonald's is one of the largest land owning companies in the world. Like when they move, when you see a McDonald's pop up, it's guaranteed they own that spot where they at.
Facts.
Guaranteed.
What they say? What does it say up under them arches? Over 100 billion sold.
Yep.
So
and growing.
Know, man. And growing.
They're
gonna have McDonald's on Mars before you know it.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the rest stop before they go to Jupiter. You're gonna stop on Mars
and they
get you a Big Mac.
And they moon shake gonna be shake machine gonna be down too.
Yeah.
The moon shake machine gonna be down, right?
It's gonna be down before you go to Jupiter.
Yeah. You be mad.
Like, damn, man.
You done travel 100,000 miles, bro. And you can't even get a
months to get up here and I can't get no doggone moon shake, man. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah,
and you want me to swipe my card? You want me to tap my card for a moon shake that ain't there? And I still got another 3 months to go to Jupiter? Oh, right. Man, I'm about to shoot the place up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, man. So when it comes to like the Illuminati, bro, like when companies get so powerful, can they really keep it a secret from everybody? Now I know the big pharmacy companies, big pharma, like anybody that's an investor, any investors in the chat, anybody have stocks, bonds, indexes, money market accounts, retirement accounts, whether it's just a 401k or Roth IRA,
Bitcoin, Andrew, what up?
Or a certificate of deposit, or
right.
Yeah, whatever it is that you have, right? Whatever it is that you have, right? I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying. I think it's just hard for me to believe that an entity could be over all of that and nobody know.
Facts.
Right, like the Illuminati is over McDonald's and Def Jam and Paramount and the drug companies.
Warner Brothers. Yeah.
It's just
Merkin and all that. Yeah. Pfizer.
Yeah. It's hard for me to believe that an entity would be that powerful where they can control all of that. Now, I know that there are companies out there. Hey, John Talento, we about to get to that too.
Word, fact.
I'm about to get to that too. Right? Yeah, we about to talk about. Yeah.
What's good, homeboy? Slice. Yeah, peace, homeboy.
Yeah, bro, that's, man, the Illuminati. And I listen. No disrespect to my black people, but I definitely know the Illuminati ain't black. And you know how I know? Because you can't get 5 black people to agree on nothing. And keep it a secret. They'll put that thing on Facebook before you know what I'm
saying? That's all, folks.
Yeah. And respect. I'm joking with my black people, right? I'm joking with my black people, but yeah, man. You talking about an Illuminati? Oh, thank you, babe. Appreciate you. You smell good.
Yo, I want to give a shout out to my homeboy, a former, not a former, a Brooklynite of mine. That homeboy always drop knowledge every morning. He's called For No Fame, and he was dropping knowledge. Well, he always dropped knowledge every day and stuff like that. The Illuminati, yo, we can't get ourselves together because we've got an entity within that's breaking us down every time. Every time we can't move forward, we can't even move backwards. We can't move side to side. We can't do all them little dances that R. Kelly and all them people. And rest in peace to DJ that just passed away from Chicago. I forgot his name. Oh Lord. He made the step to the right. Crisscross.
Yeah.
I know. I can't think of his name, man. But rest in peace to him, man. See, we got to take care of we got to take care of our peoples, but not to get off the subject, because I know sometimes I can get off the subject with it. If we don't pay attention to the things that they offering, not even offering us, the things that they're trying to implement. Salute, cowboy. the things that they salute Cowboy Bob. The things that they trying to say that what we need as black folks, I think is a detriment to us if we don't stand up for ourselves. With these reparations, they sending $24 billion over to Ukraine. They sending all this money over here overseas. And when you saying what you saying, Uncle Freezy, it resonates real hard because it's like we out the loop, but we in the loop, but they don't care about what we thinking about. And everybody else is benefiting from what's going on with us.
Hey, you know what? You know what though? So here's the thing I learned about that. So I educated myself on that.
Mm-hmm.
So when the United States sends money overseas to a country like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like to that country.
Yeah, educate me, please. Mm-hmm.
To that country, it's like a payday loan, right? So United States sent $24 billion on it, right? Mm-hmm. And what it is, the United States is gonna get that money back from that country over the next 40 years, plus an insane amount of interest. And if you notice, the countries that always get those loans are always desperate in something, whether they are going to war, they had a major natural disaster, they may have had a civil war, an internal conflict. And what the United States does over the course of that 40 years is the United States will probably make about $110 billion off of sending $24 billion.
What can that do for us?
Right. But the thing is, if the United States just put $24 billion in our community, they're not getting that money back. Right? They're not getting that money back, bro. Yeah, they ain't getting that money back. Not like that. Now it'll increase purchasing power and improve a lot of stuff. Right? But the people that run the government, what they want to do, that right there is an investment for them, right? The Ukraine gonna be paying that money back to us. It's gonna, man, the United States gonna make so much money off that. You're gonna giggle when you see that. And what it does over the course of time is it keeps prices and stuff low over here. Like weird stuff. Like what it does is basically fund side projects. BT, what's good, bro?
BT, ain't come with that hat, boy. Come on, boy. Come on.
Yeah.
Hey, Andrew Collins, I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, I researched this. I didn't see this on a channel. I looked it up. I'm telling you that what would make you think a country on this planet will give another country on this planet free money?
Look at us in China. We owe China money, and we got to work it off.
Right,
big time, BT.
A country is not gonna give another country free money. That's not how you keep global markets steady, right? If you take that much money and you put it in another side of the global economy, and you get no return,
you just lost money.
You're
That's a bad
basically
investment.
putting yourself in debt. You're putting the United States in debt to help somebody else. Nah, countries don't do that, bro.
Yeah, man.
Or you know what they do? They'll send them the money, but then they'll have them like open up businesses. Like say, okay, we're gonna give you this money, but we need to have like 20% or 30% of your market. The way later on they can make money if they're not getting the money back immediately. That's the two options.
Right.
Have y'all been watching the news lately? Have y'all been seeing what Africa been doing in Africa? How they been kicking out France, kicking out these westernized nations from taking the resources, their natural resources and everything, because they've been over there trying to bully them dudes over there in Africa. And they said, you know what, bruh, we had enough of this crap, and they kicking them out. And now they want to put sanctions on Africa because they don't want to deal with the agenda. See, that's one of the part of the conspiracy theories. I mean, conspiracy things. You see how in America we have this rainbow thing going on, and I ain't gonna go too far into that.
That's another one I wanted to get to, man. I was hoping that we could keep them separate so we could talk one.
It's all building one. It's all building one.
Make a pot of coffee if you're gonna do that.
Because when you combine them all together, then it'd be hard to follow.
I'll be up on here for about a couple of hours. As long as Freezy's gonna be on here, I'm gonna be on here because I got a lot to say. I do not disagree with Africa, what they doing. Man, get out my country with this. Y'all done took our natural resources. Y'all done came over here and whitewashed. And all right, you came over here and did what you did and whatnot, and now you wanna bully us, and we ain't having it, bruh. So they kicking them out, and now they want to put sanctions and financial grips on them, and this, that, and the third, and they want the westernized countries of America, France, London, whoever, the UK, Germany,
but
whatever.
Bully, when you say
to put them on the broke risk measurement. No, and I agree with them. Get out of here with that.
So when you say they though, who are you talking about?
I said France, the United States, Germany.
So you're talking about the governments of them countries.
Yes. Anything that have resources that they want to take, the natural resources, even China and Russia. But China and Russia ain't with that because you know what? They banned all of that broke risk funniness.
But you know why they don't like Africa, right?
Speak on it.
All right. Well, basically, from what
I can learn, I can learn every day. Learn me something every day.
It's just two quick points. One point is the currency. African people don't believe in paper money. They believe in actual having like gold bars and actually resources and assets.
BT.
Like for example, having their house paid off. Like they would rather have a house paid off than go buy a new one. So for them, it's like about assets and lands to where they can regrow and make wealth off of. Not everybody thinks like that here. For example, if we did that in the States, we grew our own food, nobody would really be going shopping. But that and then the second thing is their idea. They don't allow them to be free. Like they try to change their mentality and they don't agree with it. For example, I have my father and my mother. They don't want that. They want y'all guys to both have your parents working both. Like they're trying to change the way society is. So Africa, for me, the main point is that they're trying to change their currency from gold to paper, so then that way they can control the gold market, even though they got Fort Knox. But that's the real reason why, to me, Africans don't like the whole movement from the West and Europe and everything, because they're like, why would we put money in a resource like paper that constantly is getting printed and it's going to lose its value, as opposed to having assets like land that we can grow food off of and sell that, or have gold to where if something happens, we have an actual currency.
Right. Yeah, no, I feel you. The thing with Africa though is, for one, when you say Africa, it's not really fair because Africa is not a country.
Yeah,
Africa is a continent made up of many countries that have many different social, economic
32 different
standards, and they all have, for the most part, different issues based on natural resources and political stability and things of that sort, right? You know, it's like saying America, but you know what I'm saying, the United States and Canada and Mexico and Brazil, even though they are in the Americas, they're not just one country. Everybody, you know, so they're all different. And then plus two, some of the African countries legit have issues that have plagued their country. The same issue, not just one issue. I'm talking about they have like one. I'm sorry, not many issues. They have one or two issues that plague them. Like, for instance, there are places in Africa that don't have access to clean drinking water.
Yep.
Right. And so that's not a thing that you can have fixed just by saying getting out of an agreement with France or Great Britain or countries that have economic ties to these countries. And then plus two, some of these African countries have entered into agreements for Bully, what's the word when you are a colony, but then you create your own country?
Oh, you talking about
BT? You know what I'm talking about, because some of the African countries were colonies of
talking about you
British
want not defect
and French states.
Yeah, right. You don't want to defect, but you want to create your own
Yeah, like Puerto Rico type.
Statehood. Yeah, you want your own statehood.
Yeah.
You want your own. I know what you. Oh, it's not statehood.
The word escaped me, but anyway, some of the agreements that they entered into 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years ago had them paying their way out of this colonization, and they're still paying today. Like some of the African countries pay France so much money per year that France don't really have to do anything as a country.
Nothing. Yeah,
right.
You absolutely right.
And so until you sever those ties somehow by coming to some type of agreement, then those African countries and things like that can start to go down that path of building the type of country that
you want your own independence. You want your own independence and your own statehood.
But in order, a lot of them entered into these weird deals just to claim independence. They have independent names, they're independent countries, but they pay. I saw Boris Kodjoe. I saw a thing where Boris Kodjoe mentioned that one of the countries that in Africa pays so much money to France every year, just to be a liberated country, that it cripples that African country's economy.
That's not real. So
they can't do anything. And you know what? That's not a United States problem. That's not a British problem. That's a France and that country problem.
Right. That's a France and African problem.
Yeah. The United States
all falls down. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm getting at is some of the social economic issues have nothing to do with the Illuminati or other conspiracy type theories.
No.
All it comes down to is a bad economic arrangement, right? Like France to say, okay, we'll let y'all be an independent country and all that, but you have to pay us this certain percentage every year, and blah blah.
Do you remember?
What was that? Britain? I forgot that country that broke away from Europe and they went bankrupt like mad quick. I think it was.
I don't know.
It was something that broke away
from.
Like,
North Ireland.
No. It was recently, like over the last like 6 or 7 years. I think it's called Bricksmark or something like that. I gotta look it up. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you talking about Denmark? You talking about Copenhagen? You talking about Copenhagen, Amsterdam, Denmark? You talking about Prague and all of that?
They broke off, and they actually went bankrupt doing that. Like,
look at Ukraine. Look at Ukraine with Russia. It's almost the same, to the same capacity, to the same ability and everything. Right. You know what I mean? Do y'all remember back in the day? And Greece. That's right, DSJ. Greece. Yep, you're right. Greece too. They broke off and they fell off. It was not. Instead of running up, they got ran out. And no doubt. But do you remember when I don't know if it was Reagan. I don't know if it was Reagan or Bush. But I remember when China had bought Radio City Music Hall. And they bought Disney for a hot, quick minute.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because of the bombs that we was dropping, it was some type of diplomacy or some type of thing that they created amongst each other. And we was going broke. Inflation was crazy. Uncle Frizzy, if I know you like to look at your phone. I think it was Disney. I think it was a Radio City Music Hall. China had bought some of that stuff, man. They bought a lot of American landmarks and entities, and we had to wind up paying them dues back. So now the aggressiveness right now is coming from China, and I see them. They moving like pit dogs, dog. So when you say conspiracies, you see how everybody. I don't want to keep using Africa. But I don't want to keep using the Caribbean. But they down there. They in Jamaica. They in Barbados. They in Bermuda.
Right.
They in Turks and Caicos. They everywhere trying to get what's naturally ours. But they're taking our history and erasing it and everything with money.
Hey, but money. I feel you. But you know what though? If them countries was able to stand up on their own and do that stuff on their own, other countries wouldn't be able to come. Yo, for instance,
I agree.
when the United States be struggling, do you think the United States be worried about getting taken over by France? No.
Because
people that we get our stuff together. And the thing, and I know people say the United States, another conspiracy theory is the United States has a major part to play with all these small countries not being able to function because the theory allegedly the United States will come in there and disrupt your government, like snipe off your leadership and insert a puppet. You know what I'm saying? A democratic puppet. That way they do deals with the government. They do deals with the United States government that's beneficial to the United States and that person, but not to that country.
Can you ask me one question? I mean, allegedly, right? Allegedly. Can I ask you one question? The Panama Canal. What you feel about that? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a big thing for the United States. Remember, they used to have to go around the whole doggone continent 23 days. And when they built that Panama Canal, the Panamanians gave the United States the control over that. And
the United States bought that strip of land from them.
Right, they bought it. Right,
they bought
we
it.
Wound up giving it back to them in 1999 or 2000.
Right,
and whatnot. Right. You did. Right. We wound up giving them back that canal, but a lot of the leaders and a lot of the drug cartel people from Colombia, which was trying to kill the dudes in Panama. You know what I'm saying? I know the history a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because I like social studies and I do social studies and stuff like that. And, you know, a lot of the dudes that was from Colombia was going up to Panama, killing them because they wanted to get the drugs past Panama to get to the United States, Mexico, into the United States. And then you got that Gabriel's Gap or the Dante's Gap or whatever that is called over there, where them people was coming from South. They was walking from Brazil and all through South America, Venezuela. They go through that gap and they was getting killed, literally getting killed. Right. And the United States ain't have nothing to do with that. Like, man, it's called the Panamanian Highway, Pan Highway. That's what it's called. From down there, you could take that highway all the way up into America. But that one little situation right there, Dante's Gap, or I think it's called Dante's Gap, you can't even get through there. But them people was losing them lives. And America said, nah, son, we ain't doing nothing with that. So the question that I'm actually asking is, you don't think that America was taking them people out?
The question that should be asked is, why couldn't the home countries take care of that stuff themselves? Why the United States got to do it?
Yeah, that's true too.
It wasn't just that. It's like we bought the land, we built a system that now even that after the United States leaves, who's actually educated enough to run it? So it's like you have the Panama Canal. I'm telling, like, they didn't do a transition. They just was like, here, guys, we built this for you. You guys figure it out. That's why in the beginning
they had it for 100 years, though, bro. They had it for 100 years. If you can't learn something in 100 years, you just can't learn it.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I'm saying. Like once everyone left the influence and security, they had lesser people because, like, think about it. You had military there doing security. They have to now ump that up with their own people. They have to ump up more technicians if something goes down because they don't have the assistance from the United States. So a lot of those problems that they were having in that time was because of that. They were like, oh, now we got to go ahead and take over. That's one of the biggest things I don't like about a lot of countries.
Is that a conspiracy theory, though?
I really don't think so. I just think it's bad business and it's mostly politics. Like, for it to be a conspiracy theory, for me, it's like, let's say like the nuclear bombs. Like all the videos that they were showing, some of those is fake. Like they're not even real. Like to me, that's a conspiracy theory. Or like the moon landing. Like let's be real. You know how
far can we talk about that?
So hold on. Let's finish the thing with the Illuminati. See, because we started on the Illuminati and we really even we ain't even furnished no proof or anything about the Illuminati. See, because with the Illuminati is either you chasing ghosts about the Illuminati or you have facts on that they exist. And a lot of times when we talk about the Illuminati, we'll talk about strange hand signals, right?
That's-
Like, yo, I seen Jay-Z putting his hands like this. That's the, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you
Or
mean.
you know what I'm saying? Or yo, you know what I'm saying? That the Illuminati is atheists, you know what I'm saying? You know, or whatever it is.
Or like the whole Mickey Mouse stuff. I know what you mean, like Disney. But you got to understand something, though. There's always been secret societies within America, whether it's been rich or poor. Because honestly, most of them started back in the slavery days to kind of keep the silence of what's going on. Like, I hate to say it, but like Masons, they originally started to help free slaves. There's something different now. Their secret society.
Oh no, it's totally different.
Freemasons
totally
didn't originally start to free slaves, bro.
Yeah, man.
No, that's
totally
what I was told.
Yeah.
Like, no, what I'm talking about is that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. So for me, it's
that's not true though.
That's what I'm saying. Right. So for me, it's like, oh, is that a conspiracy theory? No, I don't know nothing about them. But then it's like, I do know that they're an organization that have their own thing. So for me, it's like all of that is speculation. That's why I'm trying to tell you, like the whole thing with the Illuminati, it might just be a society that we don't understand, and we just jump into conclusion saying that, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. You see what I'm saying?
I think what it is in an information age, people want to know everything about everything, but everything is not meant for public consumption.
Exactly.
Right. That's like when Bully holding hands with his girl walking down the street, and somebody walk up to him and be like, "Hey, what y'all doing together?" Bully gonna be like, "That ain't none of your business." Bully might put his hands on him, right? You know what I'm saying?
There's gonna be some hands
because the thing that go on between those two people is those two people business,
exactly.
Right? And it's just like when y'all
everything
come
is for everybody.
Yeah, and when y'all come home, y'all come in y'all house or whatever, and y'all got y'all mail out the mailbox, and y'all going through y'all mail, and then somebody knock on y'all door and be like, "Yo, I saw you walking in the house with letters." You know what I'm saying? What's on all them letters? You be like, that ain't none of your business. Because the thing is with secret societies is this. Secret societies are secret because they want to do a certain thing away from everybody else. That's their business.
Exactly.
Right? What type of world do we live in where everything you have to be put out here on the internet?
See, that's the problem right there.
That's the issue. The thing with secret societies is anytime one group of people realize that another group of people is keeping a secret away from them, right? That one group of people is like, they gotta be bad. No, they ain't got that. They don't have to be bad. They could be minding their business.
Exactly.
Right? Like the stuff that y'all have in your house, your social security number, your debit card number, your driver's license number, all these type of things that you keep in your house, that's your business. That's not for everybody in your neighborhood to know. That's why some people will say, this is the secret society thing is a conspiracy theory because it's a deflection from other stuff.
Exactly.
Right? Like for instance, another conspiracy theory that I believe is dinosaurs. Like, I don't think dinosaurs ever existed. I don't think. And listen, I'll tell you why. I don't think dinosaurs.
I gotta hear this one right here, man.
I'm gonna get back. I wish Dre was here, man.
I'm gonna get back to the secret society stuff, but I don't believe dinosaurs ever existed because I think aliens exist, right? And so what happens is right. It's what I'm saying. Yeah, what I'm saying is this. Ultimately, when you want to keep the aliens a secret, what you do is the bait and switch. You give them something else to look at, right? So you like, what are people fascinated with outside? People are fascinated with big stuff. If you in New York, from New York, you know what I'm saying? You are fascinated with big stuff. You even call it's the Big Apple. Right?
Yeah, it is.
The buildings are all the way up in the clouds in New York, right? Right? People are fascinated with big stuff. So the thing is so in order to hide the aliens and all of that stuff, right? In order to hide aliens, you like, yeah, it was monsters walking the earth. Well, how tall were they? They were as tall as the Chrysler building. And be like, man, that ain't real. That ain't real.
Yeah.
And then so what you do is you make up this stuff. Like people like talking about the moon landing fake, right? The moon landing fake. Oh, the moon landing is fake. But check out the bones of the dinosaurs in your library. You never question dinosaurs, bro. You never question it, and it's right there up under your nose, right there in your textbook. You know, so when you go to school, science teaches you about dinosaurs, right? But they never teach you about aliens.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead, BT, because I want to ask a question after that. I want to ask a question behind that. Go ahead, BT.
Go ahead.
No.
All right, cool. Because this is my whole thing. Like, well, me and Dre were joking about it, but it's actually, if you think about it, I'm just gonna say this. I feel at some point that they were dinosaurs, but I feel like we were the ones brought here to go ahead and start something new. What
BT,
do I mean
have you ever seen a dinosaur?
Now, let me finish real quick. What I'm about to tell you what happened to the dinosaurs. Here's an example. You ever dropped an egg on a flat surface and it's still intact? I think one of our ships hit Earth and destroyed every single thing on top of it. Just that's where the story of Noah and the beginning of Adam and Eve and all of that. Like everything started from the beginning. So it's like all that dinosaurs, because it's not in the Bible. To me, from what I've read, I may be wrong, but what I'm saying is,
you losing me. You just lost me.
No. What I'm saying is the reason is about the whole thing about the dinosaurs is when we started to come into existence, it doesn't exist anymore. So I see your point, because I don't think we would actually be able to exist with dinosaurs here unless something like that happened. So this whole extinction level event was probably
so you're saying both existed. So we are aliens and we destroyed the dinosaurs in order for us to occupy the Earth.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You know what?
We ended up doing something that destroyed all the dinosaurs that previously were on the Earth. Because if you actually look at ancient times, like a lot of the stuff we've had back in the day, the technology, like for example, Atlantis and all of that, the technology we had back then, how did we make the pyramids? Like we were smart. How did we get all of this? And even now, you look at cell phones and chips. How do you create a cell phone and a chip? Where did that technology come from?
Bro, BT, I'm gonna tell you how. I'm gonna tell you how you do that. I'm gonna tell you how you do that. Humans get smarter.
Facts.
Every day.
Yep. Every day.
Give you an example. When I first met Bully used to come on, and Bully was not a YouTuber. But over time, and in a short time too, it ain't take long.
Oh, wow.
Bully is a dope YouTuber, right? And so what I'm saying is you gotta give. I appreciate you, bro. You gotta give human beings credit for evolution and getting smarter and learning. Learning is something that humans do on a daily basis. So just because you can't replicate it doesn't mean it can't be made, right? Just because we may have the technology and don't know how to use it. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because to say that Earthlings right now, all these nations can't make an exact replica of say the Great Pyramids and all that stuff, that's false. That's false. The thing is, there's no money in it. Why would you waste money and resources to replicate that? So what does it prove?
Can I say one thing real quick? I read. I'm a 5%er. You know what I'm saying? I try to be up level 5%er and read my knowledge and read my mathematics for the day and everything. The true and living God for me walks on the earth. I'm not saying there's a spook in the sky. I'm not gonna say none of that. I'm not gonna deal with that and stuff like that, because I know everybody have opinions, and I don't want to get, I don't want no beef with nobody. I don't want no smoke with nobody. But what I know for how I feel, for me, in my own opinion,
not yet, but it's coming, because I gotta talk about the nation of God's earth and religions and beliefs.
Don't do that, please.
Y'all brought up, but it's a conspiracy theory show, bro. It's a conspiracy theory show. And if we talk about it, there won't be any rights or wrongs.
Right, it's not going to be no rights and wrongs.
Yeah.
But what I will say, just to finish it up and close it out until you bring it up and whatnot, I just know for me, it's nowhere in hell we are the third planet from the sun, and we living in the Milky Way galaxy or whatever. You know, we living in a universe with umpteen billion, 10,000 planets. And then even more. And the end of time is not even in the end of time. You can still catch up with it 24, 5, maybe 40 years. You can still catch the light before you get to the dark. It's no way we're not the only people out this universe in this solar system. You know people have been here. You know people have crashed. I mean, entities, life forms
right.
have crashed on this earth. A meteor, so they say, a comet hit the earth and killed the dinosaurs. And it took about 100 million years for the life to get back on the earth to create life again. There's no way that we the only people out here, man. No way. You don't think them people out there, Jupiter or wherever the planet X or Titan, whatever they want to call it, you don't think they looking at them? I mean, looking at us like, look at these fools right here, man. They acting up, they killing each other.
And what people don't even understand is where our satellites are, they can only zoom in but so much on the actual.
But so much. Thank you, BT.
You can't even see.
Right.
You really can't even see how far we really are because, to be honest with you, satellites are only but a few thousand miles up.
So I got you. So let me do this. So we're gonna stop talking about the Illuminati, then we'll move on to aliens.
Well, we always talking about conspiracy theories.
No, and I'm saying because when you because if you talk about 5%ers, Christians and aliens and Illuminati all in the conversation, you don't really get nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Facts. I agree. Yeah,
so,
let's iron it out. Yeah, let's iron it out. Let's get it right.
So that's what I was saying in the beginning. If we could if we could just progress in a method that everybody listening can follow along, then you know what I'm saying, then we could get closure to certain topics, right? But I'm gonna tell you this though. BT, this is how I'm gonna tell you.
And drop that knowledge, don't be a man. Drop that knowledge, bro.
This is
I'm right with you.
This is how I'm gonna tell you that the Illuminati doesn't exist, bro. BT, you can't get in your car and go somewhere and come back home without somebody talking about it, right? Bully. How many people in your family, in your neighborhood, your friends that you know you can't tell them nothing? Because whatever you tell them, it's gonna be all over the neighborhood news.
Yo,
facts. Yeah,
the block news.
Yeah, that's the black news.
It's like when we watched Juice, right? We watched Juice the other day, right?
Salute the Juice, man.
And Q won an audition for the DJ contest, right?
Yes, he did. He said he local.
Before he got back to the basketball court to talk to Raheem and them, people in the neighborhood had already knew that he won. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even get a chance to tell them because people back in the hood already knew. And and I know people are gonna say, "Yo, Uncle Freezy, that's mad crazy." But I'm telling you, if the Illuminati existed, bro, you telling me you can't even listen. You can't even go out on the town and cheat on your girl, bro. By the time you get back home with your girl, about 5 people done called her and texted her pictures of you out with another chick, right? And people are trying to tell me that the Illuminati is a secret.
Nah, ain't no secret, man.
And man, if y'all don't get out, bro, all I'm saying is I'm just trying to apply common sense here, right? I'm just trying to apply common, bro. You can't even hit the number down at OCK. You hit the number down at OCK, bro. Before you get home, cats trying to borrow money.
Yo, can I get 20
and people
bucks,
that you don't even know knocking on your door like, I'm
a I heard you hit that. I heard you hit that buck, man.
How you know me?
Bro, they trying to borrow money before you even cash your ticket in, bro.
Freeze, you see, you know where I work at, right? You know where I work at and whatnot. By the time you go from one end to the other, by the time you get to the other end, everybody know your business.
Everybody know your business. And we out here talking about the Illuminati is a secret. Man, if they don't get the fuck out of it, bro,
It's you know what it is? It's the fact of knowing something that nobody else knows, and you try to make it seem bigger than it is. I'm not saying they exist or not, because I honestly can't say it. But based off of your point, you're right. But if they do exist, they doing a good ass job of keeping their mouth shut. But it's facts. I can't even text my grandmother to tell her, "Yo, grandma, I'm doing all right in Colombia." The second I do that, I got 15 other people calling me like, "Why you calling grandma? What's up? What's going on?" I'm okay. I'm just letting her know I'm good.
Right. And
you see what I'm saying?
some of them gonna talk shit behind your back.
Exactly.
He calling grandma. He
out
probably
there
trying to borrow
even
money.
Your own family.
Exactly.
Even your own family.
Yeah.
Like, they be like, "Yo,
Bully, that's
you
why
trying to
I'm
set up
saying
a scam?"
That's what I'm saying. The Illuminati does not exist. Bro, if the Illuminati existed, you telling me Wendy Williams wouldn't have found out?
Oh no, don't bring her up, please.
Wendy Williams, Geraldo Rivera. You telling me, bro? These are the nosiest, bro. You can't even. You can't.
You don't remember when Geraldo Rivera got slapped in the face by that wrestler? He slapped the hell out of him, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Bro, all I'm saying is this, bro. I'm not discounting, you know what I'm saying, people trying to put 2 and 2 together. But what I'm telling you, give you an example, bro. Me and Bully just show up in Knicks Fan TV chat, right? We just show up, hey, hello, and just leave, right? Before the end of that show, cats gonna be texting like, "Yo, Uncle Freezy was in Knicks Fan TV chat." Bro, I was just saying hello. You know what I'm saying?
Give him props.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Or no lie, I was one night it was like mad slow, but CKTV was on playing the video game, right? Like playing the game, whatever. And I went in and just waved my hand, like, you know what I'm saying? Big dog, what's good, man? Ain't heard from you in a minute. You know what I'm saying? And before everybody, yo, Uncle Freezy was that. And we out here talking about an entity that would have at least 200,000 people in it. At least 200,000 people in it around the world, right? In different countries existed. And there wouldn't be no proof. Come on, bro.
And it's also about investigative reporter. Everybody wants to write
the investigative report.
Wow. Like, I'm being real. Like, look at sports. They be asking pro athletes, "Yo, what's your diet? What's your exercise? What do you do?" Like they really be asking all kinds of personal stuff. What kind of food do you eat? Do you wake up and put your left sock on first or your right sock?
Right.
Like,
BT, you bringing up a good point. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. I'm gonna piggyback off of that.
Everybody's nosy, like, and especially if you like something, like, let's say if I got a chance to interview Michael Jordan, oh hell yeah, I'm asking a million questions. Why you do my Knicks?
All of them.
You see what I'm saying? But with that being said, like I said, if the Illuminati does exist, they pick the right clients. But it's pretty, for me, 99%, I don't think they exist. Because at some point we would have saw something that could have connected a story to something. And if that's the case, then you guys are blackballing people to the point where they don't exist anymore. I got some serious power. Like, I don't even want to talk about it. Because if you're telling me that the Illuminati exists and someone goes to speak out and the next morning they just erased from the earth, that to me is like, okay, what are we doing?
BT, can I ask you a question? BT and Uncle Freeze. I mean, everybody in the chat, everybody. Do you all right? So when you say conspiracy things, right? And I see that the layoffs that ESPN be making, right? And they leveling up Malika Andrews and all these other people, and it's a lot of women and non-masculine dudes that's up in there. You don't think that's a good conspiracy thing?
No, because I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, I love the 16 years that we had with Mark Jackson and freaking
You think it was time for him to go?
No,
I'm not saying that. Basketball knowledge dude.
I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is the change was gonna come, whether it was today or tomorrow, because they did it for so long that no matter how good the content was, they had to change to give it a new image. So whether it was today or tomorrow, it was gonna happen. So pretty much to tell you the truth, them doing all those changes, and so what if it's women? Cool. I'm not gonna lie. I would love to have a girlfriend that sit down next to me and could talk basketball and be like, "Hey, they need to be running this and that," and I'm like, "Whoa." Like for me, I like that. But I'm just saying, not everybody's like me.
I like that. I like that. Go ahead,
Like
bro.
I want my if I like football, no, being real, if I like football, I want my girl to be sitting next to me like they need to be running a power eye with Barkley, and then they come out of the backfield and cut left. You see what I'm saying? Like I want her to know the game so we could sit down and watch it together. So them breaking that up, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just everybody saying because of this and that. For me, it's really just a business move. They would rather do it now than do it later. Plus, on top of that, look at it. Doc Rivers isn't even a coach. So now they just jumped on an opportunity and said, "Yo, let's do it now because he's available."
Okay.
Right.
Good point. Good point, BC.
Yeah, and yeah, man, and you know what, Bully? The thing at ESPN is not new, right? All they do is recycle the old stuff.
Exactly.
Right. That's all they do. NBC did it. When NBC got rid of all the old school dudes and brought in like Leslie Visser and all of that back in the day, they got rid of all of them. Y'all remember the dude Irv used to be on CBS Today? Irv, the black dude.
Earl Collins. I mean
Irv Cross.
I remember.
Y'all remember them? And remember Jimmy the Greek was on there?
Yeah, Jimmy the Greek. He said that racist stuff.
Yeah, man. And the black woman, the white woman had the black slave come make. Yeah, I remember all that. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So all that is just reshuffling of the deck chairs, and people will get all up in arms.
I'm just saying.
And after a while, bro, they replaced all them old school dudes with Leslie Visser and Jane Kennedy. They replaced those old
I remember that. Yes, I do. Oh,
Jamie
Kennedy was so fine. Oh,
yeah, that's all they do. Because trust me, if Malika Andrews was ugly,
she ugly.
If she was ugly, bro,
I said it. She ugly.
I don't know. I
said everything that light skin. I remember I said everything that light skin don't look good. And you got mad at me, but that was cool.
Oh man, what's the redhead? I keep forgetting her name, but she always was on SportsCenter for mad long. The redhead chick that does the interview. Oh man, I can't believe I can't remember her name. I used to love watching her. She's on SportsCenter. She's the redhead, and she does basketball interviews on the side.
Oh, you talking about Linda Cohen?
No. She's still there.
She's from Long Island too, by the way.
Yeah, she's from LI. Yeah, she's from LI.
Man, I gotta look her up, man. But no, like
the redhead, the redhead.
Nicole
Nichols. I mean,
Rachel Nichols. Rachel Nichols. Look at Rachel Nichols. I honestly, when I first saw her, I was like, she's okay. But then the way she's into the sport and she does everything, to me, that makes her hell of attractive. I mean, I know they got writers and stuff like that, but at some point, the woman has to be attractive. Like, if you look at guys are not gonna run to a store and see an average chick and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and buy this." No, they get the cute girls to stand in the front of the store and flirt with them the way they come in and they buy stuff that they know they don't even really need.
You get them more for hunch points, man. You can get them downtown Brooklyn.
What was the reason why you was asking though? You think that's a conspiracy theory?
No, I don't think it is. I just think it's business.
No, I'm talking about what Bully said.
Oh. Yeah. No. I think I'm gonna answer that question, Freezy, for real. I think it's I don't want to say conspiracy theory. What I want to say is an agenda to because nowadays, if you look at our certain females in where we living at in certain areas, and I'm quite sure. See, I'm not married and whatnot, and you know what, and I respect everybody that are married to beautiful women. But if you're dealing with the everyday female on the street or the everyday woman or lady, they think they're harder than us. So now when you're looking at certain TV, so like you said, BT, you want your shorty to know certain football plays, and she wanna call out plays, or she know basketball skills and this, that, and the third, which is no problem. I have no problem with that. But when you try to take it over the top and don't let your man be the man, and you try to be the man as a female, it look kind of crazy. And I think that's what so like when you listen to today's female rappers, even though I don't even listen to rap like that, today's rap, because it's not for me. I'm a man of a certain age. I hold myself to a high standard, and I don't want to listen to the crap that they're talking about. But at the end of the day, I got nieces, I got nephews, and I got a son. I got, little shorties that's around me, and I need to talk to them about certain things because everything that you hear is not believable. So now when you start looking at certain people looking on the TV and they talking about they record as a, they might have did a crime, this, that, and the third, it might to them be the beginning and the end, the all be all set all. And as a man, you have to sit back and take them kids, and you need to talk to them and let them know what she's talking about is not all right. Yeah, he made a mistake, and everybody in life has a chance to make up for their mistakes and stuff like that. So when you're looking at this lady and certain girls that's be on the channel, and I'm not a woman hater at all. I love beautiful women. I love all y'all and everything. But if you talking down to me as a black man and not giving me the opportunity to get out here and if I made a mistake, give me a second chance, and then boom.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and now you're making a narrative nationally, because you out there on the front line. You on the TV, you on ESPN, you on ABC, you on all Disney, you on all these platforms. And if you diss us as black men and make everybody look at us as black men like we ain't. All right, I'm gonna say we ain't shit, and that's a
You
lie.
talking about like when she was talking about the draft, bringing up everybody's bad
Anything
news
that she said about anything that she said about a black man that got in trouble for doing something crazy. Adoka, a homeboy from Alabama that got the girl shot, killed. Even
Brandon
what's the
Miller.
name that got killed?
Yeah,
Brandon Miller. Even the dude from Orlando, the basketball player that got shot in a dispute. Why would you bring that up? Like, why would you do that? And see, you making this shit every day. You making it an everyday thing, and it's not cool. Because see, as black men, we trying to hold our stuff down. We trying to take care of our family. Yo, I respect
Yeah, but
Uncle Steve.
everybody ain't the
I
same, though,
respect
Bully.
BT. I respect everybody. But why would you do that to us?
I can't co-sign that one, bro. Because everybody ain't doing it.
Look at Stephen A. Smith.
If you like your approach ain't necessarily the approach that these. For instance. All right. For instance,
speak on it.
When you walk through places like East New York, Brooklyn, and Fort Greene, Brooklyn, you see certain things. Are you 100% confident that all those black men in those places have the same approach to life that you do?
No,
right? No. So you are the gold standard, and there are people out there that try to aspire to be where you are as the gold standard, right? But then there's others that don't give a fuck. They don't care nothing about you.
This is facts.
You know what I'm saying? And you
right.
try to set the example every day by not only doing it but modeling it in front of young people so they'll have an example to live by, right? But then there are others that they don't care nothing about bullying. They'll push you down on the ground for $1 bill, bro. They don't care.
Kick my ass, right? Kick my wallet, do everything.
So the thing with Malika Andrews, if it never happened, she would have had nothing to report.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But here's the other part to it too, right? Brandon Miller and all those other guys, when she said that thing, they also have a public platform that they could use and explain that, listen, I did that thing, I was wrong. These are the things that I did to make amends with the people that I hurt. I apologize to everybody that I hurt by making a mistake. And these are the things that I'm doing going forward. But those dudes, they never did that.
Yep.
Right. So it's and in terms of like the conspiracy and all of that stuff that you mentioned, I don't think, because I think what you're asking is Disney trying to make everything they touch gay? Right. I think that's what I gather from what you said.
Go on, speak on it. Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that, but I do think Disney is trying to make include a lot of people that are marginalized into the conversation. I think that's what Disney is trying to do. Now, do they have to shove it down people's throat? No,
I don't like it.
No.
But you could always change the channel.
For the most part, people are resistant to change. That's how we survive, right? We survive by doing a certain thing, the thing that makes us comfortable and thrive. We survive by doing that thing that makes us comfortable and survive. And sometimes it's offensive to somebody else. So get us to change that pattern is a struggle for us.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Let me ask you a question. Big bro.
Let me answer this because you asked another question.
All right, go ahead, bro.
The other thing too,
the
other thing too is the masculinity thing. I don't think it's a black problem. Yeah. I think that's a everybody problem. Right? Because if you on the internet and you see the Asian ladies, how they talking to the Asian men now, they feel 10 times worse than you because they historically come from a more male dominating society. Right? You know how it is. You from our experience with the Asian culture, the man dominate in Asian culture, where in the United States, the black man and his wife share the culture, but at the same time, the man is the king of his castle.
Yep. King of the castle.
Because think about this: how many people with a husband and wife work?
I did. My parents did.
Just about everybody. Just about everybody, right? Mm-hmm. Just about everybody. There's certain places where certain countries where dudes won't let their wife work, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. It's.
I was just gonna say real quick, like I agree with you up because look, don't get me wrong, it's bad news. But one, if they didn't do something, she would have never had nothing to report about. And two, her bringing it to the forefront. Yeah, she's a female, but to me, I respect it because she's allowing them to air out whatever happened. Like you said, they can sit down and actually talk about it and get it off the table, and we don't have nothing to talk about. But the fact that she's the only one doing it, everybody's like, what? It's something new. And plus, it also brings controversy because, look, we're talking about it.
Right.
Like, even now, she's still getting recognition for doing that. So later on, what's going to stop her from doing it again?
I don't care. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory, bro.
No, I don't think it is.
To be honest with you, I don't even care about ESPN enough to give them that much brain cells.
I don't even.
That's why I said change the channel.
I don't care enough about ESPN.
Man, when my boy Scott passed, man, God rest his soul, I used to love him. He's as cool as the other side of the pillow. I used to love that, man. Yeah.
Well, let me hit y'all with another conspiracy theory. So here's one. Do you think one person killed John F. Kennedy on his own?
No.
Did one person person kill Kennedy?
Nope.
John Kennedy.
It was a collective.
No.
Did Jackson know? Yeah.
Y'all gotta explain that one to me.
I'm gonna say something to you right now. There are certain places you cannot go and do something. Like, for example,
hold on. Oh, never mind.
Nah, I was just gonna say you can't go certain places with a weapon without someone allowing you to do it. And you were in Texas. Like, let's be real. You had Secret Service everywhere. You had all these people. Like, I was in the military and I did presidential duty with Presidential Karzai when we were bringing him into office. So for me, I mean, like 7 to 8 miles away, nobody was getting in. And plus, we even had the VP there too. So I've seen our security system. I've seen Secret Service. So for me, I think it was multiple of people. One person did pull the trigger, but it had to have a lot of hands in it because you're not going to get one rifle across on a grassy knoll or whatever you want to say.
BT, I think you thinking like I think you just thinking too much about one thing.
No, I think it's multiple people that had their hands in it. Like,
I think it was two people.
Like, it was a bunch of people.
A bunch of people that okay. How about we expand a conversation like this? When you say multiple people,
Freezy. No. I'm sorry, Freezy. Go ahead. I want you to expand on what you're saying because I think you're making a great point, and so does BT.
Nah, but hold on, you ain't let me finish though.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother.
So I'm asking BT when you say multiple people, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all mean by multiple people?
Okay, I agree, multiple people too.
Okay,
like who though?
I'm gonna explain. There is somebody who brought the rifle from point A to point B. There was somebody who brought him to whichever spot he shot from. There was someone that let him escape, because when you hear a gunshot go off, and it's not just once or two, it's like 2 shots. Wherever that shot's coming from, you swamped the Secret Service and you swamped all of that. So for me, from what I mean, this is me seeing it now. I can't say for back then, because back then times were different. But for me, it had to be multiple people. Somebody called it over the radio, west instead of east. There's different people that were deflecting to let this man get away, or these people to get away. So for me, it was a system of a few small bad apples that were involved. I want to say like 10 people. Like I said, someone bringing in the weapon, someone misdirecting Secret Service, the long drive to get to the hospital. Like, there was so many different factors. Like, example, the reason why I say that is because look at Malcolm X. I mean, not Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. Same way. And for me, when I was a kid, I thought he died from the shot. No, I've actually seen pictures now of him in the hospital after he got shot, waving his hand, like saying he was okay. And then
I think
he died.
Kill him, man.
Yeah, and then he mysteriously died later. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's multiple entities that got involved.
I think y'all are absolutely wrong, bro.
Of course.
No, I think y'all are absolutely wrong, right?
No, I'm gonna respect your opinion, man.
But not because
that man.
I don't think y'all wrong in that, and the way that you
maybe we don't have the proper information or something like that.
No.
It's the explanation.
So first of all, here's the thing. No matter, say for instance, say if it was allegedly the United States government that assassinated Kennedy, right? Even if you send a mule to kill the president of the United States, you cannot let that mule leave the crime scene.
Yes.
So even if this is just me, right? I just want to add some sugar and spice and everything nice to the thing, right? So even if you get a mule like Lee Harvey Oswald, who was a Christmas present to the assassination team, this dude did everything wrong the correct way, right? He hate the government. He went to your enemy country to try to be a citizen. He changed his mind. He came back. He went to Mexico. He did all these things. He was in New Orleans. He did everything. He did all the wrong things the correct way. So it was easy to pin that on him, right? Because you got eyewitnesses all along the way. Like, yeah, he didn't like he was trying to be a Russian. Yeah, but the thing is, even in that, if you mess around and let him kill the president, and he knows that you paid him all that money and gave him all this stuff to pull off the job, how do you risk him getting away and then potentially snitching on everybody?
Or at least taking credit for it, because he's happy that he did it.
Right. What I'm saying is I understand what y'all saying, but again, like the Illuminati conversation, if you had all those people involved with all that stuff, how do none of them people survive and tell their side of the story? Or you don't hear any leaks over time. Right. What I'm saying is I have no doubt that Oswald pulled the trigger, right? But what I'm saying in the conspiracy theory, and y'all follow along, and y'all help me figure this thing out. So JT, John Talento. Yeah, look, Evergreen G is in the chat. So here's my thing.
Evergreen, what up, son? Peace.
Here's my thing, Bully, about the assassination attempt.
Yes, sir.
I think the trip to Dallas was planned for his assassination.
I agree with you.
I think that the call with no top on it was a part of the assassination attempt. Like, nah, you ain't. The people in Dallas love you, Mr. President. That's the reason why he was in a convertible.
Pop this
Right.
top.
And they all can't have the right to bear arms.
And they absolutely popped the top that day. You know
Yeah,
what
he
I'm
popped
saying?
this top, man.
And you know what I'm saying? So I think the
The
conspiracy.
lady tried to put his head back on his skull. I mean, on his brain. His whole head came off his joint.
Right, I know. But what I'm saying, I'm not talking about
I know.
pulling the trigger.
I'm
not talking about pulling the trigger, because we all, that is a fact that happened. Somebody pulled the trigger. Somebody shot that man in the head. Right, that man died. These are facts. We all know these things happen. But what I'm saying is I don't think is like what BT was saying. What I gathered was BT was alluding to that it was a small team. I don't think it was a small team, bro. I think it was the U.S. government had this thing planned. They had to stop this dude because he was going to return the country in the direction that mainstream government didn't want the country to go. They had to get rid of this dude, right? You can't. The country wasn't ready for the Civil Rights Act of 1963, 1965. Yeah, they wasn't ready for that. They weren't ready for all these things that Kennedy had in the pipeline. It wasn't ready for breaking up all these mafias all over the country. The country wasn't ready to, for all these. The country, what y'all don't remember Kennedy stopping us from going to war with Russia?
With Cuba,
Yep.
the country,
They wanted to.
They wanted to go to war with
minutes
Russia
away.
because war.
The Day of Pigs.
Yep, the war is profitable, bro. It's called the war machine. We learned that. We learned it in World War I, right? That if you stay in a war, your economy generates money hand over fist. Because what you do is, instead of mom and pop companies making money, all that money is funneled into big business. Now big business is making all the money hand over fist. You know what I'm saying?
And when the men are out at war, everyone that's left over works in the factories to support that war. So it's a working economy. Everyone's making money.
It's the war machine, bro. And Kennedy didn't want to go to war with the Russians. That and my allegedly, I'm saying allegedly, so YouTube won't, know what I'm saying, take down the channel. But but allegedly,
this is all
these things, like when Kennedy didn't want to go to war with Russia, I think that sealed his fate, right? Because all these things, Kennedy wanted to do things a certain way. Now, for a dude that has as bad moral character as he had, like cheating on his wife in the White House and all this, allegedly, you know what I'm saying? You know, this dude wanted to do some things right by the people. But just like Andrew Collinger mentioned previously, like I think Collinger mentioned it like an hour ago. He and I had a brief thing in the chat that when you're the president of the United States, in theory, you are a puppet. In theory. In theory. Evergreen G is in the building.
Hello.
What's up,
What's
y'all?
good, boss?
What's going on?
Yo, my bad, man. I don't want to keep you up all night with a conspiracy theory conversation, man. You know what I'm saying? This might not be the conversation, because we're about to get deep, bro. We about to get really deep. Like
how long y'all been on? How long?
About an hour and 24 minutes, so 84 minutes.
I can spare 15 minutes while I make some of my world famous tea.
Okay. Because in a little bit, I'm gonna get into religion and the hiding of information from the masses. So so I'm gonna get into a little, and you might not know anything about that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm actually doing research on it now.
I'm joking. I'm joking with Evergreen G about it, because he and I talked about that briefly last week. So, but Bully, I'm not disagreeing with y'all just to be disagreeable. I think it was a grander conspiracy. I don't think it was a small team of people that did it. I think it was the United States government did that with the use of the CIA. Right? I think the government used the CIA to pull it off.
I agree
right?
I agree
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at, because
but it's all right. Not to cut you off, Freeze, and salute Evergreen G and whatnot. What I want to say is this. we as black folks, we've been in a rut and we've been in the mud and we've been down so long. Any false idols or anything of prophecy and strength that comes to us, they take away from us, man.
Can we get that? We can talk about that with religion. Okay,
but that's where I'm going.
Let's stay on topic with let's stay on topic like Uncle said. When we get into religion, I'm gonna break that down for you. Keep that thought.
Because the religion thing is gonna be
the bomb already been dropped. I mean, I can't stop that. I can't stop the ticket from top from blowing up. If I throw the bomb, everybody got to run. I got to put the bomb back. I got to put the pin back in the grenade.
Let's pause. Let's pause on JFK then, and then we'll talk about belief systems.
All right, no, y'all go ahead because I'm about to go deep.
Bully, we can't do both, bro. It make a
I get it. I know. I'm sorry.
Yo, BT, you talk about like 9 different things.
You're right, Freezy. You're right. So I got some stuff to talk, man.
Yeah. So let's pause on the JFK one because we can come back to it because clearly the belief system one is the elephant in the room, right? So what I would like to introduce to everybody is this. The belief system. Okay. That was all right. That was weird. He got zapped, bro. Hey, BT, I'm telling you, BT, you can't be saying nothing about the CIA and think the CIA ain't gonna come get you, bro.
I know, that's what I'm saying, yo. My whole Wi-Fi went down for like a good 2 minutes. I'm like, oh, there you go. They didn't want me to talk. That's why I said stay quiet, man. Don't bring it up yet. I was trying to wait.
All right, BT, you got it.
So let me ask Bully this. Bully.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you this, and I'm gonna ask it in an innocent way, bro. Don't judge me.
Nah, I want you. No. Man, give it to me raw.
It's just a question.
Pause. Give it to me raw. Right? Talk to me like a real man, homeboy.
Yeah. I'm saying it. I'm greater. So here's a question for everybody in the chat. Is there a God? One universal sentient being that controls everything.
I just went to church yesterday, boy. You gonna get me in trouble? Bully, go ahead, man. I'm gonna let y'all rock, and then I'm gonna jump in because if I start, y'all ain't gonna get y'all point on. So go ahead.
I'm gonna send my piece, and I'm gonna leave it as such. And don't judge me, and I don't judge nobody.
Judging, bro. Ain't nobody judging.
Yeah. No, don't judge me and whatnot. But what I think. There is a supreme being. There is a greater somebody over us. There is somebody that's looking over us. There is somebody that love us. He ain't no Ofe. Okay. I read my 5% book. I read my Islam book. I believe in Islam and I believe in mathematics. I totally believe in mathematics because you know why? Mathematics for me, and I'm just going to explain this real quick, and then I'm going to tell you, I believe in mathematics because it gives me the ability to be free with my free thinking. I don't have to always go to the 19 versions of the Bible, King James, this new edition, this edition, that edition, and you got to read this, you got to read that. With mathematics and with the Quran, it's never been changed. It's always been the same. And our original people has been from Africa, Egypt, and everything over there, Palestine, everything. And the folks that been taking our culture has been people that came from the Caucasus Mountains, and they took our identity, our swag, and everything, and we sitting here looking crazy. So when I read my mathematics and when I read my lessons and I go through my mathematics of the day, it gives me strength and stuff like that. So now when you say if there's a God, there's a supreme being. Yes, there is somebody. The Most High is definitely over us. Do I believe that we are gods walking on earth? I believe that. I believe we are gods working on earth. As long as we get our mind right and get set and read and love our women and love our children and do the right thing and do the proper perspective in
I'll
life,
be right back, y'all.
everything is good.
Okay.
BT, on you, homeboy.
I mean, I can say a lot, but I'm just gonna say I believe that
I
there's
want
a
you to say
higher
what I
being.
want you to say what you believe, homeboy.
Because if I break down the Bible, we'll be here for like
Break
a
it
good
down.
10 minutes.
We here.
Okay,
We
okay,
here. We
okay, okay,
here. We here. This is what the show
okay.
is for. We
All
here.
right, my mother and my grandmother are gonna kill me. All right, I'm gonna say this. I believe that there's a higher being to us to where we need to appreciate other than ourselves. The
I
higher
agree.
being is what we as people we were gifted like. We are also gifted with a higher cause. Now,
I
with that
agree.
being said, that's all in each one's own likeness. Like for example, right now you're by
Hmm.
yourself. That person that's sitting next to you is the higher being that you serve. We all come into this world with two types of people. Now a lot of people call them God, a lot of people call it Messiah, a lot of people call it different names. But to me, there is a higher being that is watching and monitoring us. Not
Hmm.
saying like, oh, they're making sure we're okay and everything. No, they just did just to help us because how do we have little voices in our head to tell us something's wrong when we don't even know what is right?
I agree.
There's
I
certain
agree.
things, there's certain
Good point.
times that we like. For me, I've been in a fighting hole where I was looking like I ain't gonna make it, and then just as I say that, everything stops, and I'm like, yo, what just happened? We were just in a fight for like 20 minutes. So I
Hmm.
do believe that there is a higher cause. Now, as far as the Bible, I'm gonna say that for later, but I do believe that there's a higher cause, and then I'll break down into it more why I think that. But go ahead,
I
Evergreen.
would bring good point. Yo, good point.
Did I
Good
miss
point,
Evergreen?
BT.
Evergreen, did you say something,
Nah,
man?
he's going right now.
All right.
Okay, okay,
Evergreen,
okay.
Evergreen, go ahead, boy.
So if you don't consider language when it comes to dealing with these books or these manuscripts, etc., etc.,
Yeah,
uh,
story.
the, the 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 stuff gets confusing, and then people start separating themselves. So I'll give you an example. What language did Jesus speak? We talk about Jesus, the Most High Son, Yahashua, etc. What
Yeah,
language
yeah,
did
sure.
he speak in his day?
I don't
We
know.
talk we
I thought it
talk
was
Hebrew.
Hebrew, but go ahead.
No,
Hebrew.
it was
Nah, African.
Hebrew. Even when
African Hebrew, the original Israelites. Yes.
people walked the earth,
Say that
Hebrew,
again, Evergreen.
it was Aramaic.
That's what I thought.
Aramaic, okay.
That's what I thought.
Even when Yahashua walked the earth, according to the story, Aramaic was the language. Hebrew was already ancient. What they
Mm-hmm.
were Hebrew then. Hebrew was already ancient, right? So the question you got to ask
Thank
yourself:
you.
what is the Aramaic word for God? The Aramaic word for God is Elah,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
similar to the Arabic word for God, Allah.
Allah.
So
Right.
when you consider language and transliteration from language group to language group, you come to find that there were many prophets of many days that came about to save their people from their people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Same exact
Mm-hmm.
story with Muhammad, same
Mm-hmm.
Moses.
story with Jesus, same exact
That's right.
story with Confucius, same exact story with
Mm-hmm.
Buddha, just different
Mm-hmm.
keys and different perspectives of essentially the
Facts,
same,
bro.
right? So all throughout humanity, people have been telling the same exact story. Whether
Yep.
you go and deal with Ptah, whether you want to go and deal with the Egyptians, whether you want to
King
go
James Version. Yep.
right
Hmm.
now, you got to consider that language first. When you consider that language, you find that there's legitimacy in all of the stories.
Mm-hmm.
For you to not, it's up for you to realize that you are subject to where you were born, which determine the stories that you take as truth.
Right.
Because motherfuckers in, excuse my language, but people in Hindustan or India, they're not really that deep on what we would call
Hmm.
People in
Drop that jewel.
China.
on the
Yeah.
story of Jesus,
Yeah.
right?
He
But when
right. He right.
back out west, you start hearing more about this idea of Christianity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then there became wars over who was right.
Yes.
It's like two little boys are, I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah.
Right.
That's the argument. So when you learn to figure out the language and the transliteration of things, you start to learn that there's no reason to be fighting over whether I'm a Buddhist, a Muslim, right, a Christian, a Catholic. They're all the same stories. Now, don't get me wrong. There is a time in history from like we'll say like the 1200s up until now where there's a really, really corrupt story going on and some people that are claiming to be something that they're not. But that's another conversation.
I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I wanted to get into
Yeah.
that.
Drop that
Go
knowledge,
ahead.
man.
You
No,
start it off,
man. Don't
Pepper.
stop there. Don't stop there. Government keep
listen.
dropping the jewels.
I gotta finish.
But he gonna step on toes though.
I gotta finish this tea. I'm boiling.
Listen, that's what we here
he trying
for.
to change the subject. He gonna step on some toes, bro.
Oh man.
Because I think I believe I know the story, and so I think he gonna step on some toes.
Well, did somebody drop some knowledge on it? Because I think I got a little arrogance to it towards.
All right, Boulevard. Let me bring this up. Then you talk
Okay.
about slavery, right? You brought
No.
up slavery.
Speak on it.
No.
Say it again, BT.
Okay.
No, he
Okay,
didn't
because
say
I was going to
slavery.
say nothing. I was okay. Cool. I'm just
No,
gonna leave
it's
that
no,
alone.
it's
Huh? I didn't hear you, bro.
Now go ahead. I'll tell you in a bit. I just want to hear what Unc
no.
had
Go
to say.
ahead, boss.
Nah, I was gonna say like you brought up like how they hold black people down and stuff like that. Like I was talking about that. I was like, I found out here. I'm not gonna say I knew all along, but in reading some books out here and understanding the story out here, that comes from Cain and Abel in the Bible.
Yes,
When
I agree.
the first murder was, he killed his brother and then he got sent to Africa and we were
son.
more
Who was the first murderer?
when Cain.
Who was
I
the
think
first?
it was Cain
Who was the
killed
first
Abel
murderer?
when he killed his brother.
No.
That was the first thing I'm trying to explain to you from what I understood out here.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not trying to go at you or nothing like that. No negative, nothing like that. The first murderer was God Himself. All right, so let me drop the knowledge. God Himself was the first murderer. Y'all don't believe me or not? When He set that water out there and told Moses and told Homeboy to get that shit together and take two of everything because I'm about to tear this shit up. What do you say?
But yeah, I thought Cain killed Abel, but was before that though.
God was the first murderer.
No, okay.
And
way before on.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, that's
right.
what I'm trying to say. Like I'm trying to tell you. Like, so when that happened, everyone got descended to, let's say, what is now known as Africa. And what happened is all his descendants were marked as black. So that's how you could tell a difference of who was. I'm telling you what I hear. I'm not. This is conspiracy theory. Don't jump with me, Unc. I'm just telling you.
Now y'all leaving out a lot of stuff, bro, and it's a lot of generation and years.
Oh no, it's a whole
I'm
bunch
trying
in
to keep it as plain, as simple as possible. That's what I'm trying to tell them.
Yeah.
From what I got out here. So from there, what ends up happening is a lot of people didn't like dark-skinned people because they think that we are descendants of Cain, who killed his brother. After that happened, you have Ethiopians like the story of Moses. I'm going to say that.
But yeah, God didn't put a curse on Cain.
I know. I'm just saying that.
No. Wait. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
He didn't put a curse on Cain to turn Cain darker. That's not accurate. That happened to one of Cain's descendants.
Yes, and I'm trying to tell you like what they believe though, because from what I read, you're right. I didn't mean to cut you off, but the reason is that that's why we get those problems with everybody, because they think that that's what we are. So what ended up happening is Ethiopians became slaves, and Moses was like, "Let my people go." He was freeing his own people against slavery. And even back then, he tried to do everything right. But the problem was in that story, nobody realized that through everything that Moses did for his people, they still didn't learn their lesson. Because when he was able to feed everybody in the desert, they didn't understand that he was following a God. When he parted the sea and everybody collapsed and died, what happened when he went up to the mountain to pray to God? He came back down, and so everybody started making false gods. So it was like there's history in
No,
that.
and then he didn't come down and they started making false
I
gods.
mean, the burning bush.
They started making false gods while Moses was away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. And he came back and he got upset. That's what I'm trying to say. So I
Okay.
apologize. I'm trying to rush it. But in that aspect, it's like it shows you that dark-skinned people have a tendency to be very difficult even against one another. And a lot of people don't even realize that slavery later on years was run through with the Spains, and Jewish people actually were the ones that branded us, gave us our locks, they would give us our whips and everything. So from that, Spain was the ones profiting the most because they were bringing the slaves here to Colombia and shipping them up through the Panama Canal, and a lot of them would escape from Jamaica. So basically, most of the stuff that we learned about the bad lashing of slavery came from the Jewish people, and the people who sold and profited us were the Spaniards, because they had an inferior complex. So with that being said, that their religion, their beliefs were stronger than yours. As long as you believed in God, if you wasn't a woman, if you believed in God in the church, and you had like a religious standing, Jewish people been around the longest, so they got a pass. So as long as you believed in God, you were good. So it was very hard for you to be a black person and stand up and actually do something on your own, because another thing what made them not like you was the fact that we would use herbals. Like, for example, we would use vitamins, we would use different type of herbs and stuff. They didn't like that because they said that it was magic used against the church. I'm just telling you what I've read out here. So for the long story short, a lot of the stuff that's been going on is people think that, oh, slavery comes from the white man. No, it doesn't. We actually turned on our own. And in history, we haven't even really, if you really look at the history, especially in the Bible, you will see that there's a lot of things that, a lot of things that we do naturally that puts us on a list of being ridiculed, and we just fall in line. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep it short because I don't want to. You know me. I speak for 2 hours and nobody get a chance to talk.
Yeah, but
Evergreen G over there making Evergreen G. You over there making tea, and we over here making chocolate milk.
I see Domino bag of sugar and everything, man.
But a lot of people need to realize that slavery wasn't just black people. I mean, white people. It was black people selling other black people so they won't get oppressed themselves. Because they get talked about, they would come in. All they needed was two people to say that you were speaking against the church. They would come in, kill your entire family, and put you into slavery. So it wasn't just blacks, Jewish, and Spanish. Like, everybody was just making profit off of that. Sorry.
No doubt. Yo, BT, man, good point, man.
Like I said, we can talk later in depth, but I don't want to take up the show.
You spoke that, but this is what the show is about, man. So each one teach one, man. We all got to teach each other, man. I mean, everybody don't know everything, man.
And here's a funny thing.
If you out there, Dre, thank you for Dre. My man Dre put me onto this right here. The bitters, good health, good health, and everything.
Yeah, man.
It cleans out your diabetes and whatever you got going on. Right. Recipes, Dr. Sebi. This is part of Dr. Sebi plan right here. Y'all better get up on it. And he right. He absolutely right. He talking nothing but the knowledge, truth, and everything. And I mean, we all have our different religions, and we all believe in certain secular religions. I believe in 5% Nation and stuff like that, because it gives me the ability, and I can afford to have me being a free thinking mind person and stuff like that. And I appreciate y'all, and I love y'all. I love Uncle Freeze. I love you, BT. And when I love my man Corey Lee, I love DSJ. I mean, whoever, man. As long as you on my side, I mean, each one teach one.
Yeah, man.
It doesn't make a difference and whatnot. But at the end of the day, we are the most intelligent, the most vibrant people on the earth. Once we love each other, we love each other. And then it's certain things in place. Now, this is where my conspiracy comes in at. You see our hip hop? You see our hip hop music? When you first started listening to hip hop, BT, when you first started listening to Freezy, Evergreen, to hip hop, our hip hop was positive. It was positive. Even if we was talking on the gangster stuff, it had a moral to the story at the end of the doggone song. But now you look into the songs and you listen, there's no R&B, there's no neo soul, there's no jazz, there's no CD 101.9. It's not even good rock and roll no more. There ain't even no good reggae music no more.
Right.
Everything is Afro beats and whatever drill music, and they're not even signing rappers no more.
But Bully, you
It
gotta
was
understand.
designed. It was designed to kill our culture, bruh. That's the conspiracy.
But Bully, you gotta understand too. When hip hop first came out, it was hated on just as much as this new stuff is hated on now. It's a changing
I
of the
know, but
time.
when it took over the world, it took over the world at a certain point, right, my brother? It
But
took
it's
over the
okay.
world.
You say that, but then it's like I'm gonna tell you why I think it's okay. This is what I think about a lot of things, and
So
people
hip
need to
hop
open
wasn't
up.
really hated when it first came out.
That's
It
the
was
No,
thing.
it was love. It
it's
was
definitely
beloved.
it's definitely
It was
It was
misunderstood.
misunderstood. Yeah,
misunderstood.
Yeah, like nobody really knew what it was because it was
We
new.
did, because we
Yeah,
yeah.
from here.
But that's what I'm saying about
yeah,
drill music and all this new
and
music. We don't understand it because we older.
okay. Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to say.
well, what I was
Mm-hmm.
getting at
Mm-hmm.
is
I'm listening.
the thing with hip hop is for those that grew up in that era, we used to have instruments in school. We used to have this
Yes,
class called
Freezy,
music,
say it, bro.
right? And where you can go in a room. It used to be a big room that have a piano in it, drums in it,
Horns,
horns in it,
drums,
guitars in it,
guitar, bass
and
line guitar.
and it
Oh
used to
man,
be on the same hallway. It used to be on the same hallway that also had a big room that was called art, right?
right,
It wasn't
right.
all that
In the
it wasn't all that
auditorium.
deep or complicated to understand. It was art. You go in there, you learn art, you experiment with certain stuff, and it was a way for you to vent your self-expression. The same thing with music. And right. And so the thing about I see, and I didn't because the thing is the question was, is there a God or not? And we talking about
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
hip
My
hop.
bad. Yeah,
You know what I'm
see,
saying? That's why
see.
I was trying to
There is
I
a
was
God. There is a God. There is a
yeah,
God.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is I believe there is absolutely a grand architect of the universe. There is a God,
Yes, right. That's right.
right? There is a
And he
God,
looked like us. And he looked like us.
right? And
I'm gonna say it. He looked like us.
because the thing about it is with God is perfect, right? Because all and this is how you know
I agree.
that God is not a design by man, but man is a design by God,
Oh God. Yeah.
right?
Go ahead, Freeze. Drop that knowledge.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You might wake up in the morning with a sore throat and blowing your nose, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I believe. Like you might wake up with a flat tire on your car. If you're a man and you think that you are bigger than the universe and you go outside, bro, I know men right now that will lose their car keys, but they feel like they bigger than God. How you bigger than God? You can't even find your car keys.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's stuff now. I'm not knocking other people's belief system. I'm just saying it from my belief system. And for those that are intellectually inclined to want to talk to me about that, I'm with it, right? But the thing is with me is when we get
My
to a
fault. My
point
fault.
where we think that there may not be a God, then I challenge you to correct everything in the universe and do it right now. Don't talk me to death.
Mm-hmm.
Don't talk me to death. If you don't believe in God, then you correct everything in the universe right now. Don't talk me to death. Don't point at no book. This is Dr. Such and Such said no. I'm telling you because you told me that there is no God. So I'm telling you, if there is no God, then you correct everything right now. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so the pushback to that is always, well, if there was a God, how come the bad things happen in the world all the
Because
time?
we gotta learn from it.
Yeah, how come bad things happen? Because life in anything is going to be balanced. There's going to be balance in everything. It's got to be balance in the universe. That's why there is no third species of human, It's man and woman. It's balanced. One side, and then there's the other side. Right? And a child is not a child is also on one side or the other side, right?
It's just
So your man want the link. He want the link.
It's oh, okay. Let me put the. I got you.
Yeah, you want the link. You want the link.
Okay.
Yeah, we beautiful voices is well needed, man. Everybody step in and step on.
Yeah,
man,
the thing is the way that we have to operate, or the way I feel like we should operate, is this. If you believe in grand design and believe in communal relationships, of course you believe in a God. But if you don't, if you believe in this, I am the center of the universe and I control everything, how come your life is a mess?
But you know what? Uncle Freezy, you know what I do want to address that one part right there, what you just said right there.
Right.
You can't man, you just made a great point. You just made a great point. I want to say believe in the Most High. We all believe in the Most High. We all know there's something greater than us. We all
don't. There are some that don't.
All right, no, but okay. So let me take that back then a little bit. Let me fall back.
Like I believe in the Most High.
Right. But what you were saying about being on the earth. Ooh, excuse me. Being on the earth and walking around and creating your own paradise. Creating your own paradise. Not to say that you're a God by doing that. Creating your own paradise, but to have the stability and have the confidence to say, you know what, I can get out here and make X amount of money. Because see, I feel about this stuff about myself and whatnot. As long as I know I'm working and I'm doing what it is that I need to do and provide for my family and take care of everything, I'm not saying I definitely don't want to be God. But am I a God? I feel like I'm a God because I see my smiles from my people that enjoy me and love me and know Uncle Boulevard or Uncle, Uncle Big Brother, my son, my son, he gonna hold it down for this family. So it doesn't make me feel like a God. I'm not saying I know I'm not up there majestically as a God, but I know amongst my family, they respect me. And my friends and their family, they respect me. Does it make me feel like a God? A little bit. Do I get a little high off of it? A little bit. I ain't gonna lie, because I know I'm doing it. I'm honing this down and whatnot. So yeah, respect to the Most High always and forever. There's nobody greater than Him and stuff like that. But if I'm doing what I got to do as a man on this earth, walking on this ground, yeah, I ain't gonna front. It made me feel like a little God, a little something. And that's not to be saying I'm feeling myself or I'm just confident, and I don't want to be like cocky because I'm not cocky, but it gives me confidence to do better for everybody else that comes along around me because I want to see everybody do better. So I'm gonna say it like that, bruh, and I'm gonna smile.
Okay.
Word, man. It made me feel good, man. It made me feel good because we lost a lot of people, pandemic wise and everything. And so when you build yourself up and you build your family up, because everybody been on some weak, low vibe, it's time to build ourselves up and whatnot. And I'm all for it. I don't care what I got to do to make my people smile. I don't care.
Right.
If I gotta go out and blaze the glory, I'm gonna do it.
Right.
That's my take, bro. I'm sorry.
Nah, man, it's all good. Oh, BT, I thought you was.
Nah, I'm like I said, I'm trying not to dominate, but I feel that there's a God.
Come on, bro, speak your piece.
Nah, like I already said, I feel that there's a higher being because there've been times in my life where I thought I had everything correct and I was doing everything right, and the next second. I lost my job. I lost everything, all of that.
Happens,
and I was homeless. And then
the first one.
I made a prayer, and I'm dead serious. Like 2 days later, everything started going right back, and I was stressing over nothing. So there has to be some balance.
You ain't gonna be the last one.
I just honestly think that God is the scale. Like he's in the center, and then you got a man and a woman who's trying to balance and control. I think it is, because how do we come into this earth? Just like there's so many questions that we don't even have that answers to. But we're supposed to be the most intelligent life force. There has to be something creating a balance here. We may not be able to see it, but like I said earlier, I feel that the little voice in our head, whether it's telling us to do right or wrong, is that higher being. Because how is it that sometimes you could be going through something in your life and it'd be like, yo, everything's gonna be all right, and it's somebody that you knew past. Like for me, my grandmother used to talk to me. I stressed, she popped up and be like, it's all right, baby, and I'd be like, no, it's not, it's hard. She would look at me and be like, I said pray on it. And it's been well over 20 years since I last spoken to her, but her head is she's still in my head. So for me, there is a God and there's a higher being. Now, what we call him or her, that's up to what y'all want to say. But I do believe in that, and I do believe that we are made in the image of that being. The problem is we all have a point to where we think we are superior than others. Like I know people who go to church and won't even give a sandwich to the homeless guy on the street, but they help their friend who constantly is going around doing dirt. So like it's
all the time.
Yeah, we're all different versions of the higher being, and we're all being tested. That's what I think.
Good point, BT.
So is religion a conspiracy theory? Is religion
his story? That's what it is.
His story.
Now you have so many different versions of the Bible. You really can't tell which one is fact or truth.
His story.
You got King James Version. You got like 30 different Bibles. You got the Quran. You got the different languages, different context.
Well, the Quran never been corrected. The Quran never been corrected. Now, King James Version 1, 2, and 3, the First Testament, the Old Testament, the New Testament. Yo, you got like 27 Bibles out there, but the Quran I'm sorry, bro.
No, what I was gonna say, like I even agree with Evergreen. When you translate some of the Bibles or some of the earlier scriptures, some of it ain't even translated correctly. Like for example, they say Virgin Mary when they meant young lady. There's a different type of things that actually happen in translation that most people don't even know about if they actually study, because words have changed. Hell, even certain things that we do now have changed over time. So for example, what we thought back 20 years ago was cool may be different now. But yes, I do believe that it's his story, but it's told in like 30 or 40 different versions. And it's meant for everyone to find one version so they can understand at least that he exists. Not all the stories are accurate, but it's supposed to prove to you that there is certain things in life that you can't explain.
But now,
religion, I don't believe in the church. I believe in the stories and I believe that it exists. I don't believe in the church because the church is run by people and people have flaws. People will always take advantage to better themselves rather than better others. That's why we're in this problem. So for me, religion is, I've seen preachers who supposed to be in the best regards cheating on their wives, going to the bar, drinking with their even pastors, even with their little collar on in the bar, drinking at a titty bar. And I'm like, what are you doing here? You see what I'm saying? And they're only human. So for me, the religion idea of it, where we got to follow the church and it's, nah. I believe in God. I do my own scripture and I try to do right by what I interpret. But when you talk about religion, I stepped aside. Because like I said, my friend invited me to church. She invited me to church yesterday, and I went just because it was like her and her family event. I haven't been to church in over 10 years because I don't believe in the people. I believe in God himself. Because when you start believing in people, you're bound to fall. Because there's people here. I've had people who come up to me and be like, oh, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. Okay. 2-3 days later, you can't even pick up your phone. But then the second I get into some money or the second I'm back on my feet, yo, let me borrow $20. Or people and I'm like, if I'm only gonna give you money to help you this one time and you go away, how am I gonna help you for life?
But BT, let me drop this knowledge real quick. Now you just said, and I don't dispute nothing that you say, bro. because you're absolutely right. Everything that you say is on 10 on 10. 10 toe down. We as a people get to pick and choose. All right, a perfect example, Freezy. Freezy, Corey Lee, DSJ, you, J Bug, L, WWL, Harwell, good people, man. We get to choose who are the people that we gonna mess with, who we gonna fuck. I'm sorry, bro. I don't want to cuss on the channel. Who we mess with, who we deal with, and stuff like that. And we get to choose to pick sometimes our family members, and we get to choose and pick who we worship as a god and stuff like that. I'm gonna tell you right now, right off the muscle, I can remember going to church as a shorty, and I knew my pastor was a playboy. So you know why? He got 2 of them girls pregnant. What? Tell me something. You telling me the pastor? No, he was the deacon. He wasn't the pastor. He was the deacon. I don't want to lie on that man. He was the deacon. You got 2 females in there pregnant. And still trying to preach the word? How can you trust that? You doing things behind the scene. Hold on, Brian, finish. You doing things. You doing things behind the scene. You doing things in the church, and I ain't gonna name the church because I ain't gonna embarrass my grandma like that, and I ain't gonna embarrass the church and whatnot. That's why I went the other way. It was stuff like that. You a deacon, and you out here you humping in the church, and you had a fine wife. It was not. If he looking at the show right now, I don't care. Well, now I told him to his face. You corn. You're a cornball for it. So yeah, that's where the conspiracy theories come in at sometimes. Yeah, because the older dudes that you look up to, and you think they men, and you think they up there trying to help you out as a man. They treat you as a man, but they teach you a different thing. You got these 2 girls pregnant.
Yeah, that's
really.
I
said it, bro. You got these 2 females pregnant, and you want to deacon me? You want to give me blessings from the God up above? You want to put your hands on my head and give me blessings? Man, get off of me, kid. Not happening, Captain. Nah, get the left and the right.
Right.
I ain't gonna say it like that, but
that's what I was gonna also say. Another thing I don't like with the church, it's like I see people who do the same exact sins over and over again. It's like there's no accountability, so that it actually puts doubt into if there is a God.
You know what I can say to both of y'all?
We wrong.
What I can say to both of y'all is this: looking at somebody else and counting all of their imperfections means that both of y'all are perfect.
No, I didn't say
no. You can't judge anybody unless you got the blueprint, bro.
No,
you can't. You can't judge. You don't know what's wrong. What wrong is unless you're absolutely right 100% of the time.
Okay, so let me ask you this scenario.
Right, because if I'm wrong and then you are not perfect, that means that you have made mistakes also.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
If I'm wrong in that assumption, that means you are not perfect and that you made mistakes also.
Yes.
Right. And so for those that and not to get too preachy, because this is supposed to be a conspiracy theory show. Right.
Mm-hmm. But that's my
thing is if we're counting, if we got a sin scoreboard up for everybody else and counting their sins, what about the sins on your scoreboard?
Mm-hmm.
See, because the sins on your scoreboard is the ones that you can control. The sins on somebody else's scoreboard, you can't control that.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And I understand like we feel like wrong is wrong and wrong is wrong, right? But you know what I'm saying? If you are perfect, then I challenge you to find everybody that is not perfect and make sure that they're right.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are not perfect, then I would challenge you to correct yourself first.
Facts. But my thing is I simply don't, like I said, I don't trust the church because it's humans. I have flaws, they have flaws.
So what's the church conspiracy theory part of it? Is it just the church is just full of imperfect people?
No,
that's
no,
not a
it's not that it's
conspiracy theory. Because that's not just the church. That's gonna be at school. That's
exactly.
gonna be at work.
No,
that's gonna be
no,
on
no.
the subway and your restaurant.
You're right. You're
That's
right. Because
gonna be
nobody's
everywhere.
perfect in this world. But what I'm saying is for me is I felt like when I was growing up, there's no accountability. For example, you as a kid, if you were to steal something, you would go to jail.
But BT, you saying, okay, but that's not a conspiracy theory, bro. All you saying is that people make mistakes.
No, what I was trying to say was that for me,
that people make mistakes. You just said that.
Okay. But I was trying to make a point.
You said when you were growing up, people was making mistakes, basically.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. That's what you said. That's what you're saying. So if that's the case, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's life.
But what I was saying was the conspiracy that I have is the fact that people can keep doing the same thing and expecting that they're gonna be forgiven. That's what I also said. I said, like, for example, I don't agree with what they were doing, but I know that was wrong. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, they're bad, they're this, and I'm perfect. No, you're right about that. But what I am gonna say is this. There's an instance, like, for example, what Bully just said. He got 2 women pregnant and he's married. For me, I would have never did that.
No, not me,
but that's me.
That.
But I know
I'm
I
talking
would
about
do something.
I'm talking about the preacher. I mean,
I know that's what I'm saying,
the
like the
deacon.
preacher. But what I'm saying is that to me is like,
but Bully didn't tell the whole story on that either.
Okay, but what I'm saying is
because it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was the deacon.
I know.
I'm talking about the story. The Bully didn't tell the entire story, right? Because the 2 women that had sex with that guy
are also responsible
from that church. Knew who he was.
Exactly.
So instead of just pointing to him, they point out everybody that's involved.
Exactly. And to me, I don't agree with that.
And
go ahead.
You remember how Jalen you remember how Jalen Rose got in trouble and Stephen A. Smith got in trouble with talking about Udoka with the having an affair with the girl in Boston, and they know Udoka name is out there, but what about the shorty? What about the lady?
The general manager wife.
Right,
that's what it was. The general manager wife.
So, and I agree with you. But what I was trying to simply say
is I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. I'm But what I'm saying is, as a collective, when you dealing with type of stuff like this, if you put your full energy to anything, to a person or to a religion, I don't want to say a cult because I don't like dealing with no thing called a cult. But if you putting your energy and you spending your money and you doing this, that, and the third, you believe in it. And then when you get disappointed in it, what happens?
You lose faith.
All the truth comes out. Right. You lose faith.
That's the conspiracy theory.
You lose faith.
You lose faith.
Right.
Like you're gonna sit here and say that's okay. They can keep. You see, I know that everybody that was involved is wrong. But the thing is the idea is that you can keep going on down that path and everything's gonna be all right. No, there's no responsibility. That's the conspiracy theory I have. Because in life, if you were to steal from someone and you get caught, you're going to jail. You may get away with it once or twice, but eventually it's going to catch up to you. To me, in the church growing up, the conspiracy is God is going to go ahead and judge you at the end. But for me, that's a conspiracy, G. Because it's like he should be judging you now.
Okay, so let me ask you.
Praying about it. Me?
Excuse me.
Let me ask you 2 big bros a question. All right, so I'm gonna tell my truth, but I want to ask you a question. Growing up in the Christianity church, Christianity, Baptist, growing up in the Baptist church and stuff like that, and then were you not feeling what if you're not feeling what they're teaching you in this Christianity Baptist church, and then you figure out another, I'm not saying a religion or a free thinking mind, because if you look at 5% in a 5% nation, I'm not saying it's really not a religion. It's a thought pattern. It's a thought. You incorporate mathematics, which is infinity, and you incorporate Islam, which is almost mathematics as well and stuff. And you leave the foundation where you grew up from, Christianity, baptism, or whatever, or Baptist, and you move on to a different mind, secular thinking. When your people look at you and say, "Yo, you're a better person because you did this," that you're not a messed up person. Like you actually building. You actually building and doing great things, and you moving on, and you prospering. Is that a disrespect towards the religion? Because I see like old elders, our elders get mad at, depending on how they was raised, especially from the deep south and whatnot. Like I said, my people from South Carolina, Alabama, and Georgia, and whatnot, in Florida and whatnot. So when I say I'm a 5%er, I got a little pushback, but they love me. So is that something crazy? And I don't know if y'all know about 5%.
Yeah, I don't get the conspiracy theory part.
All right, what
but
I'm
like,
saying
because we've been talking about this, but there is no conspiracy theory in this.
No,
churches are real.
Build that in there.
Human beings are real. Human beings go to churches. We know those are
Khalid Muhammad, and Clemens X 13 and stuff like that, and certain entities of the Black Panthers and stuff. All right, I want to word this right because I don't want to get nobody upset. When we started saying, man, we ain't dealing with that doggone Christianity, we ain't dealing with the old faith God, because remember, they used to have God, which was white, and they had JFK, and they had Martin Luther King, and they had Robert F. Kennedy, and then whatnot. They used to put them all up on that little thing back there with the clock, and they had the picture and all that stuff like that, because both of them got popped in the top and stuff like. All of them got assassinated. Even God got assassinated. Jesus got assassinated and stuff like that. And Malcolm X, the iconic Malcolm X poster at the window holding it down. Our folks, to me, in my family, and I'm not saying everybody in my family was a thug, but they looked at it like we was radical and we was going crazy. So the conspiracy theorists in me, and what I'm saying about that is they had a brother infiltrate the Black Panthers and went on and went out, and they switched our religion from this to that. And I switched my religion from Christianity, baptism to 5% Nation and Islam, and that's where my conspiracy theory come in.
The Crusades. I was going to say the Crusades is a conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm.
Like that part of the church where either you believe in God and you forcing people to believe in something that they don't understand and just start killing people. Like that's real bad. Most people don't even talk about.
But that's not a theory. That's a fact, though. That actually happened.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is the theory behind it is that they still keep that idea of because you don't understand or you don't know God, you're going to hell. That's the conspiracy theory. Sometimes people learn later than others. That's why I say I stay away from the church and try to find my own path in God, because the whole conspiracy theory for me is that everybody's going to sin, everybody's going to do something. But for certain things you do, you can't recover from and think that it's going to be okay. You have to learn from it and keep it moving. So the conspiracy theory is that I may not look at God the way you do, But that doesn't make you better than me, or you're going into heaven because you read the Bible or you
I don't
did
think I'm
certain
better than
things.
nobody, man. I
That's a
think
conspiracy theory
mm-mm.
I don't agree with, and that's why I don't agree with the
I
church.
love my fellow
Because
man. I love my fellow
everybody
man.
goes to church and everyone reads the Bible, and they
But
think that
BT, that's not a theory though. But that's what I'm saying. What
that's
I'm
the
saying is
theory.
you
Going to
know
heaven because you do that.
no. What you're saying is things that are based in fact. Like these things existed before you were even born,
Mm-hmm.
right? If it
Mm-hmm.
was proven before you was even born, how is it a theory? It's
But the
not.
theory is no matter what you do, you're gonna go into heaven as long as you pray on it. And I don't
No,
believe that.
that's a belief,
Okay,
Well,
maybe
right?
I
all
look
right, all
into
right.
it. All right.
Because think about this: do you theorize about God or do you believe in God?
I believe in
I,
the.
I
I
believe
believe
in
in the
God, but
Most
I
See,
High.
also
if you believe in it, it's a belief. Then
yeah.
it's
I
not a
believe
theory.
in there's a I believe there's the Most High and whatnot. I
Yeah,
believe
Okay.
there's the
right. So
Most
you
High.
believe in
But
God,
what
then it's
I
not a theory.
Okay.
right,
So
but what
maybe I was looking into it wrong. All right.
what I will tell you is this, Uncle Freezy and BT. I believe in the thing that make me feel comfortable, and I hear you, girl. I believe I believe in the thing that makes me comfortable and stuff like that. And for me, right now, no, it's not for right now. I'm going to the grave with it. I believe in the 5% nation, and I believe in the total fact that we are black people are gods and whatnot.
Okay. Okay.
Wait a minute,
So
girl.
that's a belief system. It's not a
Okay.
theory. You know what I'm saying? And so what I was talking about was the conspiracy theory parts of stuff, right?
Okay.
Like if we're talking about a conspiracy theory would be something along the lines of
Is it real? Or
does Bigfoot exist?
yeah, is it
There's
real?
no solid evidence that Bigfoot does or does not exist.
That exists, right? Facts.
But the nation of gods and earths exists.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a theory. That's a fact. Bully just
It's a
told me
fact.
he was a part of it right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm totally a part of it. And,
A conspiracy theory. A conspiracy theory is
Mhm.
the Earth is flat. That's a conspiracy theory.
and you're gonna fall off
Right.
the edge of the earth.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's a
Why not?
conspiracy theory. When you're talking about
Um,
the depth of your belief system in religion, that's not a conspiracy theory
Okay.
because you
I'm,
believe it and you have proof.
hmm The only thing that I'm sorry, Uncle Freeze. The only thing that I'm basically trying to say about that is when you Andrew salute when you when you see the light in your face, when you see the light in your face and you start reading, because I read a lot and stuff like that, and I try to keep my knowledge up to par. And when I first read the book of Clarence X 13 and stuff like that, it just opened my mind. And then I read the Bible, I did, and then I read the Quran, and I read the Jewish book and stuff like that. I can't think right now. But whatever. But yeah, man, I'm more comfortable with 5% Nation and the teachings and the backings, and it makes me. I wake up in the morning, I do my little prayer, I do what I gotta do. It makes me focus. It makes me take care of my family.
Who
It
you
made me
praying
take
to
care of my
though?
friends.
Who you praying
Mhm.
to?
Allah,
Okay.
Allah.
So
Okay.
you believe in them? It's not a conspiracy theory, got you?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yep.
I always thought that, like, for me, conspiracy theories is like something you can't really prove, but belief is
Mm-hmm.
something different. Like, you are in its likeness. So I kind of misinterpreted that. So
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that,
No,
like
you
you
got
said,
good
it's
facts,
not a
bro.
conspiracy theory.
You no, hold on. You and Uncle Freezer got good facts, man. There's no negativity when it comes down to talking like this. And whatnot.
Right.
It's all positivity because we need to all understand each other so we can combine as one. No matter what it is, we still like this. Because guess what? At the end of the day, if I'm in Memphis, if I'm in Nebraska or Sturgis, South Carolina, Dakota, they still gonna kick our ass like black people. It's the big Freezy, big dude. You don't think he be getting in some trouble? They ain't gonna try to take him down. UBT with that cowboy hat. Yo, you look at that guy with Charlie Wilson with that damn Gap Band hat on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hey,
no
I
doubt.
got a guess for you, bro. Here's your guess, bro. All right.
What's up, bro?
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
Wiz is in the building. Wiz, what's good, bro?
Salute.
What's good, man? How you doing?
Wise men, the three wise men. How are you?
Hey, man, I'm okay.
Hello, man. Utica.
So, Wiz, we having a conspiracy theory conversation, and they talking to me about religion, but they won't say nothing about the conspiracy theory, though.
That's why I'm jumping on, because I heard a dialogue.
Conspiracy theory is in religion. Mm-hmm. It's in the
That's what we
religion.
want to get back to now. So the question was a conspiracy theory, not do you believe in God or do you believe in a particular religion? The question was, is religion a conspiracy theory?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
that could apply to all of them. So I was bringing it back to, in plain, pun intended, devil's advocate. I'm looking at the aspect of, if there's a theory that if God didn't exist, man would create him.
Mm.
The aspect of, is religion a way to control man's animalistic nature? Is also a question that's been posed.
Right.
In other words, without some consequence of your actions, would man live, as they did prior to the existence of laws, religions, etc., where religion essentially became the first laws in a certain sense of how to conduct yourself. And then to take each of the books literally,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is a problem that sometimes is done.
Right.
One, literally, but also literally based on who wrote it and their goal, the narrative they wanted to form. It's something may have to be questioned because, as you know, there was a Black Bible during slavery, right?
Facts, Wiz.
Edited out the Bible to address the issue where that who's supposed to serve who. They took out the aspect of whether slavery was good or bad. So when Africans and other people who are enslaved people who are plundered, they put it so they were preached a way to say your job to serve your master, and your master is, and then they would point to who the master is. In this case, of course, at the time it was Caucasian.
It's shown up, yeah.
Right. So now is religion a conspiracy theory? It points in several aspects that yes, religion is a conspiracy theory. It doesn't mean God doesn't exist, but maybe I should say organized religion has several aspects of it that points towards, I think, a conspiracy theory to control the masses.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask before you go. So who is the entity that's controlling, and who is the entity that's being controlled?
Yeah, exactly. So
I'm asking you that since you went there with it.
So, of course, if you look at the Christianity, the entities that actually require one control, we go back to who essentially has the most influence on Christianity. At the time, it was, I believe, the Church of England.
Okay.
As the royalty or king or queen of England was considered the head of the church at that time. And then they made designations to even where the Pope was subject to the queen, not the other way around, or the king. So at that point in time, I'd say they were the ones controlling it.
Okay.
Now, do I consider, putting my personal opinion in certain things, Do I consider the Quran more closer to the truth than the Bible? I actually have to say I do. Do I consider the Torah closer to the truth than the Bible?
Yeah, Torah. There you go. I'm sorry, brother.
So in echelon, I probably put the Quran, although I've never practiced Islam, but I appreciate the brothers and respect them who do. First of all, anyone who practices
we are the
Islam,
original Israelites. We are the original Israelites. We all, as black people, are the original Israelites.
Right. Now, are you Israelites and are you Jewish? That's another debate that has to go on.
That's
a whole different debate, yes.
Exactly, because
we are the original Israelites.
Deny the Jew, those of Jewish heritage, their claim to be the original because they're the original Jews.
Because of limited lineage.
See that, and that's where the conspiracy comes in at. That's where So when you, I'm sorry, Wes, I'm sorry,
but hold
that's where the
conspiracy
comes in at.
But the question we should be asking in this moment right now, the question we should be asking, Wes, in my opinion, is why that matters and why it is the distinction.
It don't matter, to be truthful.
Okay, well, go ahead, bro. You got it.
It don't matter because okay. I'm sorry, Uncle Freeze. I don't mean to cut you off because I'm a little passionate about it, and I'm sorry, Wiz. BT, salute. I'm a little passionate about it because you know what I'm saying. I'm living in this town, and I grew up around this stuff, and I remember looking at the Africans teaching me at Fort Greene Park what it was for us to be black individuals and whatnot. So when they ask you, are you Afro-American, this, that, and the third? Nah, I'm American. I ain't never lived in Africa. I ain't never lived in Africa. I'm American. I'm American. If anything, you're gonna call me a FBA, foundational Black American and whatnot. We've been here. We've been coming here. It wasn't no Columbus. It wasn't no this is the conspiracy. It wasn't no Columbus. It wasn't no Vikings. Africans been coming here. We've been dealing with America, and they deleted us and they taken us out of our history. And if y'all don't read, I'm not saying y'all, my big brothers and whatnot. I'm just talking about people in general. If you don't understand and read the things that we know and stuff like that, they taking us out of our history. They deleting us and stuff like that.
No, that's another theory, but I think also because we can get to that aspect. Because I think the division of countries and lands, etc., is conspiracy theory as well. That could be even greater.
That's where the conspiracy theory comes in.
Saying, because then when you start to say, I'm not African, I'm American, I'm Jamaican, then you start to have the distinction of separating us as a people.
Right.
You can say we're all Nubians, so maybe we should all define as Nubians or something of that nature. Or we're melanated people, something like that.
Where's Musk? What's the man name? Musk. He is South African, and they call him they call him Afro-American. Elon Musk or whatever homeboy with Tesla, they call him an Afro-American, and we Afro-Americans. So why our names always got to be changed and whatnot? That's why I don't identify with no Afro-American. I'm an American.
Right.
I'm an American.
Coming from.
Right. But historically though, Bully, how you keep certain things connected is by continuing your family lineage and descent. Right?
I agree.
Right. That's how you keep. That's how your great grandson gonna remember your name. You might not see your great grandson. Right, you might not see him. You might not see him. Right, and I'm just saying, or your great grandson may never see you. Right, but if you don't keep the connection from one generation to the next, then you get a generation like how you complain about now, like these mumble rap and drill music and things of that sort. When all it takes is one break in the chain. And nobody has to delete you because you deleted yourself. You know what I'm saying? All it like say for instance, I'm gonna assume on Wiz, right? I'm just gonna assume on Wiz, right? Say Wiz's great great grandson is looks, walks, talks, act like, and maybe even named after Wiz, right? But Wiz will never see him, right? Wiz will never see him, right? But then say he's born in Brooklyn and raised in Brooklyn, and he may have the thought that he's born and raised in America. He from Brooklyn. He don't know nothing about no Jamaica, right? Right? Yeah. Because every link in the chain, there's the possibility of something being broken and lost.
Facts.
Right?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So if you don't keep that's like one of the things about blacks is there are so many bonds that are broken from generations that passed that we struggle to find a certain thing to hang on to, like how black people call themselves kings and queens, right? Like black people will call themselves kings and queens, right? But BT, let me ask. I'm going to ask you this rhetorically, right?
Yeah.
How many nations have 10 million kings and queens?
Well, actually, I'm just going to elaborate on that phrase.
See, it was rhetorical.
No,
remember,
I
said it was rhetorical before I said it, right? And,
so
the thing is, with nations, bro, you're not gonna have 10 million kings and queens, bro. It's one of these things that we search for these things to link us back to our heritage. Where if the bond was never broken, we wouldn't have to search for a lot of these things. We could merely go to our parents. But if your parents don't know, and for instance, like in single parent households, like when the father is in prison or something like that, see, the mom can't really teach the son about the father and the father's lineage unless they go over and, you know what I'm saying, have the son be there. But that is supposed to be taught by, supposed to be passed down by word of mouth from one generation to the next. And that's what I was getting at, BT.
Okay. No, because I was just going to tell you, what is your definition of kings and queens? Because back in the day, for you to be a king and queen, you only had to own land, and basically that was your titleship of kings and queens. And you had to have a good position in government or just own your own land and not do anything else. Because back in the day, that's what I was studying out here. They said kings and queens. What happened is the slaves would be freed. After they were freed, they get a plot of land and they maintain that land, and they were considered kings
Lord.
such and such.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
No,
but that's what I'm saying.
They would be considered a lord because they would have ownership of something.
But then you move up after a time because then you worked in the system. But you're right. No, that's why I said I had to ask.
You can't be. Look, there is no nation that has ever existed that had 10 million plus kings and queens, bro. You know, there is no nation on earth, bro. Listen, I didn't just wake up and come to the microphone either.
Of course not.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There are things out here that you know what I'm saying, that get passed around in the information dispensary, right? Like, say for instance, when Wiz was speaking just now, I was following along with Wiz, right? But when we cut Wiz off before Wiz can finish, you know what I'm saying, all the stuff that was said before that is taken out of context. Then now Wiz has to refresh what he said and hope that we don't cut him off again so that it won't be taken out of context. You know what I'm saying? Again, right? But that happens to us all the time when we dispense information. Like BT talking, somebody to jump in. They'll be like, hold it right there, BT. Let me add such and such. And basically what they doing is they adding red chili flakes to your ice cream, right? And you like, and so you like, yo, I don't want no red chili flakes on my ice cream, but you know what red chili flakes are? You know what ice cream is? Both of them are food. So people are like, yo, it's all food, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm getting at is, I think Wiz was hitting on a point, right? About he was in this mode of dispensation to get to a certain point. I don't think you made your point, right?
Right. I didn't finish that. Yeah, I was getting
okay.
Right, because I differentiate in the distinction of, is there a God and is religion a conspiracy theory, or even the fact of claiming that a God exists is a conspiracy theory in itself,
Right.
which both of them could be. But I was going to point towards the first addressing the religion being conspiracy theory,
Okay.
and I'm dissing all religion. Even I grew up Roman Catholic. I can give you my history of religions, but I believe all of them have had influences that has caused conspiracy theoretical aspects to them. So because of the fact of whether at a certain point in time people wanted control, people wanted power, people wanted wealth, people had a certain goal that they wanted to accomplish, and they misused the religion towards pointing towards that goal. So to clear all of that clutter out is very difficult. Just like you talked about knowing your history and knowing your past, unless you look at the history of how it was shared and what was occurring at the time, it's difficult to say that religion is true because at the time, some of the times it was used to control people. Crusades was one example. So those of us who perhaps succumbed to Christianity due to the Crusades, again, I said some, because some people, and it may not be true. Again, I'm making no declarative statements here. I'm making the potential that some conform because they were by force, by threat,
Right.
sometimes of life, wealth, etc. And some conform because they saw the truth in the preaching, and they may say that from their point of view, it was, in fact, it is in fact true to them because it spoke to them.
Okay.
I've had many people talk about African religions and why would an African practice religion that's been preached by non-Africans. Of course, they were contested mostly Christianity, but also contested Hinduism and Buddhism, etc. So they're like, why would you practice a religion that didn't come from the homeland? That didn't come from the motherland? And that's been also a debate of what is true. So instead of perhaps practicing and debating on the religion aspect, I love the aspect of debating on the God aspect, but that
Right.
also has been challenged scientifically. Most scientists, by the way, challenge the existence of God because they're using other aspects of even the Christian universe and trying to not declare the Big Bang as God creating, because there's a sticker that says, yes, the Big Bang, yes, God went bang and the world began, right? So that was the Big Bang. Right. So therefore, they declared, Big Bang is true, but it was because God did it.
Right.
So
because there had to be a spark.
Right,
you don't go from dormant to explosive.
Right.
Things that are dormant stay dormant. Basically.
Exactly. So my non-committal statement is religion conspiracy theory? I would say there are signs that points towards many religions that are.
Right.
And unfortunately, without having a complete knowledge of any of them in totality, then I would, of course, refer you back to your own belief system and what speaks to your heart, to your soul, and see if at some point you can decipher what is true to you, and based on that, rather than what is the most popular or most dominant religion in the world, which we kind of know the number one religion, by the way. I don't know if you guys know what the religion practiced most in the world by the most people. Go ahead, you know what it is, right, Willie?
Yeah, I know. Islam.
The religion Islam is practiced by more people than any other religion.
Islam.
However, some people
and number two is a runaway too. Number two is not what people think. Also, even though it's Protestant, but just because you worship God in a certain way, a singular God, doesn't mean you're Catholic. And I think Catholicism was second. Last time I saw it, Catholicism was second.
Right. So I want to say, throw that out, and then the aspect of, but with God part, the God part I want to just touch on real quick. I think the God part is, what do you define as God? How do you define God? Can debate whether there is a God or not.
Facts.
And that could be the aspect of why does God exist, and is God it's for theory, but it may be how you define God. And some people, the universe is God. And some people says every combined entity, living entity is God, right? I mean, more in a Buddhistic term is life is God, so to speak. Although Buddhism don't believe in
Wiz,
God,
one
but
thing that
God. So go ahead, man. I'm done.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, brothers. One thing I will say about Islam. One thing that I will say about 5% Nation and mathematics. Mathematics is always infinity, no matter what. Your mathematics don't end at 0 to 10 to 1,000 to 1,000,000 to 50 billion, 1,000,000. Mathematics never ends. So your mind never ends. So when you thinking, when you listen to Rakim, right? Who don't love Rakim? Who don't love
I mean, I like Rakim,
who
but
don't love
he not my preacher though.
no. I'm not asking him to be your preacher.
Right.
I'm not asking him to be your preacher or nothing like that, Uncle Freeze.
But we having a religious conversation. I mean, not not religious in that respect, but we were speaking about religion is the reason why I
Right. Well, no, I was just trying to make a little point real quick, and then I was gonna come back and stuff like that. When you listen to the Rakim, when you listen to Poor Righteous Teachers, when you buy Poor Righteous Teachers' last album with KRS One and all of that on Shakira 3 Part 3, when you listen to certain songs, when you listen to the mathematics that's being dropped, AZ, Nas, and the people that's in knowledge, Pete Rock, Big Daddy Kane, and stuff like that, and you listen to the Wu-Tang Clan and stuff like that, and you listen to the Jews that's being dropped, old Dirty Bastard, rest in peace, homeboy. It's giving you knowledge yourself. It's letting you know who you are as a black man and stuff like that. So now, what I'm saying with the conspiracy theory in that, when I'm saying with the conspiracy theory in that, once rap started being popularized, then you have your third base. You starting to have your Eminem out there. You starting to have your Vanilla Ice. You starting to have your MC Hammers. You starting to have your young MCs, your Tone Lopes. You starting to have your Coolios, and they taking the things that we basically said, Brand Nubian and them, breaking us, telling us the truth about what it is, and then you got this other secular situation that's telling us, nah, it ain't like that. And then everybody start twerking and flirting and all of this stuff, and we know we got knowledge of self. So the conspiracy, what I'm saying is, bro, and please don't get mad at me. What I'm saying is, it was there right there in our face. And then when we started showing our bodies and showing our flesh and started talking out of turn and getting crazy with our mouth, it made us look crazy. And we did not recognize what we should have been into from the rip. It's been there. So if you got Christianity and you got this one, you got that one, we all believe in the same thing. But I think I don't want to talk crazy, but I don't. I think that I really think that it was a setup. It's a setup. It's a setup. It's a setup. I'm sorry. I think it's a setup, and I think we all fell into the trap. It included me. It wasn't. I think we all fell into the trap. We just doing craziness, and we think, well, that's cute and that's fine and everything. But now look at our children. Look where we at. Look where we at.
I just wanted to say something about Wiz real quick. You said that the whole thing about religion, it being controlling or setting up rules because it was like the first set of rules, something along those lines, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I didn't say it is. I said it could be. It could be perceived as, looking at from that point of view. It's been stated. That's been one theory about it. So yeah, my belief in it is not actually the same, but I said I'm just throwing out all the reasons why religion actually may exist based on other people's theory about it, and looking at the world, the history of man and how we, evolved. Then you can almost understand why one theory about control may have accurate factors in it. Not that it's true, but there are factors in it that may be accurate.
But isn't that control also believing in the higher being, not just the stories itself? like the rules and
Exactly.
regulations.
There we go. There's a now to a certain extent, but for those who, and I'm going to try to pick someone. Let's say the parts of the Amazon that have not even been people that exist that have never been touched by outside world, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they literally have not experienced. I'd love to actually hear some of their perspective about the existence of God and how they came to that belief system. And the fact is, what I think Friese actually probably hit it the most thoroughly about the proof of God's existence based on observations of the world around us.
Right.
And I think he's given several aspects where you didn't need religion to believe in God.
No, you don't need. No, you don't need
Yeah.
religion.
Right. So that's where religion could be a factor of what is created to set certain rules and parameters to have control of people, to set someone particular on a certain throne, or to move
See,
throughout the
BT,
world.
man, BT,
Go
you
ahead.
was on it, but then, and then you said something, and then we got sidetracked, right?
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. Because the thing is, when you would not to cut you off, Wiz, but
No.
see, the thing is when you read your Bible, religion doesn't exist in a formal way. When you read the Bible, there is
Mhm.
a specific thing, a human having a direct connection with God.
Yep,
Right.
his story.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And in Genesis, God communicated with Adam and Eve directly. There was no preacher, there was no church they had to go to, right? There was no organized stuff, right? It was just God talking to them in the garden, right?
Mhm.
But just like everything else that you've ever seen, just like when y'all watch our sorry ass Giants play football, some good things will happen and some bad things are gonna happen.
Exactly.
Hey,
Right?
yo.
Some good things are gonna
I
happen.
swear to
But
God, I
he
had
So
my
on the road.
microphone
Let him go,
off,
and
was
brother
and,
Vaughn.
and so
listening.
yeah,
Let him
Yo,
go. Let him
why would you
go.
do it?
Yo, but Wiz, am I right? For those that know, that for those that have ever read a Bible,
Mhm.
and let me tell y'all something too. The intellectual
Why would you say the Giants?
the intellectual debate about religion, it rises above the translations of a book. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yep.
we say because when you say that, oh, the Bible has all these different versions, so does a dictionary,
Yep.
right? So does your cell phone, right? Listen, even you as a person is not the same person you were 10 years ago. So
Exactly.
there are gonna be different versions, bro. And what it is those that want to keep you away from the truth they won't come to you and tell you not to do it. What they'll do, just like the serpent in the garden, do something subtle to distract you from it, right? They won't pull you away. Like I can't go to Wiz and be like, yo, forget your Jamaican roots. I can't do that because if I do it that way, Wiz will probably beat me up, right? But generations down the line, right? Generations down the line, you can see, 5 generations from now, you know what I'm saying? You can see generations of whizzes that be like, yeah, I think they said that my great great granddaddy was from Jamaica. But if they're living in Brooklyn, you know what they are? They are Brooklynites.
Brooklynites.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And so they are not the same version. And that's the other thing I was going to say about the thing about God, about how people feel like if you're of the universe, if you're a carbon-based life form, then maybe you are a part of God. What I'm going to say to you is look at people my age and Wiz age. Look at your son and look at your grandson, right? When your son is born, he is a descendant of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you look at your
Mm-hmm.
grandson. Your grandson is a descendant of you, but he's really a descendant of your son.
Yep.
Facts.
Right. Right.
Facts.
That's why when we talk in the Bible, most of the time when we have the conversation, there is a strong importance put on and Bully, this was the point that I was trying to get back to you, man. In the
sir.
Bible, when you read the Bible, there is a strong emphasis on lineage, Like there are some places in the Bible where you just read such and such begot such and such, such and such begot such and such,
Yep.
such and such begot such and such.
Yep. It's like a whole 3 pages.
Right. And it's so that the lineage is never broken and stays established. That's why like you have the right to call yourself what you want, and we'll support you in it, right? But what it is as a point of emphasis, like in Christianity, and listen, everybody knows that nobody's going to be perfect. And right, because as a Christian, I know Adam and Eve, man couldn't even get out of the first book of the Bible before he started messing up. You know what I'm saying? So we know he's not perfect, right? So we know man.
I know I ain't perfect.
Yeah, you can't even get out of like the first 15 chapters without people making mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Because they're human. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna make mistakes. Some of it's trial and error, and some of it is the lust of the body, right? The body, your flesh will tell you what to do. Like for guys like me, my flesh be telling me I need to eat pizza right now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Mexican pizza.
And some people's body is telling them to drink liquor all the time. You know what I'm saying? And some have a weakness for the ladies. I got a weakness for the ladies too. But you know what I'm saying? But it's one of them things, like we just had to like keep in perspective what it is that we read and how we dispense it. Like when I speak to Bully, I'm not speaking to Bully about anything bad about the nation of gods and earths. Now I will question him to get more information.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
I question him to get more information, but I'm not gonna say, "Hey, man, no, I disagree with what you're doing." When Bully talks to me about, and I hate to keep using the same word over and over, dispense information, but it's what we do. Like basically, we take in info.
Man, I love Uncle Freezy, man.
Then we disperse it and dispense it, right? Because I like how Wiz did the most non-committal. Wiz did the most non-committal dispensation you ever heard in your life, bro. Like you don't know if Wiz is like a 5%er or if he Buddhist.
Nah, Wiz about to be fairly. Wiz about to be fairly in like 2 seconds. I'm telling you.
But I mean, of course. But Bully,
real quick, I just want to.
That's your business, though.
BT too.
Now I was just gonna say, though, you right, but I was just gonna say you right about a lot of things. But the reason why I said the whole thing with lords and kings was because people's interpretations, like you said, you're right. There's no way in hell we have over 10,000 kings. It's impossible because that's too much leadership. And I agree with you, or 10 million. But what I'm saying is, exactly, there's only one life, one love, so there can only be one king. That's why I always say the higher being is that king. But the problem is people misinterpret the lords, and because they had land and stature, that they are more valuable than you.
Right.
Sorry. I just wanted to say that.
What I would I'm gonna leave it alone after this. What I would tell you, for my big brothers, man, Wiz, BT, Freezy, me being in 5% Nation and learning knowledge and learning mathematics, it makes my life comfortable. It makes me at peace, where I could deal with great dudes like y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to take into accountability and have responsibility what comes out of my mouth.
Hey, Bully, you coming in for a soft landing with the 5% stuff, bro. I ain't gonna lie, because and the reason why I say that is because when it comes like with me, when it comes to like religion, you know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this: I'm standing like on a thing saying, I believe in God. I have a relationship with God.
I believe in God.
The religion aspect of it, the religion aspect of it for me is a firm set of religious beliefs that's unwavering. It's the same thing with you, right? Except you say it in terms of a belief system. But what I spoke to is what God and my structured religion offers me And you never said that about the nation of gods and earths. Why is called that, right? And how is defined? Because you're talking about your personal, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about your personal circle, right? You're talking about your personal cipher, like, yeah, this is where I am, and this is how. But what it offers is what a lot of people don't know, like because Islam seems to me to be closer to Christianity than maybe the nation of gods and earths is
they are close
to
cousins.
Islam,
They
right?
are very much close cousins.
It's a linear thing that's structured, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? A man is not going to tell Allah what to do, right?
Facts.
A man is not going to be like set himself in the place of Allah. And I say this respectfully to all the people that are a part of or do the Islamic thing. You know what I'm saying? I say that as a Christian because I don't know another way to say it, right?
Okay.
But
No.
But I think is but let me finish with this. Let me just say this. Let me say this. All men are flawed, right? Just like for instance, that's why I said the thing about Rakim. When you mentioned the thing about the deacon of a church messing around and doing all that thing, man, that is at least in a church. I have seen over the years 5%ers in videos, like music videos, bro. They hadn't been the gold standard. They have not. Like when it comes to like 5%ers, I'll listen to Grand Poobah, and he has not been the gold standard, right? He not the one that you might want to showcase as the one that gets it right all the time.
That man name either.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So basically, what I'm getting at with that is this. Even though, you know what I'm saying, you hear me say this certain thing, man, I educate myself and do a certain thing because ultimately the stuff about the pearly gates and the streets paved with gold. See, I believe in all that stuff. That's why I'm trying to get there. Right. But then there are others that do other things that they have a different belief system. And you can't really get them to talk about what the end goal is. Unless the end goal is living for today. Am I off with that?
No, that was actually profound, and I think you're very accurate. Am I supposed to put a picture? Because Bully said the white Jesus and all of that, right? Am I supposed to put a picture of Old Dirty Bastard up in my house?
No, hell no.
That's what I'm saying. See, like
Flavor Flav. You need a picture of
Flavor Flav is a member of the Nation of Earth. Yeah.
No, first I want to push back a little bit with Boulevard because I mean I'm a descendant in a certain way of Marcus Garvey.
Okay.
And so the title of African American is actually one that perhaps you would also disagree with. But the lineage of what Frieza was saying about being African in origin is something that I think should not be dismissed, where perhaps you're right, call us American, but recognizing that we're Americans of African descent.
Right.
So maybe you don't want to say call yourself Negroes, African Americans, Afro-Americans, whatever the title is. So I understand that perspective, and because when you're hyphenated, to a certain extent, you think it diminishes your claim to what we've built, the country you've built in America. In a certain sense, it can. Go ahead, real quick. Go ahead before
I just got a quick question because you brought up Marcus Garvey. But at one point, when does it become I'm from Jamaica? Because I'm not gonna lie to you. At least I trace my lineage back about 350 years. I'm dead serious. I have, and it came from Australia, Jamaica, and even from Colombia. So when do we cut that descendantness of Africa out? I'm just asking because I'm not sure.
That's a good point. Actually, that's another point. I don't think I wouldn't diminish or dismiss any aspect of my origins or heritage. I could probably claim the most dominant part of it and say if the most prevalent part of my family were of Nigerian descent, or let's say West African, and then there's a part that were British, and there certainly is. I mean, I think my last name is Ashley, so because you know my brother's Maurice Ashley, the chess grandmaster, right? So there's obviously some British influence there in the family. I actually, and perhaps each man has to be the one to choose. Make his own choice of which part do you pass on to the future. And for me, the most prevalent aspect is the part of which Africa was the most dominant aspect, and of course, in between, the connector for my family is Jamaica, right? So we can almost, so certain sense, maybe there's a way in the future, and actually there's a way now, potentially trace my family lineage, but it has to go through Jamaica and not through South Carolina. You know what I mean? So this way, I kind of have a chance to find. My headset just popped. Find where I'm going, or where I'm from by looking at where I've been.
Let me ask this: just because you have family from Great Britain, does that mean they're white?
Good point.
I'm asking just as a side.
Great point. Exactly. So
have y'all never seen a non-white British person?
Yeah, I have.
In Canada. Montreal.
What I was also going to say is most people don't even know that Spanish people aren't even really from Spain. Most of them came from China when they had the Great Plains that were connected. They would cross over from China to go through Canada, and then they walked down into Colombia. So most of them were Chinese, and those are the indigenous people. So when they came over and integrated the Spaniards into the Chinese, it created what we now know as Colombians and Spanish people. So we're not all original. The only thing you can really trace back is African American to me. But there are blacks, there are different cultures, Chinese, that are mixed in there. So yes, you can have a different. Sorry.
Good point, BT.
So you're saying they're not original, they're aboriginal.
Yes, thank you. Aboriginal, yes.
Freezy coming through.
No, because I didn't remember the word. Thank you for correcting me. The aboriginal, yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I got you. I got you. I got you. And so Bully's still in. So what's the thing? Like if Bully's still in,
what's this 5% about, yo? Let us know.
I'll tell you what I think it stands for. Like it's, so to me, I like to call it the nation of gods and earths. I really the whole thing about the 5% nation, it kind of throws me off. It to me, it puts me in a mindset that this group of people is intentionally trying to be separatists, right? They're intentionally trying to be, because why else would you use a percentage to describe your people, right? Unless you want that group of people to be separatists, or you feel like they were already separate, right? They were already separate from other groups and unfairly separated, right? Or they feel like they were a part of a larger group and left the larger group because the larger group didn't want to go in the same direction as the smaller group.
There you go. Now you woke. Now you smelling on the right smoke right there.
I've been asking you that for like 40 minutes though.
All right. Yeah, hold on. Give me a second, kid. Hold on. Yo, I'm on live TV.
I was just gonna ask real quick because the 5% that I understood was different than what you said. So thank you for clearing that up, because the 5%.
I'm asking because I don't know for sure.
Because what I was taught was that they were from the original. The original 70 from back in Africa Day. That's why I'm asking. That's what I wanted to know.
No.
Now go ahead.
All right. So 5% nation, right? 85% of the people. Listen, let's take this mathematics into accountability. 85% of the people are the people that got the knowledge, don't know the knowledge, don't want to know the knowledge, and they want to be done. You got the 15%. You got the 15% of the people that really know the knowledge. And Jay-Z, Oprah, your Beyonces, your this, that, and the thirds that know the knowledge and kill the culture. The 5% is us. Well, I'm
Hey,
gonna
see,
say me.
that's too much. That's 105%.
Okay, well there it is then. There you go.
Because
There you go.
you said no, you said 85 and then 15% and then 5%.
There you go. No. But that other extra 5% is the people that want to jump in, and want to get down with it, get down and stuff. But if you got the righteous people that's telling the righteous culture, PRT, poor righteous teachers, large professor and P Rocket Seal Smooth and Grand Poover and Brand Nubians and stuff, they'll let you know what it is. That's the extra that you have to leave out on the side. So if you got knowledge yourself, if you're a 5%er, you know the knowledge, you do the knowledge, you speak the knowledge, you add the knowledge. You know what's today's mathematics. What's today's mathematics, y'all? See?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
That's the
I
5.
don't
That's the
even know what that
15.
means.
That's the 15% of y'all that don't know today's mathematics. God equals self, man. We build and destroy and stuff like that. If we don't understand, we won't get nowhere. So when you read that book, don't think that it's funny and think it's some black thing that we made up just to have some black power structure or sculpture or something like that. No, it's really knowledge of self. It was not. So when I deal with,
is this taught in a school or a church setting? Like you go
of
to
course
school.
it's not. Of course it's not. There was schools there. Okay, great question, Freezy. Great question. There were schools at the time that taught 5% Nation literature and language and education, but the city didn't back it up. And of course, we starting from square one. So when you
Actually,
have Muslim,
well, yeah,
go ahead.
I want to help a little bit because again, Freezy, because I think we got to clarify the point Freezy made. Because you're in 85, 15, 5, it makes people who have any potential to trust and believe what you're saying.
Pull it up, y'all. Pull it up, man. Pull it up.
But
Yeah.
Freezy, no, Bully, you're right in one. Trying to
Oh, he disappeared.
I know.
No, he coming.
Oh, there you go.
Conspiracy theory.
What you're saying is there's 85% of ignorant of the actual truth, right?
Right.
There are 50% who actually know the real truth, but of that 50%,
Right.
10% utilize that truth to manipulate the other.
He just dropped it. He just dropped it right there. He just dropped the whole shit.
And beyond
I'm
that,
sorry. He just dropped it right there.
All right.
You should be able to say 5% of the 15 who know the truth are living a righteous life. And that's the part that you wanted to say are the 5%ers. So
Yes.
85% ignorant, 15% knowledgeable and know the truth. 10% of those 50% are misusing that knowledge to mislead the people, 85%, and then 5% of that.
All right, so I you know what? I dropped the 5 off the 10. My bad. That's my fault.
Exactly. Took 5 of the 15 to make
I took the 5 off the 15. Yes, I did. That was my fault.
Ain't no talk.
I'm a mathematician and engineer by past.
Yeah, I know you with the RPI. I know.
Right. Right.
But you mentioned Tech also. Make sure we're Brooklyn Tech.
Yeah, Brooklyn Tech.
So what's the beef with the 10%? Why is there no 10% group that's out?
You just answered your own question right there. You just asking your own question.
No,
you just answered your own question.
Not okay. So why is there not a 10% group that's out doing the same thing and have their own belief system?
I can throw my because again I've my brother and I.
Answered your own question.
Can I say something? Is that 10% the 1% controlling the 10% of that that's not doing what the 5% is doing? Okay.
No.
I'm trying to understand. I'm sorry.
I think the 10%, because they don't want to let the 85 know that there is knowledge to be known.
There's knowledge to be known. Thank you. There you go.
They don't want
to drop it.
Isolate the fact that there is existence.
So the 5% is the enemy of the 10%, and they're trying to save the 85%.
No, they want to keep the 80. They want to keep the 85% dumb.
Back to 85%.
No, not the 10%ers. I'm talking about the 5%. The 5%.
No, the 5% want to drop knowledge and
So,
give
but
it up.
who they dropping the knowledge to though?
The 5% that want to, and the 10%, and the 15 and the 10% that want to know. But the 85% that know don't want nobody to know.
So the 85% are like the 85% is like the robots. 10% are controlling the robots. The 5% have the knowledge to change the 85%. Is what you're saying?
With not me. I'm not saying that.
No, I'm asking Boulevard.
Oh, go ahead.
Like 85% is just basically people following the system or whatever you want to call it, just following, and then the 10% is controlling it, while the 5% has the knowledge.
All right, so I want to put it in terms. I want to put it in terms of people that's well known. Okay, so you got your Oprah Winfrey's, right? You got your Tyler Perry's. You got your Epstein's. Well, he killed himself, so they say. You got your Trumps. You got your elites. You have your elites. You have your elites, right? And Gayle King and Jay-Z, Beyonce, stink breath ass. You have all these cats that's up there in stature, and they know what the game is. P. Diddy and all these cats, and they know Russell Simmons and whatnot. You got all these cats that know what it is to get to the bag. Everything is a distraction. Okay, we live in. You got Detroit with the water system up there in Flint, Michigan. Right. You got Katrina. You got black folks living in despair. First of all, listen, BT. Let me tell you what I'm saying about 85% and the 5% and the 15%. You got a woman like Oprah who has billions of dollars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of addressing the issues what's going on in Chicago, New York, Texas, LA, whatever, she runs her ass over to Hawaii.
Actually, right? Africa. She had a schoolgirl.
And what's going on in Africa? What's going on in Africa, bro?
She had a school in Africa that she tried to start to help and encouraging women.
And they raping them girls. They just arrested that man for 600 crimes of raping 600 black females. The dude, the doctor health, whatever his name was. Do your homework, homeboy. Yeah, let's do our homework.
Okay.
Let's do our homework. No, I ain't blaming you. I ain't being negative towards you. He got arrested last month for raping 600 black girls between Africa and Brazil. Dr. Truth or whatever his name, the God Doctor, whatever his name is, and Oprah co-signed homeboy. So now Oprah wants to run her little fat ass across the seas, across the Pacific Ocean, to run over to Hawaii, where she got land at. The fire ain't touch her land. They ain't even saying that was military. That was a military weapon that went off by mistake. Nobody ain't saying that. Doing homework. I'll be on this joint for real. It was not. It was a military weapon laser that went off and made the forest fires. It was not. Yeah, I ain't gonna hear that. You gotta do your homework. But I'm saying this is where the conspiracy coming at on Freeze. It was not. So now you got a shorty that's a black woman, don't care about nothing but us. She don't care nothing about us, but she want to run to Hawaii and take the field camera crew and show people hardships and whatnot because she want to say, look what I'm doing. Ooh, look at me. Look, I'm over here sending money. But man, black people dying in the streets every day. Conspiracy. Yeah, kid, I said it.
Right. Now, I got you.
I don't trust Jay-Z. Damn Jay-Z. He's so
my
Brooklyn
question
out.
is about, instead of the 10%ers, then what are our 5%ers doing?
Yeah.
I'm one of them. I'm doing the best I can.
Yeah,
I'm doing the best I can.
And see, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Like, but with
I'm doing
me,
the best
I feel
I can,
like,
bro.
Right. I feel like I'm in that 10% group. Right. And the thing about me being in the 10% group,
you can go to the
right?
5.
Right. I can't. I can't be in the 5% group because that's not my belief system. You know what I'm saying? My belief
And
system.
I'm not gonna knock you on that. I'm gonna always respect you, and I'm gonna always love you as a brother.
Right.
I don't care about none of that. As long as we got brothership and we got brotherhood, no matter creed, color, or religion, as long as we take care of each other and look out for each other, we all gonna be all right. I can't say Christianity, and I can't say 5% Nation, and I can't say Islam, and I can't say Judaism. I can't say none of that. As long as I know you got love for me and I got love for you back, I don't care what you deal with.
See, that's the thing that's missing in the whole conversation. That the brotherly love. My thing is, I notice the older I get, the more I notice finger pointers. Hey, look at what they doing over there. And I've been like, hey man, how about take that finger and put it on a shovel and do some work? You know what I'm saying? It's a lot because there is a lot of people out there. Like, I don't know about the number and the percentage and all that stuff. And I think it might just be allegory, because I don't think the number can be exactly 5% on the nose when people are born and die every day. Right. So it's not going to be an exact number. So I think it's allegorical, meaning a representation of a certain group. Right. But what I will say is, no matter what the allegory says, there are always going to be atrocities, and then there are always going to be doers, and then there are always people that's going to turn their back and act like they didn't see it. Right? All right. It's the life we live in. It's not new to 2023. This has been going on since the history of the world. Right. But what I'll say about saving people, because the thing is, if you look at a certain group and you see they're missing something, and you want to offer to save them, that means you are indeed yourself a savior, right? What I would like to do is, instead of looking at that and that light, is just offer information along and let people find out on their own, right? It's like when you put the seed in a flower pot, right? You put the seed in a flower pot, you don't go back in the dirt and crack the shell open and then pull the seed out. You know what I'm saying? And then stretch it every day. You know what I'm saying? You plant the seed and then you let it grow. You know what I'm saying?
Water with your knowledge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then because I heard somebody say one time, I was at an Illuminati function. And for those, some of y'all know what I'm talking about when I say that, right? I was at an Illuminati function. Okay. And so people in there were like, yo, we got to go out here in these communities and stop people from using drugs, and we got to stop people from doing all these things, right? These communities, and you know what I was saying to them, man? It was a bunch of young dudes full of energy, 30, 35 years old, nonstop energy, right? You know what I told them? I was like, before you get them working on their escapism from reality, you might need to work on their mental health, their emotional health, right? Because a lot of people use escapism to get away from issues because they have mental and emotional health issues, right? You know what I'm saying? So instead of wiping all the cream off the cake, right? Just stop making cake, period. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing to it. So when you talk about like the 85% that's out there, that's zombied out, walking around in a circle, all they want to do is work and come home. They don't have that one thing, man. I think if you offer people an alternative, a legit alternative, kind of like what we do with Lawrence Tears, got a platform where people come in thinking all they're gonna do is talk Knicks. Is actually a brothership platform where people come together and hang out. Yeah,
and I'm so glad, man. I'm so glad that you just said that, bro. I know we on vibes and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's all a brothership.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we could talk we could talk Knicks until we blue in the face, man. And we love our beloved Knicks.
timetable rotations. Five times a day, 6 days a week, timetable rotations.
We love our beloved Knicks, but yo, it's something deeper than the Knicks. Like we have to talk about us being men, us taking care of our family, us taking care of our children.
That 85% that's out there.
But Boulevard,
yes.
What I was gonna say is this: the problem with that is you can teach people how to do things and how to be better, but at the same time, what they do is they become dependent on you. An example: my grandmother used to have a mango tree in Jamaica. She would have people walk by, and she had so much fruit. She would tell them, "Yo, take one and leave one. Like, don't be greedy. Let the next person get." What ended up happening within a year or two, people got so used to the mango tree that when it didn't produce fruit, they actually got mad at her and said, "What happened to your mango tree? I used to come here every day and get fruit and knowledge." And now you're like, wait, when is my knowledge enough for you to go out and do it for yourself?
Facts, bro.
I can only teach you but so much. You need to go out there and do it.
Word. That was a good point, man. That was an excellent point, homeboy.
Yeah, man.
Straight up.
But that's how I look. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like everything that we've been talking about, that's how I look at religion. You read the book, you get an understanding of what is out there, and then you go out and try to find it on your own. Because you following a trend or following this, you ain't gonna learn nothing. You got to learn from
let me throw something in there just real quick, man. No, don't just go get a book, bro. Don't just go get a book, because the thing about the 10%ers that Bully mentioned is people intentionally put misinformation out there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you gotta start your path first. Make a commitment. Make a commitment to go somewhere first, and then along the way meet like-minded brothers and stuff that can guide you.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, and I know we ain't. I'm sorry, Freeze. I know we not all on the same page as religion is concerned, but I know the heart, and I feel the heart, and I feel the genuine love, and I feel that. So yeah, I will fall back and double back.
That's why I didn't tell you. That's why I didn't tell you I was a 32nd degree Freemason when we first started. That's why I didn't tell you that. You know what I'm saying? Like when you were saying it, when you talk about the Illuminati, I was like, Bully, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like if I would have never told you,
Prince Hall.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Hey, boy. Hey.
Prince Hall.
Anyway,
Prince Hall affiliated Freemason. Yeah, that's
what I say. My grandma. I ain't saying nothing no more, boy. Oh, yeah, that's why I bet you.
That's why when you're saying that about your grandma, I said she saw something in me. And when you
yes,
tell her that,
yes, she did.
And when because she got on camera when she get because I'm also a member of an Eastern Star Society. I'm not an Eastern Star. I can't be that because I'm not a woman, right? But I'm a member of Eastern Star.
I know. Okay,
you know
I get it now.
So when she saw me, I was like,
thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah,
we cool.
So, yeah, man.
ET's point, Freezer follow up to it, and then of course even Boulevard incorporating Boulevard's. So yeah, I agree. Thomas was correct, but I do agree with Freezer where you try to find the path, and along the way, accentuate it with knowledge from all sources as many as you can. So you do the reading.
Because you got to verify. You have to verify that you're getting correct information.
Yeah, that's right. You got those right.
Most of us are indoctrinated in a particular religion at an early age, so we already read the book first. Maybe whether it's Quran, Torah, Bible, or the Buddhist scriptures, etc. So whichever one that they're reading first influences perhaps their beginning, and then it's up to them to try to objectively review the others or another path, and not let the subjective influence of their path influence them. So now the aspect of is there which God is the true God? Some people actually say all of them are the same one, except of course in Hinduism there are multiple gods, but in some ways even Buddhism use the word God, but not in the definitive word of God, but simply a form of energy. So whether it's God of the sun, it's just the son of the energy. So sun God is not a God. It's just a source of heat from the sun or whatever other aspects the sun gives to them. Of course, even
solar. Solar.
Rastafarianism in a certain aspect is a spin-off of Christianity to a certain degree, but it also incorporates African belief systems because they looked at Haile Selassie and the second coming of Jesus. So there was
salute.
Salute
Alpha Selassie, man. Salute. Man, he dropped knowledge too.
Do you know the truth about him?
Yeah. Selassie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the truth about him.
He was a leader.
Wait a minute, but let me
Come
ask
on, BT.
this. let me ask this first. Was he alive within the last 200 years?
Yeah.
Because if it was, you ain't got to tell me. I already know it's whack.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, it's cool. It's cool.
No, he all right, man. Cool, man.
Because at the beginning of this conversation, we talked about the conspiracy theory of people manipulating religions to get what they want. And,
he's one of them.
That's what I was gonna say. So if he wanted within the last 200 years or so, he might be one of those ones. Like Jim Jones. Anybody heard the story about Jim Jones taking people to the island?
Yeah, man. Kool-Aid man. The Kool-Aid man.
Freedom, BT. I'm going to defend, although I'm not Rastafarian.
Look all them people down there, man.
I believe he was appointed rather than self-anointed.
He was an agent.
I think they were searching for someone, and they looked at the history of the path of Jesus in Rastafarians anyway, and from their perspective, the lineage is the of Ethiopia, and they looked at that and said, the leader of Ethiopia is going to be, and then they start to look at the time frame and things where people predict the future, etc. And they're predicting when will he come again, and that's to a certain extent it could have been where he was influenced by other people's anointing him as the second coming, and then and elaborate more about it than he probably should have, or not. Also, instead of, so I think maybe part of it could be that it's not his own choosing to have done what he did. It was somehow, which is basically temptation of power and control. Right. When they have that opportunity, so then they take it and they go, "Oh, you think I'm the second? Oh, okay, yeah, that's right, I am." And then they take it to the next level, which happens quite often to every mortal man.
Corruption, the corruption of power, right?
Exactly.
Because he was born under the same sun and the same moon as our Lord and Savior, as well as his lineage was traced back to Jesus Christ. So you're right about that. But again, corruption led to a lot of things. And he was looked at as a god because when he came to Jamaica, it was the first original black man we've seen outside of Marcus Garvey's preaching, like that we actually understood. And then, like you said,
so he was alive in the 20th century.
Yes.
Oh well, hell. That tell you right there, bro. Come on,
exactly.
Bro.
I know. I'm just telling you what they told me. So
yeah, that's the truth. Right
no disrespect to people in history, but some stuff you can kind of get a sense that a charismatic leader can go speak in front of a crowd and then have them follow him because of his
that Kool-Aid.
Yeah, well,
how much was it? 250 people, 300 people, and they thought the spaceship was gonna come down and come get them. I remember that as a shorty. Yeah.
So why? Up in the question again. Who and what God is not? Is there a God? Who and what God?
Yeah, no doubt. I just want to answer this question. I want to answer your question, and I'm gonna leave it alone from here. I just know for me, I'm not knocking nobody religion. I respect everybody's religion, no matter where you come from, creed, color, whatever. I just know for me, and this, I freeze. I know we talking about
conspiracy
theories, right?
Yeah.
I just want to properly to word it because I don't want to look like I'm crazy or nothing like that. But I know we talking about conspiracy things. But for me, for Boulevard. No, I'm quite sure y'all know who my real name is. I don't care whatnot, but for me, Boulevard, 5% Nation is what I'm comfortable with, and it's how I live my life, how I move. I deal with the teachings, and I deal with the proper food eating. Yeah, I went crazy over the summer because my sister passed, but I went crazy and whatnot, and I ate crazy. But I'm about to get back on my path. But for me, 5% Nation is what works for me.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say that, I'm not knocking Christianity. I'm knocking nobody religion or beliefs or nothing like that. If you believe in what you do, and if you think if you mess with me and whatnot, whatever, and you believe in what I deal with, we all gonna be family. No matter what. I don't care. At the end of the day, you can call me and pick me up on the phone, and I'll be right there. I don't care if you Judaist, Christianity, Baptist, whatever. I'm a brother to the brothers.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
And I'm gonna do that. Believe in 5% Nation. Yeah.
I was gonna say what God is to me. God is that dude that's been in our shadows next to us, because, like you said, if I have a son, he's a descendant of me. If my son if I have a grandson, he's a descendant of me and my son. So to me, we have a part of God who is in us, who tells us, like I've been telling earlier, he tells us whether we're right or wrong, or if we're doing something, or if we should do something. Sometimes it's not the right voice, but we have to go down that road just to experience it. So for me, the knowledge that we obtain, that voice is created from what we learn and what we gain. That's the God that we worship. But in other people, they put it in a form of, they put it in the form of one of the prophets in Jesus, or if they put it in another person. That's what I don't believe in. But I believe in God created us all in his own likeness to make us find out what the real meaning of life is to us. It doesn't mean we have to survive. I mean, it doesn't mean that we have to be the richest or the baddest. It's just plain out survive as long as we can and enjoy what we have. Because to be honest, all the stuff that we've experienced, half of the people can't even acknowledge it. Like, look at me. I'm in Colombia right now. I've been here for 3 years. You know how many people I know wish they could be in my situation and be here, but they can't. So for me, I got a different knowledge. So when I go back to the States, I got to tell them what I learned out here. That's God speaking through me to teach them something different.
Salute to you, man.
Where they can understand. That's what I think God is. God is us speaking to gain knowledge to help everyone, because we all think differently. We all come from different backgrounds, but we all have different knowledge, and we need to conform it to better survive everyone. But the problem is people break off from that because, like we said, corruption. Think about it. If you could come to me and tell me, yo, Brian, I give you $10 million not to speak, I may say no to it. But then Jim or Jock or Jake may be like, hell yeah, I'll take that 10 million. And their knowledge is probably more than mine. So that's why I say God is in all of us, man. It's just whether we listen to him or not, he's there.
Now the question becomes, let's talk about conspiracy theory, back to the original theme of this dialogue. Is there conspiracy theory in saying there is free will and man was given free will? Because if you're saying there is and there was, then listening to a creator's direction in a certain sense may not necessarily mean you have free will, but rather you're following the guidance of someone else, not your own particular influence or instincts.
Well, that's a good point, because right now I honestly say I am living free will, because this is the thing. For me, I'm able to go where I can go, do what I need to do, and learn. Yes, I do have a family back home, but my family's okay. And the thing is for me, my journey is the knowledge. Like back in the day, they used to have I know Muslims have it where they do the Greater Passage, where you walk for 40 days through the desert to gain knowledge.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, to me, that's you going against the grind. That could be you breaking the rules. But yes, there is a thing called free will. You can choose to do something, you could choose not to do it, or you could just choose to just follow the path. I mean, the 85% are like just keep going through life doing nothing. So there's always a choice. It's just your free will is in the direction you need to go. So again, there's free will, because you could choose to do it, choose not to do it, or do nothing at all. You still
That's right.
chose free will because that's what you want to do.
Facts.
But is
Yo,
there
that was good. That was a great point, man. Great point.
actually utilizing it or manipulating the term free will? One is to say those who actually act instinctively of their own free will are not following the path of God. So therefore, you should follow the path of God, which is not one, of course, will generate your own instinctive responses. And one of those could be a conspiracy theory to either allow you to control you by having you follow a certain path, or influence you to say, no, just do whatever you feel like instinctively, which creates, of course, potentially creates the world we have right now where you make corruption and other factors.
Right.
I see what you're saying. Like the rules that were set, whether you knew them or not, is it still free will? I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But the Bible says, this: every knee shall bend and every head shall bow. Right?
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
And so the thing is also the who is God question is easy for a Christian. God is the Alpha and the Omega.
The Omega, that's
the
right.
Beginning
The beginning and the end
of everything and the end of everything and everything in between.
All the beginning.
Right.
All.
And God is with you and everywhere else at the same time. Right.
But
and it's impossible. It's impossible for some people to grasp that.
Right.
But it doesn't mean it's not true. Right.
True.
For instance, the moon is one of the largest things in our solar system, right? But we see a dot in the sky, right? But if you get close to the moon, halfway between Earth and the moon, you will lose your sense of self about how big Earth is and how large the moon is.
How about how small the Earth is?
Because it's all about perspective,
right?
And a point of reference, right? That's right. It's all about perspective and points of reference, right? Like when you if you draw a dot on a piece of paper and it represents you, right? Then look at the rest of the sheet of the paper. It is so misproportionate to that little dot that you put on the paper that you can't believe it. But the pen that you used existed. The sheet of paper exists. The table that sheet of paper is on exists. The floor exists. Everything exists, right? So what I'm saying is, for those that can't comprehend what God is and how grand God is, right? You have to stop thinking in a linear sense, like, well, if he ain't came, sat in the car with me, then I can't imagine him existing, right? But you know what? You know who else says that? The subatomic particles in your blood can say the same thing about you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They are so small that they can't comprehend what Uncle Freezy looks like. You know what I'm saying? And I know that sounds like a grand thing of whatever, and we should just focus more on a certain thing. But man, I'm here to tell you, like, in my opinion, religion can be a conspiracy theory, right? Like religion can be a construct of men and certain men and women, probably, in order to glean riches and become prosperous off the backs of other people, right? But that's not the only time that has happened, right? You don't need religion to do that. I mean, record companies do that. Movie execs do that. Right? Am I right? Movie execs do that, right? Is there not a strike going on in Hollywood where a small group of people are taking advantage of a larger group of people?
And they're going broke.
And so the point that I'm getting at is I think we hold religion in such a narrow veil that we forget about other stuff that does the same things. And so what I'm saying is religion doesn't have to be religion. It doesn't have to be a bad thing, but it can be turned just like everything else. It can be corrupted, just like government can be corrupted, right? Financial institutions can be corrupted. We've seen it. We've seen Obama have Barack Obama had to save banks as soon as he got in the White House.
Right?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So just like what Bully was saying about the deacon that had the babies in the church and all that stuff, bro. Any organization that you have human beings in, you can have some type of corrupt entity. Like you can have one bad apple spoil the whole bunch.
Yep. Freeze. I'm gonna check your knowledge real quick, and I know you a man that got knowledge beyond years. You too, Wiz and BT. You remember that? You remember that movie by Richard Pryor when
Which
he was
one?
in the church?
Oh yeah, where he imitated as the preacher and everything.
Thank you, my brother.
And
Which
he
way
had like
is
I
up?
forget the name of it. Yeah,
Which way is
three
up?
different people.
Yeah.
Mr. Goodnight. Mr. Goodnight. Oh, Mr. Goodnight. Oh,
Yeah.
Mr. Goodnight. Yeah.
But that happens. But that can happen in
Anything.
and anything. Look at all the athletes that go broke while they still playing, and broke after they get out of sports. Some corrupted entity took advantage of people that didn't know better, and here's the other thing too, because there are some that don't know better. I think part of that 85% that Bully mentioned is not that they run from the truth. I think they run from the truth. I think they run from the truth so hard. They're so passionate that they're not the dumb ones that don't care. They're the gullible ones that want it so much that they'll believe anything.
You're on the right path. You're on the right path, brother.
Yeah, some of those people, bro. I'm not getting ready to say that you know what I'm saying. Some
I can
people
say it.
don't
I can
have
say it because
morals.
I ain't scared. I can say it. I know them dudes is on some cornball.
I got a
some
question.
cornball stuff.
Some people are just so some people are so passionate about certain things that they gullible, man. Like certain women want a certain type man so bad that they always wind up in bad relationships because they want that specific type guy. And men too. Men be like, I tell you, man, I tell you, Rihanna can walk in a room full of men right now and pick out one guy, and that guy will feel like he the luckiest man on earth. You know what I'm saying? Because he feel like you're right, because he been dreaming about a Rihanna his whole life. You know what I'm saying?
I just want a quick question because you said time isn't linear. I think it's different.
Did I say time isn't linear?
Yeah, I thought you said that time
I
isn't linear.
Yeah,
okay,
remember you saying that?
I thought I heard someone say that because I was gonna say simply. I was gonna say is there's a baseline to life. If my life ends right now, my story ends, but y'all still continue.
Your story don't end in life and death, bro.
Right? No, it don't. Right?
How do you
exactly,
figure?
BT.
That's so easy. That's so easy. I'm embarrassed, bro.
No, I'm laughing because the thing is you say conspiracy theory. They say that there's
but now you link it two together. You said when you die, your story ends.
Yeah, my story ends. Yes.
No, your story doesn't end.
No, it doesn't
in
end.
life and death.
Nope.
In life and death, bro.
Nope, it doesn't end, bro.
Yeah,
because
how you just talked about the African ruler that was, you know what I'm saying, that did that thing to thing. His story is being told. It was told by you 20 minutes ago.
By you, right out your mouth.
But what I'm
so
saying
that you live forever. You live forever.
But what I'm saying is that time period that I once was in will no longer be. At some point, it will cease to exist because there are other leaders that have done it too, and we don't even know what their names are. That's what I'm saying.
Wait. Say that one more. Say that one more time.
Okay, it's like this. Like he just said, the leader, that I was just talking about 20 minutes ago. Yes, his story lived within me and I passed it on. But at some point, just like our history, just like our past, just like everything in the stories, it's going to cease to exist. It may not now, but in the future, it won't. For me, example, like if I pass right now, how many other leaders before Marcus Garvey have we heard of? We don't know. How many were after Marcus Garvey? We don't know. We only know of Marcus Garvey.
No, but BT, that's still wrong because because you don't know don't mean things don't happen.
Facts. Facts.
That's like if a forest falling in the trees and you don't know, and the forest, a tree falling in the forest, that means it never happened because you don't know.
No, but what I'm saying is the stories.
That's like the Giants' offense. If they score a touchdown and you never see it, doesn't mean it never happened.
Oh man!
What I'm trying to say is
BT,
somewhere along the line.
You went too far now, boy.
What I'm saying is,
like,
look at the Bible. It's like somewhere along the line, the story changes, translations get lost, get overlooked. So isn't time a baseline for that person?
And that's why you have 10%ers, right? Because
10%ers,
50%ers, yeah, because because there is certain information that people want to keep pure, and sometimes when you share information, people are going to dispense it the way they want to dispense it.
Exactly.
So hold on, let me finish.
Oh, yeah.
That's why some of that 10% group that gets a bad rap. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are not. They're not evil people, bro. They have this thing. They're invested in keeping information pure, right? They have it's the reason why you don't carry around the Declaration of Independence in your pocket. There's a copy in one central place, because when you start telling everybody that they can walk around with it and show it and all that stuff, man, people gonna be man. Listen,
it loses its value.
Yeah, man. By the time I see the Declaration of Independence again, it'll probably have so many N words in it, and like you're like, oh, this ain't the original one. You know what I'm saying? So, but what ultimately what I'm getting at is this: like with you, you have to consider that just because you pass away in 50 years doesn't mean nobody is ever going to remember you. Your story is always going to exist. I can tell you why off the rip. First of all, you got a social security number.
That's right.
Right? You got so the government is tracking you your whole life, bro. Your whole life is being tracked by the government, and it may not be a bad thing. It may be a good thing, maybe a bad thing. It don't matter. It's all about perspective. But the mere fact that you have numbers associated with everything you do, you got a work ID, you got a telephone number, you got a driver's license number, you got a social security number, you got a debit card number, you got a checking account. You got, man. Listen, you got a number on your house, right? You always being tracked. So the fact that when you pass away, you think, you know what I'm saying, that's going to be the end of your story. Nah, it's not the end. You existed. People are going to remember you. Now, how fondly they remember you and how much they remember about you may be different. But the fact is that you existed in an information age. People are going to remember you.
Okay.
And even now, I have this thing on YouTube right now. It's a live stream, right? I'm not taking this thing down, right? So people, for as long as YouTube exists, they'll be able to see this video.
Okay.
And then I'm sorry, not to cut you off. Hold on, BT. And then if you think about it on some real joint, your family is the one that's going to recognize you and put you out there as the catalyst that you were as a person and whatnot. You know what I mean? Yeah, this stuff is on YouTube and everything. You know what I mean? You got Freezy, we got us up here, got Wiz up here. And, you know, we having this conversation. This is going to be an infamy forever. This is never going nowhere until the world be destroyed. Hold on, bro. And whatnot. And if you look at your social security number, all of us are black people. What is your last number at the end of your social security number, man? Come on.
Nah,
Any
man.
black person. It's all even numbers. It's all even numbers at the end, bro. Every black person, that's how you know who we are and who we ain't. And whatnot. Y'all don't peep the technique. See, this is what I'm saying. They go my conspiracy theorists. Yeah, that's Every black person that got a social security number got an even number at the end of their thing. Look at it. It's a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, 20. Look at it.
Black, I'm sorry, I gotta even know.
And you will live in infamy, bruh.
Now, actually, I'm going to bring it from two other perspectives. One is the scientific about existence, and one is matter is neither created nor destroyed, which means that since you exist in some way, you'll still exist forever because it never destruction of matter. It's never destroyed. Right. So other aspect, even the sound of your voice continues on forever. Just that we have to have a incredibly sensitive listening device to hear it.
Right.
And out now, where as it dissipates, it never completely goes away. It's traveling through space and time. I want to use space-time continuum. But the other aspect is the spiritual aspect, or the more esoteric part, where the quote by, I think, forgot the French Pierre Cardin or something, who says, you're not a human being having a spiritual experience, you're a spiritual being having a human experience. So the continuation of life or eternity of life means that when you die, you no longer exist, which means your story can continue to be told even by you in some way, shape, or form by your recreation, possibly rebirth, or people say reincarnation in another form. I want to call it reincarnation in the form of being in heaven or hell, or reincarnation in the form of being another life form, maybe on this planet or another planet. Your story continues because you continue your story, because you don't cease to exist past death.
I'm coming back as a killer whale. I ain't gonna front. I'm coming back as an orca.
You as a human form, but not as a living as a life force. So that could be also my thought about the end of your story is not the end upon your existence.
I agree.
I agree with that.
And I just want to add one other thing to BT. That like you say, when you die, that's the end of your story. It's not, bro. Even when they put you in the ground and cry over your grave, they put a marker there with information on it. To let people know, to summarize your story. You know what I'm saying? So and even then, they might even put on your tombstone, gone but not forgotten.
Yeah.
Gone but not forgotten. The word.
You know what I'm saying?
The say that is because this is my conspiracy theory when it comes to church and everything, and it's real quick. I believe that we are all given a certain time on this earth to do a task, and we don't know what time that is. But once that time is up, we go back in line to come back later on. Because sometimes, if you really think about it, there are certain people you can connect with that you haven't even met at all, but you know them. Like you have, or you meet somebody and like, yo, I know her. And she could be like your great-great-grandmother's whatever. And you'd be like, for some reason, link with that person, you have an understanding with them. And everybody says about your past life. That's why I say I believe in God, because I feel that every time we don't fail, our time ends and another story begins. I agree with that, but we just wait in line in heaven to come back. We don't remember who we are, what we do, but sometimes we do things that, like I said, we hear a voice in our head. That's probably the older version of us telling us, yo, don't do that. Or, hey, go ahead and do that. Let's see what happens. So for me, it's like, for this life, yeah, my story may end. But later on, my conspiracy theory is 100, maybe 200 years, I'll come back again in a human form, back reincarnated as something else, and still learn, try to figure it out.
Right. Yo, BT, yo,
is that life is like it's like an ocean?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, if you don't pass God's test, I don't think God just sends you straight to hell. I think he sends you back to earth to figure it out. Because at the end of the day, God loves us all and he wants us all in heaven. But the actual hell is living. Because the living is, you don't know if you're gonna be alive the next minute or the next second. That's the hell that you put yourself through. So you live every second of your life as if it's your last. So for me, like, you mess up, God's like, you were supposed to do this, go back down. And then you come back 20, 30, or 100 years later, and you're something totally different, and you're trying to survive again. That's my conspiracy theory. That's why I don't, like I said, I don't really just believe in churches and there's a heaven and hell. No, living is that. Every day of your life, you wake up, you got to go through some type of pain, some type of struggle for you to understand what you. That's your test.
Homeboy. Real quick, and I'm gonna let Wiz and Now I ain't gonna let nobody do anything, but you know, we all grown people out here. But it was something that you just said, man, that just kind of resonated with me. I know when my yo, hold on, real quick. I know when my sister passed away, kid. Yo, for the last couple of months and stuff. Yo, I always tell Freezy and I tell my man Corey Lee and everybody, yo, this has been therapy for me. But yo, I'll be on some, and this is not conspiracy. This is just on some real being one in tune with God and with the Most High, and being in tune with people that you lost, man, people that you know that left your life. Yo, man, I dream about my sister every doggone day. You understand what I'm saying? Like I be looking forward for her to come out that door, call me a punk ass dude, smack me upside my head when I'm drinking my little soda and whatnot. She smacked me upside my head, man. Man, make me spit my little soda out. Yo, it's real. It's real. So like if you're not in tune with the world, if you're not in tune with God and the people that you love, you're gonna get lost. You're gonna get lost in the sauce. So when you losing important people in your life and stuff like that, it make you gravitate to something bigger than yourself. And you feel them because I know I feel my sister all day, every day, and whatnot. But it makes you a better person. It make you strive to go do better things, and make you get out here and do the work. Yo, salute to Jay Boogie, man. He said something to me earlier that I didn't even know. Respect your homeboy and stuff like that. I ain't gonna put his business out there. He already said it and whatnot. And I did not know. But it just made me now see now when he said what he said earlier and how Freezy and my man Corey Lee and DSJ treated me after my tragedy. Dude, I'm getting out here. I'm trying to do the best that I can. So yeah, I'm trying to in tune with the Most High and get out here. And I'm trying to read that book, my 5% Nation book, and get more in tune to it. Because you got to believe in something. If not, you don't believe in it, then you just walking around in limbo. I don't want to be in limbo no more, man. I want to be a great guy. I want to be a great man. I want to be a great father to my child and to a great brother to all my siblings and a great uncle, cousin, whatever. And a great friend to all my people on that panel and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And then some. Man, we gotta open our eyes. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I wish I was in Alabama. Boy, I've just been swinging that chair too.
Yo,
So
I said it.
The aspect of life and definition of
Peace,
life.
y'all. Peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. Mm-hmm.
You know that the Buddhist perspective is that one of them is that life is like the ocean, and human beings are like waves that form in the ocean that exist for a period of time, and then dissipate back to the ocean. So life is the existence life of the universe. It's basically life is the universe, and it simply, shows its head in the form of human beings or a wave or insect at some point in time, then goes back into the ocean to come back again at some point in time, which can be, of course, this big an ocean as the universe is a lot for it to expect it to come back the same place or the same form, etc. But of course, I think there's a guy, you may know him. He says, most people think great God will come from the skies, take away everything, and make everybody feel high.
Yeah.
But if you know what life is worth, you will look for yours on earth, and now you're the light. So stand up for your right.
Right. The mighty God is a living man. I know it.
Right, exactly. Earth is here on earth, and so does hell. If you, of course, we believe heaven and there is a hell. If they ever existed, and so does hell, and it's up to you to choose a life you live, whether it's one of heaven, hell, or just a common man. And it could be the 5%ers who 85% are living as a common man existing. And the 10% are living as influences, the negative influences on, well, not 10% all of them, but some of them. Because I'm saying there's a great bullying that 10%. They are those who know the truth, but don't manipulate people with the truth.
Right, we don't want to tell the truth, right?
The guide people, and then the 5%ers who are there living the full truth at the process, so to speak.
Uncle Freezy.
I think the opposite of that though, the part that we didn't touch on
Mm-hmm.
is that the devil exists.
Oh yeah.
Right. So when you talk about the 10%ers and others that are not 5%ers, we have to keep in mind that we all have a common enemy, regardless of what your religion or belief system
That's
is.
right. It's the
You know
devil.
what I'm saying? And so when you keep in mind that there is a common enemy, then you start to think about, well, you know, what do I do to save my people or help guide and direct my people? Because people can only save themselves. I'm sorry if that sounds mean, but
Yep.
No, you told the truth.
but because if you believe in the free will debate, right, then you believe that they make their own decision, right?
Mhm.
And so when you recognize that there's a common enemy, right, then a lot of the times the decisions that are made, they look like selfish decisions, but if you don't speak to people, right, like for instance, if a 5%er doesn't speak to Uncle Freezy and they see me going about my path and they see me making certain decisions, they may just assume that I'm also a part of the enemy or the guy that they are looking to fight, because they don't understand that on say the battlefield, so to speak, you are gonna have snipers, heavy artillery, and gunners,
Bars.
right?
Yep.
So if you're infantry and you're just carrying the M16, right, and you see somebody else you hear shots on the other side of the field, that don't mean that's the enemy. That could be friendly fire helping you in your common goal, right? It's just you go about it in different ways. That's one of the things I just wanted to point out real quick.
And there's a
And it's
conspiracy
like,
about Bob, by the way, that Bob was assassinated or murdered when he came to get treatment in the U.S. And of course, it could be because he was a 5%er who was trying to help the people, because he, of course, redemption song, right? Emancipate yourself from mental slavery.
Right.
Mind.
From the mind too.
The message, and the people didn't want him to hear it, so the 10% or the devil, which functions that exist, eliminated him from trying to get the 85% to wake up,
right,
to who they are.
What I was gonna say is the way you know that the devil exists is there's only 3 sins, actually like 4 sins I really believe in. But it's funny how they call one of these a sin. Jealousy. They say jealousy is a big sin. I say no. I say envy is, because see, if you see someone and you're jealous of them, that just goes to show that you're not where you need to be and you need to work on who you are. Because jealousy for me, like Uncle Freezy said, the way I understand jealousy, if I'm jealous of you, I'm not where I need to be. So I'm going to go work on me to be better. But see, if I'm envious of you, I'm going to take it from you without even earning it. So for me, like in the military, one of my friends, I was jealous of him because he had the cars, he had the women, he had everything. And then because out of that jealousy, I started digging deep and I did a better job in myself to where I started pulling women that he was asking me like, yo, how'd you get that? I'm like, yo, I don't even know. I just focused on me and did what I had to do. So jealousy for me is a great motivator. So a lot of things that people look into, I don't and I'm being real, because you could tell when someone's envious.
That's what's up. No, I like that, man. I love what you just said right there. Go ahead, brother.
And then like for me, like jealousy, it's envy, greed, laziness, and dang, I forgot what they call it. It's where you can't think for yourself. I forget what it's called, but
foolishness.
Dang,
Man.
I forget what it's called. But those are the 4 sins I don't agree with, because you're lazy. You don't do nothing to motivate yourself to do better. You are envious, which means you're just gonna kill any and everybody just to get what you think you deserve, when you ain't even know if that's meant for you or for the other person. And you don't even think for yourself to where you understand what you're doing. You're just going around creating chaos. Like, for example, a kid who's running around, who cuts school, he's running around busting windows in the car. Because I used to do it too. I cut class, I'd bust car windows just to hear the cushing, or I'd be running around just breaking property, just be like banging up on garbage bins and breaking them up when not realizing that the city now got to pay for it. That's more taxes people got to work. That's, you see what I'm saying? I busted this guy's window. Now he's got to miss a day of work. Like the whole butterfly effect that you cause and create chaos. Those forces that I told you, I think are the ones that keep the devil alive.
Facts. Yo, family. I just want to put y'all to one album to understand where my mind frame be thinking. I just want to put you on to one album. If y'all don't got to buy it,
the Trouble Man soundtrack. Marvin Gaye.
No, not the Trouble Man soundtrack with Marvin Gaye, man. With what was my man name on what was my man name that played Trouble Man? It'll come to me. Yeah. Classic. That was a classic album. Who?
Bobby Womack?
No. That's Marvin Gaye all day. That's Marvin Gaye, man. That's the whole soundtrack is Marvin Gaye. It wasn't not, man. He killed it. I was just I'm John Hooks. It wasn't not my man John Hooks, man. Yo, he was a dope dude. But the album that I always listen to day by day, and I'm, call me a purist or whatever you want to call it. I listen to Poor Righteous Teacher, New World Order, 85%ers. It's giving you the drop box to everything that I'm speaking of. Okay. And I think that song came out in that song came out in 2001, 2002. Poor Righteous Teacher, New World Order, featuring KRS-One. It wasn't that. I mean, when I tell you that's a dope song, Uncle Freezy, you will enjoy it. Wiz and BT, you will enjoy it.
I'll try it, but I just don't like rappers being religious to me, bro.
It's not being okay. So all right, it's not.
I'm gonna listen to it though.
All right. So you know what I would say? I'm gonna let you listen to this. I'm gonna let you listen to the music. Listen to the tracks, man. Listen to the tracks, and then say, you know what, bully? I'm gonna kick you in your ass. I ain't like this goddamn music, man. What the hell was wrong with you, boy?
Are your favorite singers being religious?
Huh?
Are your favorite
singers? They're not being religious. They dropping science.
They
dropping knowledge.
Now this is direct to the Freezy. Let's Freezy the question to Freezy. Are you okay with singers being religious?
What type of singers?
Let's say gospel singers or Bob Marley, etc. Are you okay with them being religious?
Yes, I love Bob Marley.
But the rap form, you don't appreciate the religion. They were just preaching from a. Okay, I understand. I just want to clarify that. Okay.
Yeah. Because I'll give you an example of one that I appreciate and I listen to. Right, a rapper said, "The attribute Haji helper to another god in need of Allah, God Islam, as I proceed to civilize the uncivilized. Word of wisdom to the group from the wise. If I guess I'm a verbalizer from the act, I'm moving backwards. An Asiatic black man is a dog spelled backwards to make the cream of the planet, father civilization, God of the universe. Manifesting. See now that I vibe with. Right? I can vibe with that, right? I can vibe with that, right?
Okay.
Because everything leading
Freezy know that stuff.
Everything leading into that, bro, is my man bearing his soul out about a belief system.
Okay.
The title of the song. The title of the song is Wake Up in the Sunshine reprise, right?
Sunshine.
So he has a direct audience that he's speaking to directly.
Everybody loves
and he's and there is no other thing around him. Like there is no temptation, there's no chicks dancing, there's nobody smoking weed, there's no cars, there's no fancy cars, none of that. It's Grand Puba speaking directly to those that he want to help bring to a certain place, right? Right. But everybody don't do that, bro.
Right,
see, you know what I'm saying? See, because that song was on the album. That song was on the album with dudes speaking that, you know what I'm saying? And my thing is even though I love KRS-One as a rapper, he can't help me with religion, bro. He can't.
Right. I got it.
If I see this one song by KRS-One, would you take it?
Nope. I'll listen to it.
Okay. No.
I'll listen to it, but I
respect
ain't
you. I'm gonna respect you. I respect you.
Right. And
how
with
about
that
Nas?
said,
how about Nas?
No, hell no.
Okay.
Nas can't tell me nothing about it.
Exactly.
Nas can't tell me nothing about it because even in Nas is one of my favorite rappers, right? But I take it solely as entertainment.
Like he
right.
talk to
if
me
if I sing you a song by KRS-One that's talking about the religion,
God.
if I sing you a song by KRS, I'm sorry, BT. If I sing you a song by KRS-One, he talking about religion, you wouldn't try to like listen to it?
No, me or BT?
No, I'm talking to Uncle Freeze.
No, I know, because it can't be. It's got things. The thing is, bro, like the message has to be in a pure vein, right? Like for instance, with the gospel singers, a lot of that stuff, a lot of that gospel, I'm not listening to that either.
Right.
Because it's into like you ain't get ready to start twerking on the floor. You twerking in front of the. Hey, Bully, we can't play it. Man, YouTube will shut us down.
Yeah.
Bro.
You know what? No.
Yeah,
I'm about to turn that off right now. I already understand.
Yeah.
Real
YouTube
quick.
will shut you.
My bad.
Like
midstream,
zoop. But not like I see what you're saying. Like for me, I gotta have like it's gotta come from a place to where when I hear it, it's like, oh, this is actually good because I went to church and one of the churches I was really good. They were actually twerking and getting low in the church, and I'm like,
I can't deal with that mess.
I'm like, yo, what are you doing? What happened to the hand clapping? What happened to the? I can understand
that's the way we dance now. No, that ain't the way you dance. No, that ain't
exactly.
The way
that's what I'm saying. I can understand the backflip or a hand clap or a dip, a side to side. Like I'm into the old Temptations, like the shuffle dance, where you. But some of the churches I be seeing now, I'm like, this isn't what God taught.
Oh, I get it.
The message has to come from the correct messenger, right?
Right.
The wrong messenger.
Right.
Exactly.
And that messenger has to be, in a place of purity to deliver.
Yes, that's to where it automatically grasps me, and I'm like, whoa, this guy got it. And I ain't got no question about what they saying. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah,
well, please, I'm gonna send you 2 songs. I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm gonna send it later, man.
You want me to tell you?
Please, I got a song from 2 Live Crew. That's gonna.
Right. Yeah.
Yo, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, man. Like I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's some of the stuff I get what you're saying, but like the 10%ers that Bully mentioned earlier, some people like to have some of that stuff be pure. Like you don't have to put honey on the message for people to be attracted to it, right? You know what I'm saying? You give the message and let people break that message down on their own, right? Because like when you drop a gem on somebody, right? It's not meant for them to digest it all in front of you, and then they get it so that you, the messenger, can feel good about that person receiving the message. That's the wrong intent.
Right.
The messenger's job is to deliver the message and get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah, get me kick rocks, kid.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. When you think about the mailman. How often you see the mailman leaning on your mailbox, chilling, talking? You know what I'm saying? He out there 30 minutes leaning on your mailbox. Nah, he might holler, but he gonna stay in the road, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's the he come and deliver the message and he gone.
Right, bro.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Good point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why all these songs that are like close to gospel, close to religious songs, if they not religious, I don't care how.
Yo, you know one song that I like, man. That's religious, and my grandma like it, man. But matter of fact, this is my grandma ringtone when she called me. Mary, Mary, it's the God in me.
Yeah.
You ever heard
Yeah.
that song before?
Yeah.
It's the God in me. Yo, my.
Right.
And I like the little chocolatey girl, man. I like the little
sorry,
chocolatey
man.
girl, man.
Yeah.
Me being through Catholic school, back like I've been through so much different churches. I hear a gospel song, I just immediately like, yo, I don't believe it, because it doesn't come from a place of where, like,
Does
when
it
I
kill
was
your
coming
faith?
up. No, it's like, it's not because of my faith. It's because of, like, when I was coming up, I was actually in the choir, so I'd hear a song and I would just be pulled into it. And sometimes I'd be singing that song for days. So for me, it's like it got watered down to where now I can't really believe people's words as much when they sing, because there's no authenticity to it. Like, I remember one of the choir directors that I had, he would make me sing for hours, and then he's like, I want you to sing so you understand why you're singing. And I would never understand I never understood what he meant until recently, which was, he wanted me to sing for a purpose to where I can just get my message out and leave it at that, and not even have to sit there and try to understand what's going on or have a feeling to it. Basically, what he was trying to tell me was, like you said, Uncle Freezy, with the mailman, get to the point, leave the message, and let it just be what it is. So for me, it's like I haven't heard any type of purity in a while, to where it's just like, I don't even believe in half of the stuff, because everything is watered down, regenerated. And again, like I said, the churches, they're breakdancing. They're freaking doing. I'm like, come on, man. I can't believe in a system that doesn't have any type of authenticity of its own. That's just me.
Okay.
I'm actually a little torn on that subject, by the way, Freezy. I'm a little torn because I use too much logic sometimes in my analysis of things. One is basic. I was in the financial world for a while, right? I worked in Wall Street for about 15 years and dabble around with that kind of work, that kind of flavor. Of course, you're taking the series examinations. So, I know sometimes you still got the brain power to grasp that stuff. I'm not quite sure if I took the exam again, I would be okay, because I'm not really in that place. I'd actually opened a book from RPI book. Literally, when you went to RPI Bully, I actually was cleaning my chest of drawers out. I'm going to get rid of it. And I found an old RPI book in here. I'm like, and I looked at the formulas and but of course, it's computers back in 1982, by the way. This is very old computer technology and knowledge. But we're talking about assembly language, hexadecimal, etc.
Right.
I got a 92, by the way, on the exam. 92. I
Good
didn't
job,
have
bro.
8 points,
Good job,
but
bro.
So what I was thinking about, my source of information, and what I did was, I'm going to use just the financial aspect of what I did and didn't do. There are 3 occasions in my life where right now I'd be hanging with Oprah and Jay-Z and them being the 10%ers, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's because on 3 occasions, I let the messenger influence my absorption of the message.
Right.
And the last one was actually cryptocurrency. In 2012, my former coworker's ex-boyfriend, who met me twice in his life, after a year and a half of not seeing him, but he had my phone number because we're the only black people in the circle at the time. So he goes, "Hey man, what's up, my man? He got my number." He never called me before that, but he called me a year and a half after I left the company, and he had broke up with his girl from Vegas about this new thing. And I gotta look into this. You gotta look into this. Just put I know you invest. Just drop $100, $1,000 into this thing. And I'm just saying, look at it, man. You have the technology mind. I know you're a former engineer from RPI, and you're in the finance world, investing. Look at this thing. I'm like, I said, oh yeah, sure, yeah. I was driving, a little, like you, Freezer. I was driving in a kind of that SUV that has a little badge on it, and cruising down the 101. I said, yeah, whatever, dude.
Right.
I'm chilling. I think it's cool. And after hung up, I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'll look into that. Nah, and I never looked into it. $1,000 investment, right? You know what it was? Bitcoin.
Oh,
Bitcoin. Wow.
2012.
You loser.
You probably could have had like $100,000 right now.
not
Right.
100 grand. I'm talking about
$1,000
Nah,
investment.
no.
he'd have had,
I would have
he'd
made
have
a
had more than that.
multi-million. I'd have probably
Yeah,
had. I thought about
exponential.
maybe 10, 20, 30 mil at
Yeah,
least.
yep.
$1,000 in 2012 on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
played
from
let's leave it
2012?
2012. So this is like the beginning. This is where it bounced around in the $10 range. So instead of having one Bitcoin or 100 Bitcoin, I could have had, like about 50 to 1,000 Bitcoin. It literally had got in the dollar range sometimes. And I could have just left, But yeah, I dismissed it because the messenger was someone who had zero credibility in that aspect.
Yeah.
And calling me from Vegas as well, and never ever speaking to me.
Yeah.
And was living off his girl who was helping him as he worked, a job, and he just hung around, all the factors that I let influence me was like, how would I look at whatever this guy's doing, the scam this guy's going on in Vegas?
Yeah.
I didn't even look at it, and if I at least just looked at it, I'm not saying that there's scams that go, but if I just looked at it, I'd be like, there's something to it, but what the heck? Let's just drop. Instead of buying, my Frappuccino every day with my little. I said, let me just take off a Frappuccino every other day.
Yeah, and just invest. Yeah.
Wiz, here's the funny thing. Doesn't that, because you didn't listen to that, let's say he was a 10%er that you misread, or a 5%er giving you the information and you misread it. Doesn't that situation now make you an 85%er?
In that
You
scenario,
see what I'm
absolutely.
saying?
So, right.
So it's like, because the way I'm looking at it is,
my message though was to say, was trying to feel about, sometimes the messenger may have a valid message, but we dismiss the messenger. That's why I'm torn between listening to a messenger that has lack of credibility.
Like me and Wiz. Yeah, Wiz is saying the same thing. Yeah. That's why when Bully was talking to me about listening to Poor Righteous Teachers, like, nah, bro. You know what I'm saying? I might listen to it, I might bop to it, and it might be entertaining. Right. But at the same time, think about this. Yeah. Tupac had a song called Hail Mary. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tupac had a song called Hail Mary, right? Right. And the song has nothing to do about hailing Mary. Go off face value. If you go off face, anybody in here ever heard Hail Mary?
Yep. Come with me.
We heard it.
Hail Mary. Run quick and easy.
Yeah.
But see, you know what's crazy?
What do we have here now? If you want to ride or die,
Hail Mary. Hail Mary is him praising a girl named Mary. That's all it means.
Yeah,
it wasn't an actual.
All right, can I say one thing about this conspiracy theory thing? Hold on, let me. All right, go ahead. Go freeze.
Hail Mary
go freeze.
This dude praying for blessings because he about to either commit murder or be murdered.
I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
Yeah. So
the greatest thing since what, getting some what?
Yeah. So why I'm gonna listen? Yo, come on, man. And I know that sound mad. I know I sound mad like a square. Right, if you're like,
I'm about to say something, boy. I'm about to say something.
Yeah, you say, hey, but you know what though? You know what though? The thing about so I was going to say probably something I shouldn't say, so I won't say that. But what I would say,
speak your piece, homeboy. Speak your piece.
He probably gonna talk about Giants.
No, I ain't gonna say that. But what
these Giants, or you talk about San Francisco?
Just have integrity is basically what it boils down to.
Yeah, have some integrity. Yes.
Integrity doesn't
goes a long way.
Values either. People think integrity is your value system, and it's not.
I got something to say though.
Integrity is being able to stay yourself when outside pressures are forcing you to be something else. Like if you ever saw a tree,
I got something to say.
If you ever saw a tree in a windstorm, right? That tree is integral because outside forces are trying to force that tree over, and that tree is standing up, right? It ain't gonna get pushed over.
Yeah, that tree ain't gonna be compromised. It's not gonna be compromised.
Right. And that's what we have to do when it comes to peer pressure.
And doing the right thing when nobody's watching or not getting credit for it.
Yep.
I
Right.
agree
But
with you.
can I
But
say something
go
real
ahead.
quick?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love you, Uncle Freezy, and I love you, Wiz, and I love you, BT, and I love.
Oh, he about to say something about our
Yeah, I was
Jamaican
about to say
heritage.
that. Like, what's going
He
on?
about to say something about our heritage. Oh boy, here we go.
I love the chat. I love everybody, but I'm gonna just say this, and I'm probably gonna get some smoke. And I'm a grown man. I can handle it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Big mouth nigga got my man killed. I said it.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Big
Okay,
mouth
no,
dude.
you get no smoke from me with that. But
He got
here's
my.
a question I was gonna throw at you though.
Hold on, I ain't even finished. Hold
No,
on,
I was
BT. I
gonna.
ain't finished. Let me spread that. Let me spread that peanut butter and jelly smooth, real quick, like butter and whatnot. You did?
Right.
Mhm.
Big mouth dude got my man killed on some stuff. My man told him to stay away from them dudes. You know who you running with? You know who you running with over there, man? Yeah, you need to know your place real quick. And he kept on running with him.
Right.
And then when the beef came, stopped hanging it, and then he got on the BET or the MTV joint and said, "Man, I ain't hanging. I don't like them hanger oners around me, talking about the dudes
Right.
and whatnot." And my man ain't no homeboy was coming up there.
Right.
He ain't know he was coming up there. Look, another conspiracy thing. See?
True that. Now, Freezy, I do kind of agree with you with Pac, because the same guy who wrote "Hit 'Em Up" wrote "Dear Mama." You know,
Right.
"Dear Mama" is one of my
Mhm.
classic love songs to my mom. Right? At the same
Right.
time, you know, I mean, when the cat is talking about, you know, you claim to be a player, but your wife,
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah.
mm,
You know what I'm
hit 'em
saying?
up.
you know what I mean? The same. I'm
Yeah.
like, dude,
Man, look at here,
yeah.
bruh.
So it's
And
tough with
and
him
Why
and
do
because
y'all
he's
Wiz
not
only
the
and
focus
Wiz
on that?
and Wiz and the thing too is people mention all the different types of things about the Bible, right? But then the Bible also says a double-minded man is unsteady in all his ways,
Mm,
right?
Yes.
So
Mm.
the same dude that is on one day this type of guy and the next day that type of guy, and then we hang around and praise that guy when he's unpredictable. Now you can't do that, bro. You got to have integrity.
Facts.
Right. You got to have integrity. That's why I know a lot of times the Bible gets a beating, right? From both sides. The people that love the Bible will beat that Bible to death in your face, right? They
Yup.
thump that Bible, right? And then others, they discourage you and get people away from the Bible, man. But the thing that I do with it is open it up and read it. Right.
yeah.
Right. And I don't force it on nobody, bro. I'll just read it, man. And you know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing. How can a responsible man, right, be on
Mhm.
TikTok and watch videos or be on Twitter and read social media and then not back his religious belief or not improve his belief system? To me, when you start doing that, when dudes are like, "Yo, I saw on Twitter that such and such," okay, I'm not following you because you believe what 50, 17-year-olds said, right? And you're a grown ass man. You're a grown ass man. You talking about, yo, man, I'm trending, man. I got 200 likes on it. So you got 200 likes from a group of people from 14 to 19 years old. You know what I'm saying? And that makes you feel make you feel some type of way. Now, for some people need that validation, right? Some people need that validation, but for me, like for us, ever since the day that y'all met me, I know I rub people the wrong way. I rub people the wrong way because I believe in the straight line theory. Every time I see Wiz know I'm a straight shooter. I ain't gonna shoot in the gas. And sometimes I'm gonna say some shit that Wiz don't like. I know this, right? I know this. But when you be around somebody long enough, they be prepared for like, okay, and I would rather for him to tell me his truth than for him to be spreading lies behind my back
Facts.
and
Facts.
gossiping and stuff. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying? That's the thing that I'm not gonna do. I don't do that type of stuff, right? That's why when you ask me, hey yo, am I on this side of the road this day or that side of the road? Nope. I'm gonna be in my lane, staying. That's why when you ask me about the poor righteous teachers, when you did that, I checked myself. You know what I did? In order to make sure I was straight, I went to a gospel song and listened to it while y'all were talking about it. I listened to a song called God's Grace by Trinity 5-7. Right?
Oh, that's a dope.
That's an old song, right? And when I listened to it,
it's a dope song too.
The video though. I'm not a fan of the video, and not because I don't like looking at pretty girls and none of that stuff. I just think that
I know what you mean.
The video sent a different message than what the song was saying. I know where they was going with it, right? I know
that's a dope video, man.
So yeah. But the thing is I don't feel like getting God's grace after temptation is good enough. I think avoiding temptation is the thing that he should have done.
It's more rewarding.
No doubt,
exactly.
No doubt.
Get away from the things that tempt you to be somebody that you normally would be. Right?
Exactly.
Like
I'm not gonna front of you.
Like
as I get older, I get better.
Yeah, like throwing $600 in a strip club. I get that. You like, oh man, I done threw away $800 in the strip club. Nah, bro, just stay away from the strip club.
I did it.
See, that's what I was talking about with the church. That's exactly what I meant. They keep doing the same thing over.
Hold on, BT.
I don't fault them. That's their life. But you're right.
BT.
That's exactly what I mean.
BT, I want to say something real quick to you, and I don't want to disappoint nobody when I'm saying this. Not only did I throw $600 away, or maybe more, in the strip club, but the church girls, I spent $600 and $800 on them to get freaky with them. Yeah. And guess what? And they was all down for the cause.
But see, what y'all don't understand.
And went and praised church the next morning.
See, that's wrong. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, for me, here's an example. Plenty of times I've had friends call me in the middle of the night to come get them when they married or they too drunk to drive their own car or whatever. They relied on me, right? Now, let me ask you something. If I didn't have the integrity to get them through that crisis, what would have happened to them? They probably would have been in some other stuff. And it got to a point to me where I started losing sleep. They became too dependent on me. And I told them, yo, I'm not doing this no more. Don't call me past 8 o'clock at night. Because you know what? You guys are getting too comfortable and relying on me to pick up your work to where now I'm involved. So my integrity started when I started learning, like, I'm not going to do this. Don't get me wrong. I love women to death and I do anything for a woman. But nowadays, what's going on? Nah, I'm good. I'm not going to go out there and risk doing something that's going to mess with my integrity. My integrity is I'm a man of chivalry. I still open doors for ladies. I still pull her seats out.
Man, we all should do that.
I prefer to cook for a woman. But see, me doing that, women make fun of me like, oh, he's trying to get with me. Da, da, da. No, that's who I am.
Is that a conspiracy theory? Is that a conspiracy theory?
I don't know. But what I'm telling you is I'm not going to change who I am just because of other people around me, because of the ones I haven't found yet. I said.
All right. BT, I'm sorry, not to cut you off, big bro. Cut you off, big bro. What's your age range, homeboy?
I'm 40. I just turned 40 this week. My birthday week.
Turned 40. I'm just turned 50 this year. I just turned 50 this year.
Dirt, bro.
Yo, don't be saying that.
God,
Wiz, we up here with senior citizens and shit. We up here with senior citizens.
Wait, I got a question. This is what I wanted to know. What age do you get to say what you get to say and nobody can say nothing to you? Because I remember it was 40 when I was a kid.
When you get 50, obviously you get 50, I guess.
We up here with these.
Nah, little big bro.
That's why the conversation. That's why the conversation be going in deep water.
You cool in my book, man. You cool in my book, man. With your cowboy hat, man. You cool.
Yeah, I turned 40, 83. I'm a Reagan baby.
Right. Oh, you 83? I'm 73. See, look, there it is. Whoop, there it is. March 19th. I'm a March baby. Word.
But that's what I've been trying to tell everybody. And every woman I met, every person I met, they say the same thing. You don't change for nobody.
When I'm gonna be able to speak? Nah, you can speak, dog. Look, but I speak to how old he is.
Yeah.
That's freaky how old he
Man,
is,
he
man.
25 years old, still with diapers on. Don't act
Yeah,
like
man.
Oh,
I got a diaper on right now, right?
Oh, Freezy, you better stop the crap.
It just don't say Pampers on it. It say
That's
Depends.
Wiz how old he is. That's Wiz how old he is. Look at Wiz. Wiz about 45 years old, man. Y'all better stop playing with me,
Please,
man.
please,
God
I'm
damn.
60, son.
But you
I'm
know what?
40,
You know what's
50,
You ain't no
60. I'm
60
60.
nothing, man. You ain't no
I'm
60
60.
nothing. Wiz,
I'm
you
60, boy.
Yeah, I'm
you a
30.
handsome young
exactly.
man, Wiz.
What I
Stop.
want to say to y'all too, though, is I know we talk about
62.
conspiracy theories a lot, but you know it's
Mhm.
crazy. There's other things that you can do that are some people consider conspiracy theories. Like for example, art. How is it that art is able to be survival of over years and years and years? Some people think that it's just reincarnated or they just added it to the history. So what I'm
Mhm.
telling y'all is like there's other things out there that you can do. Get out of your
Mhm.
comfort zone. Do something outside of your comfort zone just for a couple of weeks or a
Yeah.
month.
I agree.
Like I said, I've been in Colombia for 3 years. I don't care what nobody
What
says.
Colombia?
Going to
Colombia,
another
the
country,
country
The
Colombia?
country, yeah, the
yeah,
country.
South America. Go to
You in
another.
South
See,
America, bro?
yeah, I'm in South
Yep.
America.
That's it.
Oh
But see,
man,
that's
yo,
the
Right.
thing.
salute to
This
you,
is
my
what I'm trying
dude.
to tell y'all.
Salute.
Oh, thank you.
Salute.
The object is I'm blessed to have a family that is taken
Mm.
care of. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is get outside your comfort zone. It's very hard to learn Spanish in a country that you don't know Spanish. A lot of people say, oh, you're crazy, but I'm out of my comfort zone. When I go back to do what I got to do, I'm going to be all right because you know what? I learned something out here.
Man, props.
That's what I'm
Man,
telling
props.
everybody. Even if you
Props.
can't spend 5 minutes to yourself, go to the park and just sit there and feed the ducks or the birds. I'm sorry. Call me an old soul, but doing something out of your comfort zone,
I
man.
do
You
that.
can learn
I
a lot
go
more.
fishing all the time, man. Word. I stay going fishing, man. I stay
Yeah.
barbecuing for my family. I mean, I'm not up in the mountain no more. I'm back on solid ground. But yo, when I was up there, man, I miss my family up there, man. I ain't gonna front, man. I was barbecuing and cooking, taking my nephews and family fishing, and going to the bowling alley, doing all that stuff that an uncle and a brother and a son and a grandson is supposed to do, man. And I'm gonna tell you right now, yo, hold on, real quick. I don't want to change the subject, but they kicked them boys' asses down in Alabama. And yo, rest in peace to my father, born and raised in Alabama from the Gump, from the summer, from the Gump and whatnot. Man, them old descendants of our ancestors, a slave family that got sold out
Oh,
there
when
on that
they
river, man, they with them boys' tail, man. All right, man. Listen, man, I wish I
you
was
talk
down
about
here.
that protest in
No, I'm talking about the ass whipping. I'm talking about the ass whipping on the goddamn on the riverboat,
Alabama,
the
the
brawl.
riverboat.
Yeah, the
oh
river road brawl.
Isn't it amazing? They
So
that was
amazing.
the
I love
port.
it. I watch it 3 times a day, man.
So that was a slave port, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
the point where
the
they
boat was called the Harriet Tubman,
yeah, the Harriet
and
Tubman
it's like
too.
everything I mean, basically was in synchronicity where it was like, oh man, in every way, shape, or form, we whooped them, we
We kicked their
claimed.
But
tails.
see,
Kicked
I
their
think
tails.
all of that's an act though. Because to be honest with you, why
See?
would you
Why
I'm
would you
about to
think
tell
that's
you,
an act?
we no, what I'm saying is I'm not saying that it was genuine. I'm saying I think it was a plan. Because here's the thing. How many years
Conspiracy,
of
see?
slavery
Here go
have
the
we been
conspiracy. This is another conspiracy. See? Come on.
how many years of slavery have we been removed? I mean, we can say
400,
2, 3
500,
generations maybe, but let's be
4
real. None
generations.
of us have actually endured slavery. We may be
Right.
slaves in the mind, but we never
But we deal
actually
with
been with.
racism every day. You ain't never had racism in your face?
But who got the shackles on your mind though?
That's what I'm saying. You put them on there
No,
because
no,
you
no.
following.
I'm asking just in general. Who got the shackles on your mind?
I'm just saying, for me, I find it that if you follow society and you follow everything and you don't see something from a different perspective, that's you. That's why you got to get up every
Nah,
now and again
nah,
and go
nah,
to a different
nah.
seat to get a
No, I'm saying,
different view.
but I'm saying,
I gotta disagree.
who put the shackles on your mind though?
You do.
Okay.
Because I'm being real. You mean to tell me you can't change? You can't go find you another place? If you
I gotta
in
disagree.
the hood, you mean to tell me you can't find another job to get out of the hood rather than
I gotta
spend on
disagree.
getting a new car or getting new rims, or it's not saving your tax returns, or not planning to get out, you can always get out the hood. The problem is people get comfortable. I'm being real. I got out the hood. I got out the hood 3 times.
Now, because I'm non-American, I speak from a different perspective. Because when you grow up in a country where you've had black prime ministers and they're black cops and so it still exists, of course, but there's still certain forces that are controlling. I mean, there's definitely CIA was involved in Jamaican politics, etc.
Of course, yeah,
and influence. But from a certain point outside looking in, observing, there is a part where you have to
take your time.
You have to actually go beyond what is directly in front of you, what the influences are on your society, the generations of your society, of your culture, your people, to try to break free of it. So when you say to break free, it's not as easy. I don't say you call it easy, by the way, BT. I'm just saying, but it's a real challenge to not actually live a life of trauma, and that's never been dealt with for generations, and then come into the existence in that trauma and re-traumatize yourself by the society, and in fact, to a certain extent, by even those who raised you, because they were traumatized, and hurt people. So when they're coming in to protect you, they in fact subject you to this chain or control that you're like, no, I can do whatever I want, but they're like, no, to save you. I said, don't talk back to the man. Don't, as they go through different ways of communicating. They're not saying directly, but in certain ways, you see certain conduct. You see sometimes that we pull back. I mean, I've been guilty of it. I've been guilty of not speaking up and showing my power in certain environments because I know the perception they have of a black man in America.
Especially if you're a big black man.
Especially, exactly.
If you're a big black man, bro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And in dark skin, so your light skin is crazy. So you don't even know.
That
be
too.
dark and big. That too. And I've got to 10% responses going, oh man, they think I'm big.
Right.
And I'm like, I can't say the same exact thing he just said. In fact, maybe kind of, but like, oh man, no, he came at me like, I'm like, really?
Especially when in your mind you can fuck up the room.
Exactly.
Right? You could tear the room up.
You know what I'm saying? Especially if you know that if you get to a point where they make you mad, then you can hurt a lot of people.
You could tear shit up.
So
that's harder, like.
Right. Yeah. That's why I, like with me, I use my customer service voice a lot.
Right. There you go, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like I use a lot in public, and people will walk up to me and say the most disrespectful things to your culture.
Nice, right?
Right. But they don't do it intentionally. These are the people that I'm talking about are clumsy violators. Like they'll hear Wiz talk, and they'll say, "Oh, you speak so well for a Jamaican black guy." Right?
Yeah, that's racism right there.
And so if you're Wiz, you're like, so what is a Jamaican black guy supposed to sound like? You know what I'm saying? The same thing with me. Like when we go out and speak, like bro, Bully. When I talk to the people and the people in Atlanta know me. Right. When I talk to, say, the people in Memphis when I'm buying a suite, right? We finally get to the place where they make the call. They'll say, hey, you know what I'm saying? May I speak to Uncle Freezy? This is Larry from the Memphis Grizzlies. How you doing? And then I talk to him in my customer service voice. Hey, Larry, man, I'm well. You know, I was anticipating your call. All these different things, right? And then I show up. White. Yeah, and then I show up, right? And he'd be like, hey, big guy, you seen Uncle Freezy? And I'd be like, hey, I'm Uncle Freezy.
Like, you see my name, right?
You don't sound like how you don't look like how you sound on the phone. Right. And then you like, Larry, well, how am I supposed to sound? How am I supposed to look? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Uncle Freezy, you see my name, Brian Townsend. That's not Jamaican. That sound white as hell. So I already know what y'all are talking about, and I agree with you. But the thing is when you read books,
bro, you be having a cowboy hat on too now.
Exactly.
got a
Come on,
cowboy
man.
hat on,
I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah,
You don't
you got the
exactly
cowboy
help.
hat on, man.
You
What
don't
I'm saying
exactly
is,
help the
you got,
case. You know what I'm saying? You need a
you right.
lawyer, bro.
But see, this is what I do though, because this is how I learned.
I
Because
don't know.
at
You
a
sure
young
you ain't
age,
Jerry
I
Jones'
had 2
stepson?
ears and 1 mouth, and a lot of my friends they did all the talking, so I was able to see what they did when we was at. Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. Plenty of times I go out for a job interview and I'm like, "Hey, my name is Brian Townsend." Blah 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 blah. They come in and then they're like, "Oh, I thought you was white." I'm in Jersey and they're telling me this. "Oh, we thought you was white. You sound so professional on the phone." I was like,
Right.
"Yeah, I credit it to my mother for giving me an
So
education."
what? Black folks can't sound professional?
But see,
Is
that's the
this the
thing.
way we
I don't
going?
feed into it because I'm
But
expecting it.
that's why
That's what I'm
I'm saying
saying. You trap
it's
your
the
own self in your mind.
it's
You
the
gotta
own
let
it's the
that go.
clumsy violation, bro. It's the
Yeah.
clumsy violation is what it is. Like me, like say for instance, if say for instance somebody rob a bank and me
BT respect.
outside leaning on the car, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then the bank robber run out, you know what I'm saying, and run down the street. The cops gonna stop me and Wiz like, hey, hey. You know, like, hey,
Yep.
I'm just out here picking my nose. Wiz just out here smoking a cigarette. You know what I'm saying? I mean, whatever we doing. Hey man, we just out here talking about timetable rotations. We don't care nothing about that bank. You know what I'm saying? You know, but those things happen because people stereotype, bro. People
Yeah.
are gonna stereotype big time. Like this
But you gotta
lady,
let that go.
yeah.
'Cause
Well,
to
I
be
know,
honest with
but you know the
you,
they have to
challenge.
let that go.
no,
But the challenge
yeah,
is,
but
by the
see,
way, how many of you have ever been pulled over for no reason at all or stopped for no
I
reason at all
have,
by
dude, I
NYPD?
drove a BMW, I drove
Okay,
a Volkswagen, I drove a
so
Lexus, I drove a Mercedes Benz. So yeah, I've been
but
in
you
a
know,
lot of cars to
but
where I
based
just
on your
get pulled over.
temperament, though,
I'm gonna tell you
based on
this.
your
I had a
temperament, and
Honda
now go ahead.
Civic in Jersey and I was driving a Honda Civic and it had military tags on it. The guy pulled me over and said, "Hey, I want to know what you're doing here." And I was like, I'm from Jersey. I'm going back home." He looked at me. He's like, "But you have North Carolina plates." I said, "So?" He's like, "Yeah, we don't normally get your kind of cars around here." And I laughed and I was like, "Yo, I
What kind of
served in the
car is
service."
that? Four-wheel cars? Y'all don't know. You get 4-wheel cars.
But see, I didn't
Yo,
feed into all of that. But see, that's the thing. Me,
But
I'm just like, whatever. Y'all guys are being soft because you're reaching. That's the
but
thing. They want you to react off of their stupidity.
right.
Once you feed into their stupidity, you're already trapped. That's what Tupac
BT.
meant by the ghetto got me trapped.
They
I know, but
got me
BT,
trapped, yo.
you know that your temperament and your upbringing influence how you react to that situation.
Yeah.
Because today, I met a young lady that kind of fine, by the way, if we just single friends. But I said to her, I said, "Man, beautiful mind, beautiful spirit, of course, beautiful young lady." And she
Right.
goes, I said, you know that? She goes, "You know what? I do, because my dad told me that every day when I was young."
Right.
And I go, "That's a rare thing. It's a rare thing
That's
for
the
young black girls to hear that
Right.
from the black
Yo,
fathers to grow
Mine
up with
was
that kind of
the
success."
opposite. Wiz, let me just real quick, man. Just
Go
real
ahead.
quick. Mine was the opposite. When I was driving, man, when I was driving a Durango on 22s, you know what I'm saying, bumping back that ass up, you know what I'm saying, down the street.
Juvenile.
You know what I'm saying? I would get pulled over all the time, bro. But then when I guess they call it stepping into a world, when you step into a different world, like you know what I'm saying? Like when you when you step in, like when you driving far. I ain't been pulled over in a foreign car yet.
Right.
I mean, and if I hadn't been pulled over, bro, and I'm talking about big body, like okay, so most of the time I drive either a Mercedes-Benz GL 550 or a GL 450, right? That's just what I like, right? Or a BMW SUV, maybe M something like a big SUV, whatever. It don't matter. The point to it is when I was driving a Chrysler 300 on 20s with the spoke rims, you know what I'm saying? Bumping girl, the way you move it got me in a trance. DJ, turn it up. When I'm bumping that, when I was bumping that, right, I get pulled over all the time. But since people say I'm in the Illuminati, I don't get tickets, right? Or if I get a ticket, the officer come back to my house hey man, listen, man, I apologize.
Right.
I didn't know you and Chief were like that. And so I was like, yeah, man, I understand, man. You was doing your job or whatever. You know,
That's
he was
like on
like,
some soprano stuff.
Yeah.
yeah, but the point though that I'm getting at is this though. When I was presenting myself as a target to be pulled over, I was getting pulled over, right? And this is just me. This is my story. People like to call it a mystery because it's my story, right? In my story, that is the way things occurred. When I presented myself as a candidate to be pulled over, I was getting pulled over, right? But then when I did something else, when people see like class and elegance and all that stuff, right? Notice when I said I was driving the Mercedes and all that stuff, I wasn't bumping the music, in case y'all didn't pay attention to that. Right. You know what I'm saying?
And plus, it wasn't the 300 Chrysler is also another. That was a poor man's Bentley back then.
Yeah.
My story happens to be with LAPD, which when I got pulled over each time, and I'm going to give you 5 different cars. By the way, I used to change cars every 2 years, which is terrible.
Right.
Terrible, by the way. Don't do that. It's very expensive. The depreciated ones you want a lot. I used to buy them new as well.
Yeah, I get you.
So I went from, my wife was in LA first, and I was living in New York. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to come out here, but she was coming for pilot season. So, okay, let's get her a car. Got her a little Mustang convertible, brand new Mustang convertible. I came visit. So whenever we're in the car together, I'm always driving. That's just the way. Right. So, but she likes to sleep in the passenger seat anyway. Right. So I'm driving by myself, Sherman Oaks, which is a moderate, middle class neighborhood.
You're some fine female out there.
I saw the U-turn. I saw the U-turn happen. I'm like,
oh, yeah, he got
it. Then of course he ran the wrong plate. Shit. So it was allegedly a stolen car. He ran the wrong plate when they
allegedly.
How you run the wrong plates?
Yeah.
They put a 9 instead of an 8 or whatever. They always have one letter or number off that.
It's their way of
Exactly. If you pull the FOIA request of if they actually the system, you may see they didn't want anything at all. It's saw the face. Mustang convertible.
Right.
Dodge Intrepid.
Yeah.
Ford Expedition.
Yeah.
Ford Explorer. My Audi A8L. I mean, I'm talking about this is different cars, different types. Right. More often than not, though, I don't get pulled over. I don't get pulled over in Beverly Hills or Bel Air, but I get pulled over in any bordering cities. So Crenshaw, brand new vehicle, they pull up next to me, and I'm like, they look right into my face. I'm looking over, and I'm like, I can't believe they're gonna pull me over before anything else. Just a look.
Right.
And I don't say hi, how you doing? They pull you over. Now I realize if I say, hey, how you doing, man?
Was you nervous?
Let me go. No, I'm never nervous, but my demeanor though, my business partner, actually martial arts grandmaster, he and I, my headphone just died. He actually reacts where when they put, he raging mad because he grew up in Oakland, and Oakland cops are also notorious.
Love Oakland, salute.
Yeah,
he loses his mind about it, and I'm like, man, those guys are just ignorant, racist, and I just let it go. So I understand the trauma that made him go, I can't let go of that shackle they put on me because it has been so traumatic for me. And so there's a certain point where the question you ask, who put the shackle on? You can say it was self-imposed. It was placed on by the man or by my family or by the system. It's systemic. So it's a difficult answer to that question, especially in the Pan-Africanism that we all are, because all come from different areas. And in South Carolina, they may recognize that he's got that Benz. That means he's doing all right. He's not going to be a cat going to pull over. But that Durango 22, come on, man. He's
right.
You want to hear something crazy?
Let's try to.
Oh, BT done start breaking up. Hey,
wait.
Nah, I was just gonna say I'm here. I was just gonna say real quick. You know what y'all guys should do? If you have a police issue, just go get a police code book and read the local laws and statutes. And then what you could do is write it down. And when you write it down, if a cop pulls you over, just read back the law to them. and you could also get them suspended because that's what my mother actually did. One of the cops was doing something wrong, like trying to blame her for something. She got their badge number, reported them, and ever since then they never had a problem with her. They let it.
And that
They
happened.
just
That's what I did a couple times. Especially LAPD in my neighborhood now. I'm Steel City. I've seen them literally run my plate, and then I saw them turn.
that's illegal.
Like race
They
away.
can't do that.
They knew that because I actually called the mayor and the chief of police.
Right.
That's the fellow stop once, and they were like, because I called the police department, the precinct, and they go, oh yeah, we'll have you can come in for a complaint. We'll let you know in the future. I called them.
You
the
don't
mayor
have to.
You know what that
the
means,
chief.
right? That means
Huh?
they throwing their stuff. That means they throwing their stuff straight in the trash can.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and you know what you could do when you feel that there's an injustice.
Allegedly.
Right.
Yeah, just
Allegedly.
stay right there and ask for the supervisor. Immediately ask for the supervisor. He
Right.
has to come down in a white shirt, and you have to explain your case.
You know, I was at home calling in, and they were trying to, and I said, I want you guys to set an appointment. But I knew a phone call to the chief and the mayor. 5 minutes later, they called me. Hey, when are you available to come in? I said, when are you available? They go, whenever you are. I'm like, didn't you just told me that you have no skill? And I'm like, so a phone call, above you makes you guys act right, kind of, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, it was crazy, man. But yeah, so, but I do understand the trauma of
the shackles of those
shackles,
encounters,
of the constant oppression and pressure put on them
and hazing, man. You're not supposed to just be pulling people over because they black, bro.
Exactly.
That's racial profiling.
I know.
By law, they can't pull you over unless you do something that causes an illegitimate movement.
Unless you in New York City and they just do whatever the hell they want.
They do.
You know what they do? They do that stupid traffic stop where they say, we're doing traffic stops. Random car pull over. Really?
Right.
Random? How am I the only one you pulled over?
Stop and frisk.
Exactly. And that's also illegal. I have to give you probable cause. There's nothing bulging out my
pocket. But the our cornball mayor here in New York City, we implemented it back. To say
Former
that
LAPD, right?
Yeah, he brought it back. He brought back the stop and frisk.
I got out of the Bronx at the right time. I got out of Jersey twice the right time. So Jersey City, everybody, man, Newark, East Orange, like
Jersey
I knew all
City.
the gangs.
Yeah,
JC, Ill-Town JC.
Yo, Jersey City is the best place on earth, bro.
Yo,
Jersey
City. I think it was
Jersey City smells like rainbow ices.
Yeah, they had that bakery off of the main strip. That's 24 hours. I love that place. I used to walk over there.
You talking about Carvel?
No, not Carvel. Is that the name of the bakery? I can't remember.
No. That's ice cream. Carvel ice cream.
About Miss Maxwell.
They had a bakery in Jersey City that was 24 hours, and that place was man.
Two good things about Jersey City. One is it's close to get to Manhattan, easy. And two, you have a view of Manhattan skyline. Other than that,
best view.
I wouldn't go there.
Manhattan.
Yeah.
Edgewood, and all of that.
And Union City. Union
City. In West New York. Yeah, man. West New York.
Mm-hmm.
I met Charles Barkley in Jersey City, bro, on Journal.
What?
Yeah. He cussed me out like a dog, too.
He tried to knee you in the face?
Nah.
He got egged. He got egged in New York City. I'm sorry.
There was like my homeboy Shantae Brown, right? Was like, yo, that's Charles Barkley. So my man Will Redden was like, yo, we should go get his autograph. And I was like, yeah, I'll go. And I walked up.
You stepped up.
Yeah. So I walked over to him. I was like, hey, you Charles Barkley? Can I have what the fuck you mean? I'm Charles Barkley. He just cussed me out. Wiz, he just cut that. Wiz, think about this, bro. I think my man might have been like a rookie, right? This might be like 85 or something.
Wow.
Right? I'm like 17.
So you got angry Barkley.
Yeah. So me and him was about the same height, about 6'5", some change.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
What was his name called?
I was about. See, he was 6'5", 300. And I was 6'5", 150, right?
Terrible.
Yo, he was the ground round of rebounds.
That man cussed me. That man cussed. I'll never forget, bro. I was sneaking me and this girl. I shouldn't say her name, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
And you
Me
had
and this
a-
girl
and you
named
had a
Sharon
shorty.
was
You had a
sneaking. We
shorty,
snuck
too.
out of 8th period to go see this movie called She's Gotta Have It. Right?
Oh,
Oh,
that
no.
man.
That was
Oh,
a
that
bad
movie.
movie.
Oh, Camilla
Yeah.
Johns. Camilla Johns. Oh,
Yeah. So
man.
and we see Charles Barkley, man.
But she got some
And I'm
DSL
walking
too.
with you. You know, I think I'm cool. I got on my Latigra shirt with some Lees, some pinstripe Lees, some Adidas, some shell toe joints.
Adidas.
You know what I'm saying? I'm
Hey.
thinking I'm fly. I got me like 9 parts on the side of my head. You know what I'm saying? My pop said, "Yo, dumbass look like a damn cake." Because I had all these.
Looking like the nigga. He out there looking like the dude from Cameo. What's my man Larry Blackford?
Oh yeah.
But you
Black-
couldn't
yeah, Black-
tell me I wasn't fly, bro. And I had on a pair of bootleg Cazelles that I bought from $10 down off Journal Square. Yo, man, Bully, you remember Cazelles?
Yes, I remember Cazelles, man.
I had a knockoff pair.
Wow.
I had I'll never forget, bro. I had a pair of knockoff Cazelles on. You know what I'm saying? Thought I was
Freezer,
fly.
how when did you grow? What? So how tall were you? When did you start growing? Because I'll give you mine real short. I was 5'6" in 11th grade.
Oh man, you was a short kid.
I was 6'1" over the summer, between summer of 11th and 12th grade. I went to 6'1" in that summer, and then college, I grew another 3 inches after that.
See,
I was 17.
Mine was
I agree
weird,
with you,
right?
Wiz. Yeah,
So
that's me too.
I hit my growth spurt in 8th grade, right? I tried to go to Dickinson High School, right? I mean, I tried to go to St. Anthony.
Family Dickinson?
No, the high school, not the college.
Right.
Okay,
I'm talking about the high school.
Okay, the
All
high
right,
school. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, so
They had a good football program.
Yeah, man.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
And so I went to the St. Anthony's workout thing over the summer. I never forget. Everybody in the gym was taller than me, right? I was 5'8". That's pretty tall for an 8th grader, right?
Yep.
So
Yeah,
they measured me in at 5'8", and Hurley looked at me like, what I'm gonna do with another 5'8" guard? Right? You know, like 5'8" guards are a dime a dozen, right? In the city, 5'8" guards, dime a dozen.
Yep.
Right.
True.
So I wound up not going to St. Anthony's. I wound up going to Dickinson, right? And from the time Hurley came out the mouth with that, what am I gonna do with a 5'8" guard? To the time I showed up for Mr. Marcellus at Dickinson High, I was 6'1". Right? Yeah. So
what you do?
Nothing. It slept all summer. I just slept all summer, bro. I slept all summer.
You're supposed to hibernate in the
bro.
winter, not the. You're supposed to hibernate in the winter, not the summer.
This is like 80. This is like what, 81, 82. So during the summertime, it's not like this is right before all the dope cartoons. This is before He-Man and Voltron and Thundercats and all that. So afternoons they showing movies like Cooley High and all of that stuff. So I'm like, man, I done seen Cooley High 52 times. I feel like I'm a part of the cast. I know all the lines. Channel 11 showing Cooley High or 10 Speed and Brown Shoe. Yeah, they showing 10 Speed and Brown Shoe once a week. You know what I'm saying? So I slept with. I ain't gonna lie.
Your point.
I went to sleep. No lie. This is what the summer seemed like to me. I graduated from 8th grade, and I took a nap the next day at 5'8", 150, and I woke up September 1st, 6'1", 150.
150.
And when I tell you that I didn't gain a single pound in high school, bro.
I believe you.
Dude, I didn't get, bro. As my height went up and up and up and up and up, I kept the same weight.
You know what I'm saying? That Jersey water, man.
Yeah,
There's
it's
something going on with that. Yeah.
Hey, but anyway, how y'all like the conspiracy theory conversation, man?
Man, this is beautiful right here, man. Yo, we listen. Not only did we not talk about. Not only did we talk about conspiracy theories, but we talked and we expounded on other topics as well, which is needed.
Right.
Everything can't be the Knicks, man.
I was just gonna say this real quick.
something that I learned as a kid, and I even learned to express as an adult. Reading is fundamental.
The mentals.
To your mental.
That's Toby.
But don't believe everything you read, because not everything is true.
Yeah, you got to reference and cross-reference everything.
Exactly. That's why I say, like, you read to open up your mind, but at the same time, don't believe everything that may be in the line.
BT, you know who Toby is?
Who? Utopia?
No, Toby.
Toby? Nah. You mean the slave from what's that movie? Roots?
What's that movie?
Roots. I forgot, man. It's been a while since I've seen Roots.
But no. What I was trying to do is connect what you were just saying. You say reading is fundamental, right?
Yeah.
And
you talking about LeVar Burton?
LeVar Burton is from where?
Oh man, ain't that the dude that butterflies in the sky? I could trick.
Yeah, Reading Rainbow, right?
Reading Rainbow. There you go. Yeah.
Who was he originally?
He was Toby.
I heard he was a gangster. I heard he was a gangster from Bed-Stuy.
You ain't hear that. Nah, you ain't hear that.
No. Oh, my bad. No, that was Ben Vereen. That's right. That was Ben Vereen.
Ben Vereen. You heard about Ben Vereen.
Remember Ben Vereen?
Ben Vereen was a gangster. Yeah, he was a gangster from Bed-Stuy. Yes.
No, I'm talking in the movie with Chris Rock and Terry.
With Terry Crews. No,
not Terry Crews.
Not Terry Crews.
Ben Vereen is a gangster from Bed-Stuy.
Top 5. Yeah, y'all seen that movie Top 5?
Yeah, Top 5.
Yeah.
Who played Chicken George in Roots?
Yeah, Chicken George. Chicken George.
Yeah, I bet you. I'm gonna ask.
And that was Toby Daddy. That was Toby Daddy.
Y'all remember O.J. Simpson in Roots?
Oh yeah,
yes, I do.
Yeah, when he ran right behind his son mad quick. How you pass yourself when you
hold on, chill. You don't remember the Brady Bunch daddy up in there?
Yeah. When he was talking to Fiddler.
Yeah,
he's like Fiddler, you my nigga. You always gonna be my nigga.
You all been my nigga.
Yeah, when he said, I'm like, no, Mr. Brady, no.
Nah, man.
Brady Bunch daddy.
Him from Naked. What was it? Movies, Naked Gun and a Half or whatever. And he was always a cop that was the black cop.
Yeah, and I was gonna say in O.J. Simpson, I don't know if y'all remember this, but O.J. Simpson was in the yard running around with the imaginary football. Y'all remember that?
Yes, he was.
Remember O.J. Simpson running out there in the yard juking, and all the female slaves looking at him.
Juking the
dude. I'm like, wait a minute, did they? O.J. Simpson acting is that terrible? Where they told him to pretend to be a football player?
I know. You saw the meme of Howard Cosell?
No,
the meme of Howard Cosell set in.
Yeah, with Howard Cosell, He's
standing between two guys in a picture in this meme, and has two guys next to him, and it goes, "I've seen the future, and you will not believe your eyes." The meme was of him standing next to OJ, and what's her name? Mr. Cathlon.
Bruce Jenner.
Bruce Jenner.
Wow.
So OJ and Bruce Jenner, because I've seen the future, and you will not believe,
that is crazy.
You will not believe what.
I'm gonna look at it. I'm probably gonna laugh all night when I see that.
You're like, oh
man, laughing.
OJ and Bruce were the golden child of those days, man. Those two were like the golden child.
Yeah, he started up Nike, as a matter of fact. Most people don't even remember that. He the one that started the track shoe for Nike.
Yeah,
he
also helped out with the case as well. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
I'm gonna get out here. I'm gonna wrap it up right here, man. We definitely got to do this again sometime this week.
Salute.
I got appointments starting at 8:00. So I got like 8, 10:30, and 2:30. So I'm not even gonna be able to do a Knicks morning drive this morning.
It's okay
because of stuff, man. But I really enjoyed the conversation, man. We probably gonna have to do it again.
Man.
We gotta do it again.
We gotta get Corey Lee, and then we gotta get Lee so Lee can be like, hold up.
Yo, hold on.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. I'll holler at y'all later.
Yo, peace and love to everybody, y'all, man.